Namaste, welcome to another edition of Navimash podcast. So today, as if you see from the thumbnail, that we're going to talk about the Goa Inquisition as part of Indian history, and also we're going to talk about the historical events regarding Jesus and Mary, whether they are there's a lot of books and also literature is there on whether Jesus was a historical character or it was because the evidence is not very good in terms of whether Jesus existed or not. So we're going to talk about that. Also, we're going to talk about a lot of Christian festivals, which are now we consider them as Christian, but they do have pre-Christian origins. So they existed before that. So we're going to talk about this. So we will have Bijeet join us very shortly for that conversation. But to start the conversation, as you can see, Santa has stolen my saffron shirts to gift it to some poor Hindu kids in some parts of India. That's why I am wearing this black T-shirt. So let's hope that Santa returns my saffron T-shirts so that I can wear them. Okay, so let's see. So today, before Vijita joins, I want to talk about this specific book. This book is name is Unbaptized: Why I Left Christianity and Returned to My Roots. So this is a very important, interesting book written by a former Christian called Esther Thandraj. She's a Malayali woman. Happy, yeah. I think today also we have a correct Tulsi Pujan day today. So we also need to. I bought one Tulsi plant today actually to celebrate that. I mean to water them. But before we go about and talk about all the things that we have, I think I wanted to give a glimpse of the book that she has written and give you some information so where you can get this book. So people who are interested in conversions which are happening across India, especially on the poorer sections of Indian society, and how this goes on, and how people are converted into Christianity from their original faith, and how one person has actually able to come out. Yeah, she's Telugu. I need to check anyway. Maybe you are correct. I need to check. I thought she was Malayali. Anyway, so let me just share the information regarding the book itself. Yeah, let me share my screen and also put the link as well in the description for the audience. Ah, interesting. But she has a Malayali accent actually. So anyway, let me just put the book link first. See, you can see in both the formats actually. So, like if you want, you can actually change your orientation. You can actually change the orientation from yourself. Like, see what happens, correct? It's an automatic format is there. Her Telugu Brahmin family was converted in Odisha. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, that's actually I have not started the book yet because I had some other books to read, but I'm going to start the book. Probably I will read the book on the stream itself for the audiences for members only. Interesting information we are getting. So now let me share the screen and show you where you can get the book. So this is the book available in Amazon. So okay, but it shows in dollars. So I need to log in, but I think the book will be costing you around 500 rupees. Maybe let me just check if we have the Garuda link as well. Garuda. Yeah, I have the Garuda link as well. Let's see, the prices are showing. Yeah, it's correct. Let me share this one. Yeah, so this is the link. It's the Garuda link. Vijitda is coming. Vijitda is coming. Vijitda is doing some tidying up. So people who are watching this on, let me just figure out the. Okay, yes, okay, correct. I heard it in an interview of hers. Her pre-conversion name was Kamakshi. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, there are a lot of interviews she has given. She has given an interview to Sangam Talks as well. Yes, absolutely. No, no, he has not gone there. He he's getting some information regarding our podcast itself. So he'll be back. He will be with us very soon. Till then, let's discuss this book. Yeah. People who have want to know about this book, this is the book. Let me put the Garuda link as well for the audience who want to buy this book. And we're going to like take a few minutes to talk about this book because today is Christmas, and we're going to talk about the Christmas day itself. So I thought let's discuss this book as well at appropriate time before we read the book. Okay, so we are getting, yes, absolutely salute to Easter, ma'am. She's I met her actually at a Jaipur Dialogues a month ago, few months. I think in month of November, I met her at Jaipur Dialogues. Very soft-spoken lady. So I think we are also going to have like she will be with us as well in our podcast to discuss her book as well once I finish reading the book itself. Okay. So we have one more comment. Ex-Christian YouTube channel available in social media. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There are a few that are available. I have not seen a lot of channels because we reading books only. Okay, let's read bit of it. Okay. So let me read the introduction because introduction is I read a little bit of introduction itself. So for the audience, just to give a gist of what is in the book. And actually, this is a signed book. So if you can see it, this is a signed copy I received with her. If you can see the signature. Yeah. So the first page reads like this: dedicated to the roots that burned, dedicated to the roots that burned, so I could become the flame. So this is the book. The book starts like this: dedicated to the roots that burned, so I could become the flame. Sorry. So it reads like this: it was no accident of birth. It was karma that I was born to you and not to anyone else. Even through the haze of a foreign faith, you carried within you the fragrance of something ancient, something native, something that could never fully be erased. She is talking about dharma. Dharma is eternal, so it can never be erased. So she is talking about the dharma which resides in every human being, every one of us. To my parents who walked through fire without a map, who carried the weight of silence, sacrifice, and survival with grace and strength. You did not speak the language of resistance. Abhijit, when you are ready, just let me know. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, I'm ready. Sure.
Okay. So actually, I'm reading the introduction to the book of Unbaptized on
Mm-hmm.
because today is 25th. So I thought it is an opportune time to do that.
Right.
I just let's read. I will just read this one and then we will start our podcast.
Sure, sure.
who carried the weight of silence, sacrifice, and survival with grace and strength. You did not speak the language of resistance, but you resisted. You did not recite the rhetoric of revolution, but you endured what would have broken others. You did not set out to teach me Sanatan Dharma, and yet you did. Through your quiet sacrifices, I learned duty. In your unspoken love, I learned devotion. In your resilience, I discovered what it means to walk the path of dharma without ever naming it as such. You were no outward you wore no outward markers of tradition, but you passed on its essence. And when the time came for me to remember, it was your unacknowledged wisdom that steered as the first whisper of home. This memoir is this memoir is not just my return. It is the continuation of your unbroken thread, a flame passed hand to trembling hand. Even when the room went dark, it is a tribute to what you preserved in the shadows, to the battles you fought, to the embers left behind by the flame that you burned in, which became the light I could one day walk into. So this is the first dedication to the book of Unbaptized. Yes, Bijidda.
Yeah,
Okay, so let's start our discussion.
sure, sure.
So somebody is asking that whether you are lost in the Saturn. So how do you pronounce it? It's a Greek word, correct?
Saturnalia. कौन सा?
Yeah, yeah, Saturnalia. You have lost there or what? So on Easter, Dhanraj found out a fun fact. Christmas was banned by Protestants in England in 17th century. For a while, Christmas was seen as Catholic and not scripture backed. Interesting fact.
Right, right.
Okay, so let's start our discussion.
So सबको हाँ सबको यीशु मसीह का कृपा सब पे बरसती रहे.
See, I am wearing black, correct,
And
to
या
actually
हमारा
commemorate our
पादरी
Lord Jesus
पादरी भी
Christ.
बैठ गया. राइट, हमारे जो पादरी है.
I said Santa has actually stolen my clothes. Santa ने मेरा
सो
मेरा सैफरन लेके
मैं
भाग गया है.
फैन बंद करता हूँ ये लोग. जनरली
Okay, is
पादरियों का बच्चों के साथ मतलब पादरी लोग जो होते हैं वो बच्चों से काफी प्यार करते हैं. यू नो व्हाट आई मीन.
yes.
पादरी लोगों का बच्चों से अलग लगाव लगाव होता है. तो आई होप कि भूपेंद्र हैज gone beyond all those love, little earthly love for the बच्चास. पादरी विषय नटराज है,
अरे
वही बात
परशु
है.
परशुराम भी है on the right side.
नटराज शायद झेल लेंगे बट परशुराम जी नहीं झेलेंगे ये सब जो बच्चों के साथ जो होता है कि इतना प्यार होता है कि फिर बाद में गार्ड ना पड़ता है मतलब चर्च के अंदर. अत्यधिक प्रेम, हाँ. नहीं, कुछ एक तो कहानी था कि बहुत ज्यादा प्यार करता हूँ. किसी ने तो बोला था एक बार. मेरे दोस्त ने. तो वही अत्यधिक प्रेम हो जाता है जब तब चीजें क्या बताए कंट्रोल से बाहर हो जाता है. राइट. और अखबार में भी काफी टाइम आ जाता है. बट ठीक है. आज तो यीशु मसीह का जन्मदिन है और उनका शायद कोई वर्जिन बर्थ हुआ होगा ये सुनने में आता है. जबकि ये पूरा जो वर्जिन वर्ड है ये एक मिस ट्रांसलेशन है. ये लोगों को पता होना चाहिए क्योंकि जब जीविश जो स्क्रिप्चर था वहां से जब ये लोग कॉपी कर रहे थे तो जीविश में ये वर्ड कुमारी होता है, यंग गर्ल होता है, तो उसको ट्रांसलेट करके वर्जिन कर दिया. और फिर क्योंकि अब लिखा गया वर्जिन तो वो जस्टिफाई करना होगा. तो उसके लिए पूरा ये कहानी गढ़ा गया कि जो मदर मेरी थी वो वर्जिन थी। इनका, हमारे जो बड़े मियाँ हैं उनका वर्जिन बर्थ हुआ था। और फिर क्या क्या तो गढ़ा गया है। हाँ, वर्जिन बर्थ इसलिए हुआ था कि दुनिया में बाकी सब लोगों का एक बर्थ इसलिए होता है क्योंकि मॉम डैड के बीच प्यार होता है। लेकिन क्योंकि मॉम डैड के बीच प्यार का पैदाइश बच्चा होता है, इसलिए मॉम डैड सिनर होता है। तो क्योंकि मेरी को कोई ह्यूमन बीइंग से प्यार नहीं हुआ था, और पूरा एज ए वर्जिन शी गेव बर्थ टू आवर बड़े मियाँ। तो तो इसलिए फिर वो सिनर नहीं थी, बिकॉज शी डिड नॉट हैव सेक्स। तो वही बात है कि जब अगर कुछ ऐसी चीजें करते हो उल्टे सीधे, अगर सेक्स वेक्स कर लेते हो, तुम सिनर हो जाते हो। ठीक है, एज पर क्रिश्चियनिटी।
Okay, so I have a question. So, what was the fault of Apple in all these things?
हाँ, मुझे मुझे पता
एप्पल
नहीं
ने
यार
क्या
वो।
दोष किया था? हाँ, एप्पल तो अच्छा
मेटाफोरिकली
फ्रूट
ये
है।
कहा जाता है ना कि एप्पल वाज द कामदेव, बेसिकली उनके लिए वो कामदेव था। एप्पल से क्या होता है, एप्पल से वो टेस्टोस्टेरोन बढ़ जाता है।
अच्छा
तो
अच्छा।
जब टेस्टोस्टेरोन जब बढ़ जाता है तो फिर यू गेट एक्साइटेड। तो इसीलिए तो बोला गया था ना कि एप्पल मत खाओ। लेकिन ईव को क्योंकि कुछ करना था, क्योंकि ईव के दिमाग में जो जो भी सेक्सुअल अर्ज आ रहा था, तो इसलिए उन्होंने एप्पल खिलवाई एडम को। और क्योंकि वो सेक्सुअल अर्ज आ रहा था अबाउट फॉर हर हस्बैंड, इसलिए वो सिनर हो गई। सो बेसिकली अगर आप एडम और ईव आइडियली अगर उनको रहना था वो ईडन गार्डन में, तो उनको विदाउट सेक्स रहना था। मतलब जैसे हमारे बापूजी का ब्रह्मचर्य होता है ना, उस तरह का वो कुछ करना था कि एक साथ सो जाओ बट कुछ करो मत। ठीक है, गार्डन में ही कहीं सो जाओ, बट ये सब सोचो मत कि कि व्हाट टू डू विथ योर वाइफ, हाउ टू लव, ये सब नहीं सोचना है। ये सब जब सोचने लगोगे फिर वो तुम दैट्स सीन एक्चुअली। ठीक है। यहीं से तो गांधी अपना जो बापूजी है उनका ब्रह्मचर्य निकला था कि जो भी है अपना क्या बोलते हैं, नीस हो गया या फिर कोई नाती पुती, नातनी जिसे कहते हैं, ग्रैंड डॉटर, नो मैटर इफ यू वट एवर, जैसे मर्जी सो जाओ, बट अगर कुछ करो नहीं तो फिर सब कुछ जस्टिफाइड है। वैसे वो भी चोरी का स्टोरी है, पर ग्रीक्स अपेरेंटली से, हाँ हाँ राइट। इनका सब कुछ चोरी किया, मतलब इनका कोई भी चीज ओरिजिनल नहीं है। इवन जैसे जी अपने बड़े मियाँ के बारे में कहा जाता है, जीसस के बारे में, तो बड़े मियाँ का स्टोरी भी फैब्रिकेटेड है। क्योंकि ये लोग बोलते हैं कि 40 AD में इनका क्रूसिफिक्शन हो गया था, बट बड़े मियाँ के टाइम तक, मतलब 40 AD तक देयर इज नो contemporary historical record that talks about Jesus at his time when he was alive. लेटेस्ट कुछ कुछ मिलता है 70 AD 71 AD के पास मिलता है। उसके बाद आई थिंक 111 AD का उस टाइम का कुछ रिकॉर्ड मिलता है। बट अगेन वी हैव टू टेक ऑल दीज थिंग्स विद क्या बोलते हैं, विद पिंच ऑफ सॉल्ट। क्योंकि क्रिश्चियनिटी में काफ़ी टाइम ये हुआ है, दे हैव रिट्रोस्पेक्टिवली क्रिएटेड लिटरेचर, कि 15th सेंचुरी का कोई पादरी या बंदा आया और वो लिख रहा है कि दिस इज रिटन इन 10th सेंचुरी करके। इन्होंने चीज़ों को फैब्रिकेट भी किया है चर्च वालों ने। सो चर्च का, क्योंकि चर्च का लिटरेचर मोटिवेटेड लिटरेचर है, तो वी कैन नॉट ट्रस्ट एनीथिंग that they have written and they have created. It is, the whole history is false, fabricated. Virgin birth is clearly wrong and false, and because it was copied in a wrong way. तो और सेम जो चीज़ है वो क्रिसमस के साथ भी है। ठीक है। और बकेट ऑफ सॉल्ट। सही
यस।
बात है, मतलब यहाँ सॉल्ट ही सॉल्ट है। यहाँ पे कुछ रियल है नहीं, पूरा ही सॉल्ट है ये। तो यही है, हम लोग आज क्रिसमस मनाएंगे। तो मुझे भी काफ़ी सारा मैसेजेस आया कि मेरी क्रिसमस एंड ऑल, मे योर फैमिली वट एवर ब्ला ब्ला। मैं किसी को रिप्लाई नहीं किया, मतलब ठीक है, मैं लोगों का लोग जिस जोन में आ जाए उनको बिगाड़ना नहीं चाहता मैं, बट ऑब्वियसली आई थिंक कि हमें घर वापसी का भी कॉल देना चाहिए, अ, जितने भी क्रिश्चियंस इंडिया में हैं, क्योंकि दे आर लिविंग इन दिस फॉल्सहुड, फॉल्स सिंथेटिक फैब्रिकेटेड मोरालिटी। अगर फेस्टिवल है तो ठीक है, विंटर सॉल्स्टिस मनाओ। आज हमने वो देखे, वो तस्लीमा नासरीन, राइट, तस्लीमा नासरीन का पोस्ट देखा गया। सो शी डिड नॉट राइट मेरी क्रिसमस, शी रोट हैप्पी विंटर सोल्स्टिस। सुना ही नहीं, ये म्यूट है।
Yeah, I'll get the tweet. मैं tweet लेके आता हूँ.
तो सो हु नोज, मतलब कुछ गिने चुने लोग, हम लोगों को पता है, जो रेड पील्ड बंदे हैं उनको शायद पता है ये सब चीजें, तो हम लोग का फिर ध्यान नहीं जाता कि एक्चुअली ये सब, और इसीलिए ये लोग ये जो जैसे अब्राहमिक जो लोग होते हैं, वो बिगाड़ना भी चाहते हैं हमारा जो फेस्टिवल है, जैसे दुर्गा पूजा हो गया, बाकी सारे जितने भी फेस्टिवल होते हैं उसको बिगाड़ना इनका काम होता है। उसको फिर आर्यन इन्वेशन थियरी का कुछ टच दे देंगे ये सब करके, क्यों, उन्हें पता है कि उनके तरफ के जितने भी फेस्टिवल है, दे आर ऑल लाइक फ्रॉड फेस्टिवल्स या फिर कॉपीड फेस्टिवल्स। तो इसलिए ये लोग हमारा जो कल्चर है उसको बिगाड़ना चाहते हैं। और उस हिसाब से, और बात यह है कि ये जो क्रिसमस है ये भी एक फैब्रिकेटेड एक फेस्टिवल है, क्योंकि कोई भी क्रिश्चियन लिटरेचर में ये लिखा नहीं है कि जो जीसस क्राइस्ट है उनका जन्म 25 दिसंबर को हुआ था। ये कहीं पे भी नहीं लिखा है। एंड एक्चुअली क्राइस्ट का जो बर्थ है वो बहुत पुअरली डिस्क्राइब किया गया है। जैसे रामचंद्र, हमारा जो सियावर रामचंद्र है, उनका जो जन्म जब हुआ था उसको बेसिकली आर्कियो एस्ट्रोनॉमिकली इट इज़ वेरी एक्यूरेट, कि यू कैन एक्चुअली गो बैक एंड सॉर्ट ऑफ मैप की, अच्छा कौन, बहुत सारे जो नक्षत्र है उनका पोजीशन बताया गया है। लेकिन यहाँ पे जीसस का जो बर्थ हुआ था उस पे बोला गया है कि जीसस का जब जन्म हुआ था तब कोई भी, आई थिंक ईस्टर्न स्काई में एक बड़ा सा तारा चमक रहा था, इट वाज मतलब डे टाइम में। तो उसको लेके फिर ये लोग अलग अलग कहानी बनाते हैं कि इट माइट बी ए सुपरनोवा एंड ऑल दिस थिंग्स, बट ऑल दिस आर एक्चुअली बीएस। ठीक है, तो हाँ, बेसिकली जीसस का तो कब जन्म हुआ था इसका कोई रिकॉर्ड इनके पास है नहीं। सेंट ईसा का भी बैंड बजाना है, दैट्स द ओनली टाइम व्हेन क्रिश्चियन ऑल फील बैड। हाँ एग्जैक्टली, तो इस पे भी करते हैं यार, यू कैन ऑल्सो ज्वाइन, एंड इसी इसी में कर सकते हैं आज का जो पॉडकास्ट है। तो हाँ, तो बेसिकली जीसस का तो बर्थ का कोई डेट हमें पता नहीं है, ना इनको पता है। बट इनिशियली आई थिंक ये लोग अप्रैल में मनाते थे, अब ये घूम फिर के इधर दिसंबर में आ गया। सो दे चेंज्ड समवेयर इन बिटवीन। जीसस का तो जन्मदिन है ये, और ये कहा जाता है कि इनका एक ट्राइब था, आई थिंक जर्मनिक ट्राइब था, जो कन्वर्ट नहीं हो रहे थे, और इनका मेन फेस्टिवल ये था अपना, उनका जो मेन पेगन फेस्टिवल था वो विंटर सॉल्स्टिस था। इट वाज ऑन दिस 25 दिसंबर, राइट, 17th, मतलब 18th to 25 दिसंबर। तो क्यों इन्होंने क्या किया क्रिश्चियंस ने, कि अपना जो क्रिसमस है बोला कि ये जीसस का जन्मदिन है, उसको इस ये पेगन फेस्टिवल के साथ मर्ज करा दिया। ठीक है, जैसे आजकल अपने जीसस का जलाभिषेक ये सब जो होता है ना, तो उसी तरह से उनके फेस्टिवल्स के साथ इनको मर्ज करा दिया, टू इंक्लूड इनटू द spiritual and other form of beliefs of Germanic tribe। ये जो जर्मनिक ट्राइब है इनको कन्वर्ट करना चालू किया, एंड इसीलिए फिर क्रिसमस, जिसका कोई हिस्टोरिकल अकाउंट नहीं है, जिसका कोई स्क्रिप्चरल रेफरेंस नहीं है क्रिश्चियनिज्म में, दैट बिकेम ऑन दैट यूज, मतलब स्टार्टेड टू बी सेलिब्रेटेड ऑन 25 दिसंबर। ठीक है, उसके बाद ये जो सेंटा क्लॉज वगैरह है, इसका भी एक कहानी है बेसिकली। और ये कहानी इससे भी मतलब हम जो देखते हैं उससे भी खतरनाक है, ठीक है। तो पहली बात तो ये है कि ये जो बंदा है सेंट निकोलस, एक्चुअली कहानी कहाँ से चालू करें, कहानी कोका कोला से चालू करते हैं, ठीक है, थोड़ा और इंटरेस्टिंग होगा। सो कोका कोला वॉज एस्टेब्लिश्ड अराउंड आई थिंक 1886, चेक कर लेना एक बार। आई थिंक इट वाज इन 1880s, ठीक है। तो फिर तो कोका कोला जब चालू हुआ तो यू नो, ओके, सो कोका कोला क्यों कहा जाता है। सो ये जो कोका है, ये कोका एक्चुअली कोकेन, कोको या कोकेन से आया है बाय द वे। तो इनिशियली जब कोका कोला लॉन्च हुआ था, उसमें बहुत ही स्मॉल क्वांटिटी में कोकेन मिक्स कराया जाता था, ठीक है। तो इट माइट रिमाइंड यू ऑफ दैट मूवी लव तब द चिकन खुराना, ऐसा कुछ एक मूवी था जहाँ पे बिरयानी में ये लोग कोकेन डालते थे, ऐसा कुछ एक मूवी आया था, कुणाल कपूर का मूवी था शायद। तो उसी तरह कोका कोला में इनिशियली कोकेन डाला जाता था, सो दैट लोगों को इसमें एडिक्शन आ जाए, ठीक है। सो इट वाज अराउंड आई थिंक, हाँ, कुछ 150 ईयर्स अगो, जब कोका कोला ने अपना जो सेल्स पैटर्न्स है उसको स्टडी करना चालू किया। एंड बिकॉज इट वाज अ कोल्ड ड्रिंक, तो उन्होंने फिर ऑब्वियसली देखा कि आ, आ, इसका सेल जनरली वो फॉल और स्प्रिंग के टाइम होता है, समर टाइम में होता है, लेकिन विंटर में कोका कोला कोई ना खरीदता है, को ना कोई पीता है, राइट। तो बट एनीवे, तो पहली बात तो ये है, दे वर इनिशियली मतलब दे हैड अ कंफ्यूजन कि कोका कोला नाम रखना चाहिए कि नहीं, क्योंकि कोका कोला साउंड्स लाइक कोकेन कोला, राइट, एंड दे वर लिटरली डूइंग दैट थिंग। फाउंडेड इन 1892 एंड हेडक्वार्टर इन एटलांटा जॉर्जिया, ओके, राइट। तो फिर इन्होंने फिर क्या किया, इन्होंने सेल्स जब चेक करना चालू किया, तो ओके, कोका कोला इनिशियली वाज ए स्ट्रॉन्ग नेम, दे वांटेड टू चेंज इट, बट एनीवे दे केप्ट द नेम कि इसको चेंज ना कर, नहीं करते। लेकिन इन्होंने चेक किया कि यार यहाँ पे मतलब लगभग 4 महीना 5 महीना विंटर रहता है और उस टाइम पे कोई कोका कोला पीता नहीं है। सो फिर इन्होंने बट दे वांटेड टू सेल इट इन द क्रिसमस टाइम एज वेल, ठीक है, इन द विंटर टाइम एज वेल। तो उसके लिए फिर इन्होंने दे स्टार्टेड टू सॉर्ट ऑफ डिस्कस कि हाउ टू इंक्रीज द सेल्स इन दिस टाइम इन द विंटर, राइट। सो फिर उनके दिमाग में आया कि ये जो दिसंबर है, यहाँ पे क्रिश्चियनिटी का, क्रिश्चियनिज्म का एक फेस्टिवल आता है विच इज द क्रिसमस। और उसी टाइम पे ज्यूस लोगों का भी, ज्यूस लोगों का अपना हनुका आता है, राइट। तो ऑब्वियसली जो जो क्रिश्चियंस के लिए सबसे सिग्निफिकेंट फेस्टिवल ईस्टर होना चाहिए, क्योंकि ईस्टर वाज द टाइम व्हेन जीसस गॉट रिजरेक्टेड, राइट। Or resurrection is something which is, there is no magic in birth, so to say, although it was, so to say, a virgin birth, but there is no magic around it, because Jesus didn't need to perform any magic to come out of Virgin Mary, right. But obviously Easter was this thing, this it was something unnatural, right, something that actually portrayed Jesus as son of God, right, the resurrection. So इसलिए ईस्टर को मनाया जाता था पहले बहुत धूमधाम से। क्रिसमस को इतना अच्छे से नहीं मनाया जाता था, मेन फेस्टिवल यूज्ड टू बी ईस्टर, ठीक है। बट ईस्टर का क्या था, ईस्टर वो आई थिंक वो समर और फॉल के टाइम में आता है, ठीक है। तो फिर इन्होंने फिर क्या किया कि कोका कोला ने डिसाइड किया थ्रू एडवर्टाइजमेंट हमें क्रिसमस को प्रमोट करना होगा, और जो जो क्रिश्चियन जो ये फेस्टिवल है इसके साथ हम कोका कोला को इंटेंगल कर देंगे, ताकि कोका कोला का ये बढ़ जाए, सेल्स बढ़े, ठीक है। तो एनीवे आई थिंक जो सेंट सेंट निकोलस है उसके बारे में चर्च में काफी चर्चा चल रहा था, एंड ही यूज्ड टू बी, देयर इज, इट्स नॉट डीकैनोनाइजेशन, बट दिस इज कॉल्ड दिस, 1969 में एक रिफॉर्म हुआ था चर्चेस में, ठीक है। सेकेंड वेटिकन काउंसिल के बाद कैथोलिक चर्च ने अपना जो जनरल रोमन कैलेंडर है उसको रिवाइज किया, एंड फिर एक यूनिवर्सल लिटर्जिकल कैलेंडर इंट्रोड्यूस किया गया, जहां से सेंट निकोलस जो बंदा था उसको हटाया गया। मेनली इसलिए हटाया गया क्योंकि वो कोई, आई डोंट नो, कोई मैजिक वैजिक परफॉर्म नहीं किया था। और उसके लिए जितना हिस्टोरिकल डॉक्यूमेंटेशन था वो चर्च के हिसाब से बहुत थिन था। ठीक है। सो तो इसलिए सेंट निकोलस को, जो यूनिवर्सल लिटर्जिकल कैलेंडर है, वहां से हटाया गया था। बट इनके ये जब कोका कोला का ये कैंपेन चला रहे थे तो इनके नजरों में ये बंदा आया, सांता क्लॉज, सेंट निकोलस। ठीक है। तो ऑब्वियसली क्योंकि मिरेकल मैजिक ये सब परफॉर्म नहीं किया था तो ये तो हटा रहे थे चर्च। लेकिन इन्होंने अडॉप्ट कर लिया, कोका कोला ने अडॉप्ट कर लिया। ठीक है, क्योंकि ये फेडिंग फिगर फिगर था और इसके बारे में चर्चा चल रहा था। सो कोका कोला ने सोचा यार, ये ऐसा बंदा है जिसको चर्च डिसोन कर रहा है, तो क्यों ना हम लोग ओन कर ले इसे। ठीक है। फिर और एक चीज हुआ, फिर सेंट निकोलस के साथ और एक इमेजिनेशन और एक कहानी को मर्ज करवाया गया, और वो कहानी है क्रिस क्रिंगल का। ये क्रिस क्रिंगल क्रिंगल कौन था? क्रिस क्रिंगल अपेरेंटली एक डैनिश चोर था, थीफ था, जो चिमनी स्वीप के थ्रू चोरी करता था। ठीक है, दिन के टाइम वो लंबा चिमनी होता था, तो उसके थ्रू आता था। वो बेसिकली उसके थ्रू घुस पाता था क्योंकि उसका एक अजीब मतलब ट्रिक था जिसके थ्रू वो अपना शोल्डर को थोड़ा डिसलोकेट कर सकता था टू स्लाइड डाउन इनटू द चिमनी। और फिर जो घर वर था, ही यूज टू रॉब द हाउस एंड देन क्लाइम बैक आउट। ठीक है। सो लिविंग बिहाइंड अ वेरी क्लीन चिमनी, सो टू से। नाउ ये जो सांता क्लॉज को इंटो सेंट निकोलस के साथ ये चोर का जो ये कहानी है, इसको कपल कर दिया गया। और फिर उसके चोर और सेंट निकोलस का ये मर्जर के बाद जो कैरेक्टर उभर के बाहर आया वो था सांता क्लॉज। ठीक है। सो ऑब्वियसली इससे पहले भी सेंट निकोलस का डिपिक्शन किया जाता था। जनरली सेंट निकोलस जो था वो बेसिकली वाज अ थिन यंग मैन वेयरिंग ग्रीन एंड ब्राउन क्लोथिंग। नाउ कोका कोला ने ये जो इमेजरी है इसको रिप्लेस किया with its own brand palette of color which is this red and white। ठीक है, क्योंकि उनका उनका ड्रिंक का कलर ये है, तो उसके साथ ये जो सांता क्लॉज नाम का जो फिगर खड़ा किया, उसको उसके जो कलर पैलेट है उसको मैच करा दिया। और इवन इनके जो स्किन थे उस पर थोड़ा बहुत पिंक विंक डाला है ना। एंड टू जस्टिफाई द वाइट कलर, फिर उन्होंने ये जो ओल्ड बंदा था इसको ओल्ड बनाया थोड़ा, सेंटा क्लॉज को, और उसमें ऑब्वियसली ओल्ड होगा तो उसका वाइट हेयर होगा। और इस तरह का जब सेंटा क्लॉज का इमेजरी बना के दे बेसिकली प्लेस्ड हिम एवरीवेयर। बेसिकली ये दिखाना कि एक विंटर है, स्नो है चारों तरफ, इसमें एक बुढ़ा है विथ वाइट हेयर और रेड कैप एंड एवरीथिंग, और ये जो इमेज है सेंटा क्लॉज का, इसका फिर एडवर्टाइजमेंट चलाया गया। ठीक है। सो कोका कोला के बॉटल में सेंटा क्लॉज आना चालू हुआ, कैन में आना चालू हुआ, और ये अभी भी होता है, राइट। सो ये बेसिकली ये दिखाता है कि कोका कोला एक कंपनी का जो द पुश फॉर द एडवर्टाइजमेंट ड्यूरिंग द विंटर टाइम, इट क्रिएटेड दिस इमेज ऑफ दिस गाइड सांता क्लॉज एज वी नो हिम। ठीक है। सो ऑब्वियसली आप पूछ सकते हो कि मतलब ये डिसेप्शन है या फिर ये नेचुरल इवोल्यूशन ऑफ ए रिलीजियन है। नो मैटर व्हाट
Vijeda,
इट इज। हाँ।
here is the thing that you were talking about.
राइट राइट।
Coca-Cola popularized the modern image of Santa Claus that just we were talking about, correct?
एग्जैक्टली।
Through the iconic holiday campaign started in 1920s and 1930s, transforming the brand into a Christmas staple to boost winter sales that we are talking about. This is the campaign origin. It starts.
And you have to always remember it did not used to be the most important Christian holiday. Now it is the most important Christian holiday because Coca-Cola promoted it. So जब हम लोग बोलते हैं कि दिस सॉर्ट ऑफ हिस्ट्रियोसेंट्रिक synthetic scriptural morality or the superstition और काल्ट, ये जो होता है इनका, इनका अलग अलग मैनिफेस्टेशन होता है। मतलब क्रिश्चियनिज्म इज नॉट द ओनली फेस ऑफ अब्राहमिज्म। अब्राहमिज्म में क्रिश्चियनिज्म में आता है, इस्लाम आता है, मार्क्सिज्म आता है, कैपिटलिज्म आता है, सोशलिज्म आता है। ये सारे बेसिकली दीज आर डिफरेंट फेसेस विद द सेम बॉडी, विद द सेम स्पिरिट। ठीक है, तो दिस इज वन मोर एग्जांपल टू इलस्ट्रेट दिस पॉइंट। ठीक है। हाँ, जैसे
And
वैलेंटाइंस
also
डे हो
Vijitda, correct.
गया।
Also Vijitda, correct. It mentions that Santa's iconic image that you are talking about, correct.
राइट,
So artist Haddon Sunboom created the
हाँ,
jolly red-suited Santa in 1931, inspired
एग्जैक्टली,
by Clement Clarke Moore's poem. Inspired by Clement Clarke Moore's poem and earlier depiction like Thomas Nett's this warm, realistic figure in Coca-Cola red and white
एग्जैक्टली,
colors appeared in ads through 1960s, standardizing Santa's global look. So
राइट,
the जो Santa Claus आज हम देखते हैं that is not a religious thing, correct? ये एक marketing campaign का हिस्सा था. So it
एग्जैक्टली।
literally is invented by a company called Coca-Cola.
और 100 साल का भी नहीं है ये हिस्ट्री। ठीक है,
Hmm.
ये लोग हमें पूछते हैं
Hmm.
कि श्री रामचंद्र का हिस्टोरिकल डॉक्यूमेंट ये है कि नहीं, प्रूफ है कि नहीं।
Yeah,
लिटरली इनका
any
जो क्रिसमस है, दिस इज नॉट मोर देन, और सेंटा क्लॉज वाला खास करके, दिस इज नॉट इवन व्हाट 100 years old, राइट।
hmm.
तो
Uh,
ये तो इनका हिस्ट्री है, दिस इज द एक्सटेंट ऑफ देयर हिस्ट्री। सो यही बोलना था। बाकी तो आपको, बाकी सारा जो भी हम लोग डिस्कस करते हैं वो तो मिल ही जाएगा। हमारे क्रिश्चियनिज्म का हमने जो लेक्चर सीरीज चलाए थे उस पे तो आप लोगों को मिल ही जाएगा ये सब। हाँ, तो ये आई थिंक दिस दिस वाज सपोज टू बी समथिंग दैट आई वांटेड टू सॉर्ट ऑफ ब्रिंग आउट बिफोर यू। ठीक है, तो इनको जो ये सब मना रहे हैं इनको मनाने दो, कि कोई हमें कोई पंगा नहीं है। बट यू शुड नो द ट्रूथ कि दिस इज द रियलिटी ऑफ दिस religion, we so called religion, they are actually superstitions of these cults who claim कि they are eternal। ठीक है, ये लिटरली इनका हिस्ट्री 100 साल पुराना भी नहीं है। जिस हिसाब से, जिस जिस तरीके से ये अपने आप को दिखाता है, वो वाला हिस्ट्री, वो वाला जो फसाड है, वो 100 साल भी पुराना नहीं है। और लोग आज क्या मना रहे हैं, जैसे मतलब पता नहीं। उसके बाद यू सी कि लोग ऐसे घर वर बनाते हैं, हट बनाते हैं, उसमें मदर मैरी को रखते हैं, फिर वहां पे एक छोटा सा जीसस, मतलब लोग लिटरली वो सजाते हैं। जैसे हमारे इधर अलग अलग टुसु होता है, छठ पूजा होता है, तो उस तरीके से भी क्रिसमस को भी इंडिया में दिखाया जाता है, वो छोटा छोटा मूर्ति बनाना। बट दिस इज द रियलिटी ऑफ दिस होल थिंग।
and एक और चीज है कि लोग बोलते हैं ना कि मतलब अगर आप एक झूठ को 100 बार बोलो तो वो सच बन जाता है
हाँ,
पर पर हमारा प्रॉब्लम ये है कि हम झूठ बोल ही नहीं पाते हैं इसलिए
राइट।
हमारा सच कभी सच होता ही नहीं है
एग्जैक्टली, हम लोगों को तो ये सब बताना पड़ेगा ना, चिल्ला चिल्ला के बताना पड़ेगा कि भाई ये क्यों मनाए हम लोग। जो चीज कोका कोला का बनाया हुआ है, वी हैव नो ऑब्लिगेशन टू सेलिब्रेट दिस सॉर्ट ऑफ थिंग्स। कोका कोला बोल रहे हैं तो हमें मनाना पड़ेगा, ये कोई बात हुई क्या? नहीं हुई ना। तो बट लोगों को ये सब पसंद है, क्योंकि ऑब्वियसली इट इज अ कैपिटलिस्टिक सोसाइटी, जहाँ पे कैपिटलिज्म ये सब चीजों को बढ़ावा देता है। तो लोग भी करते हैं।
ओके वी हैव आवर फर्स्ट गेस्ट जॉइन अस
नमस्ते, नमस्ते।
अच्छा ऑल
नमस्कार
पीपल
धुरंधर।
आ, आज आज मैं हूँ पास्टर आज मैं पास्टर हूँ ठीक है आई लुक लाइक अ पास्टर विजित दैट डू आई लुक लाइक अ पास्टर फादर
তাই জন্য প্রতিবাদ জানাতে কালো রং পরে এসছে দুজনে।
यस, पास्टर, पास्टर। द पास्टर, पास्टर।
ओके सो आज सारे आ जाओ आज हम सब मिलकर बातचीत करेंगे और यशु का
क्रिसमस
धन्यवाद
मनाते
करेंगे।
हैं। इनका क्या क्या
यशु का
झूठ है वो बता दो।
वैसे मैं
यशु
सबको क्या बोलते हैं, शीतकालीन संक्रांति की शुभकामनाएं दे दूं।
हाँ
अ,
राइट।
सभी को
मकर
शुभकामनाएं।
संक्रांति, मकर संक्रांति
मकर
तो अभी होने
संक्रांति
वाला है।
15 को आती है ना, 15 जनवरी।
नहीं नहीं, वो फिक्स
ओके।
डेट पे थोड़े, यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड ग्रेगोरियन कैलेंडर और जो मतलब जो भी स्टेलर पोजीशन या सन मून का पोजीशन, उसका कुछ लेना देना है नहीं। कि आज मतलब इस साल 15 में अगर कहीं पे है, हमारा जो कैलेंडर है वो ये सोलर लूनर पोजीशन के बेसिस पे होता है ना, और कॉन्स्टलेशन के बेसिस पे भी होता है। लेकिन जो ग्रेगोरियन कैलेंडर है इसका उससे कुछ लेना देना है नहीं। सो हर साल 15 को ये आएगा ये जरूरी नहीं।
हाँ, क्योंकि हमारा सी मोस्ट ऑफ हमारा जो कैलेंडर है वो शायद, जहाँ तक मैंने तो मैं पढ़ रहा था, इट्स अ लूनी सोलर कैलेंडर, मतलब सन और मून दोनों को ठीक करके कैलकुलेट होता है, और ऑल्सो द आपका जो है ना वो नक्षत्र उसको
हाँ,
देखकर, तो थोड़ा सा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड होता है वो हमारा हमारे जो कैलकुलेशंस है। ओके,
और
ये
हम
एक
लोग
अच्छा
जब
अच्छा सवाल है। ये सवाल नीरव ने पूछा है कि सेक्युलर फेस्टिवल्स आर कॉर्पोरेट क्रिएशंस देन। नॉट एवरी, सारे नहीं, पर
नहीं नहीं,
जो
ओके
भी।
ओके, क्वेश्चन में एक
हम्म,
लेयर है ना, सेकुलर फेस्टिवल। क्रिश्चियंस खुद को सेकुलर थोड़ी बोलते हैं, मैं बार बार बोलता हूँ ना, सेकुलर का मतलब टेम्पोरल होता है। उनके हिसाब से हमारा जो हिंदू फेस्टिवल है वो टेम्पोरल फेस्टिवल्स है, और उनके जो फेस्टिवल्स है वो इटर्नल है। और ये इटर्निटी इटर्निटी का ये तो हाल बना के रखा है ये लोगों ने, कि 100 साल लिटरली वी कैन ट्रेस बैक। ठीक है, ये इनका इटर्निटी का हालात है।
अभी कैलेंडर पर चर्चा हो रही थी, तो मेरा एक प्रश्न है कि हम भारतीय पंचांग को कैसे बढ़ावा दे सकते हैं, जैसे विक्रम संवत या जो भी हमारे तिथि
राइट
तय करने के आधार है, जो भी हमारे
राइट।
पंचांग वगैरह है, तो उसको कैसे बढ़ावा दे सकते हैं। जैसे
बढ़ावा इसी से दे
नेपाल
सकते हैं
में
कि
नेपाल में सुनने में आता है कि वो लोग हिंदू कैलेंडर को फॉलो करते हैं। जैसे अ, उनका
गांव में अभी भी
ऑफिशियल
फॉलो होता
कैलेंडर
है
हिंदू
हिंदू कैलेंडर,
कैलेंडर।
गांव में अभी भी फॉलो होता है। बढ़ावा देने का एक सिंपल सा तरीका ये है कि दोज कैलकुलेशंस दैट आर बीइंग डन देयर, वो मैं एक्चुअली इस पे एक लिख रहा था। मैं सोचा था मुझे फंडिंग मिलेगा तो मैं लिखूंगा, क्योंकि ये बहुत रिगरस किताब वो था, जहाँ पे actually you introduce a lot of like geometry, trigonometry, calculations of astronomy in order to calculate all these things. मैंने 20 पन्ना लिखा भी था ये किताब, विच मीन कि यार ये बहुत साइंटिफिक चीजें हैं। ठीक है, बढ़ावा इसी तरीके से दे सकते हैं कि यार जब जियोमेट्री पढ़ा रहे हो या ये सब पढ़ा रहे हो उसके साथ वो नॉलेज को कपल कर दो ना। अगर ट्रिगोनोमेट्री के साथ वो नॉलेज को कपल करोगे एंड उनको दिखा दोगे यार ऐसे कैलकुलेट होता है। फॉर एग्जांपल हमें पता होना चाहिए इन जनरल कि कितने तरीके का डेज होता है। सो डे डे का डेफिनेशन भी 2-3 तरह का होता है। एक सोलर डे होता है, एक लूनर डे होता है, एक साइडेरियल डे होता है। क्योंकि आप जैसे बोलते हो कि 24 आवर्स, यू नो कि पहली बात तो ये है कि द अर्थ इज रोटेटिंग अराउंड द सन, वो एग्जैक्टली 24 आवर्स में सेम पोजिशन पे आता नहीं है। क्योंकि इट इज एक्चुअली 23 आवर्स 56 मिनट 4 सेकेंड समथिंग लाइक दैट। तो वहां पे वो फिर एक 4 मिनट जैसा बच जाता है हर बार। दूसरा पॉइंट ये है कि बिकॉज इट इज मतलब अर्थ के हिसाब से आप देखोगे कि ठीक है सूरज मूव कर रहा है, बट ये अर्थ भी तो मूव कर रहा है। अर्थ मूव कर रहा है मतलब जो इन्फिनिट डिस्टेंस पे है आइडियली, मतलब द पोजीशन ऑफ द स्टार्स, वो भी तो मूव कर रहा है। सो यू नेवर गेट द एग्जैक्ट पोजीशन in the celestial sphere. You never get the exact position of the sun after, let's say, even after 23 hours 56 minutes. ठीक है, विच मीन कि आप अगर पीरियड एक डे को इस हिसाब से डिफाइन करना चाहोगे कि इट मेंटेन्स अ सर्टेन पीरियोडिसिटी, वो आपको मिलता नहीं है। सो वन वे टू डू इट इज इधर यू डू कि अच्छा ठीक है, एक आप देखो कि ये जो सूरज है ये कौन से स्टार में उठ रहा है, राइज हो रहा है, ठीक है। सो वो स्टार जिस टाइम पे राइज होता है, बिकॉज स्टार्स आर इन्फिनिट डिस्टेंस अवे, सो यू कैन थिंक कि द स्टार राइज के हिसाब से मैं अगर कैलकुलेट करूं डे को, तो आई विल गेट बेटर पीरियोडिसिटी, ठीक है। और ऑब्वियसली आप स्टार राइज देखोगे, द सनराइज लैग द स्टार राइज बाय 4 मिनट, विच मीन कि आज अगर ये सूरज और स्टार एक साथ राइज हो रहा है, दूसरे दिन वो स्टार एक्चुअली 4 मिनट जल्दी आएगा, सूरज जो है वो 4 मिनट लेट आएगा, ठीक है। तो इसलिए फिर आप अगर इफ यू एड इट टू, मतलब 360 से मल्टीप्लाई कर दोगे फॉर ए होल ईयर, फिर ये एक दिन का फर्क पड़ जाता है। तो अगर आप साइडेरियल ईयर कैलकुलेट करते हो और सोलर ईयर कैलकुलेट करते हो, उसमें लगभग एक दिन का फर्क होता है। सो ये तो गया मतलब साइडेरियल डे, सोलर डे, लूनर डे। लूनर डे भी उसी तरह आप डिफाइन कर सकते हो कि चांद पे कब राइज हो रहा है, द पीरियड बिटवीन टू मून राइज इज द लूनर डे, जिसका ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंस नहीं है। बट उसी तरह द पीरियड बिटवीन टू सनराइज इज द सोलर डे। तो हमारे कैलेंडर में जनरली क्या होता है, जनरली हम लोग या तो सोलर डे लूनर मंथ लेते हैं, या फिर सोलर डे सोलर मंथ लेते हैं। क्योंकि मंथ भी उस तरह से आप डिफाइन कर सकते हो कि देयर आर 12 राशिज। राशिज मतलब अगेन सूरज अगर जा रहा है एंड इट इज द होल थिंग इज अराउंड 360 डिग्री, तो 12 राशि है। तो एक एक महीना एक एक राशि में जैसे सूरज बिताता है, ठीक है। तो उस हिसाब से सूरज कौन से राशि में रह रहा है, उस हिसाब से आप मंथ को डिफाइन करो। और फॉर दैट अगर चांद एक महीने में जो जो नक्षत्र के साथ बिता रहा है, उसको एक एक दिन बताओ, ठीक है। तो देयर आर 27 नक्षत्र, देयर आर 12 राशिज, और उसका जो आपको लोएस्ट कॉमन मल्टीपल मिलेगा वो 108 होता है। तो उस हिसाब से फिर 108 एक हिंदुओं के लिए एक पायस नंबर बन जाता है, क्योंकि द होल हिंदूज विद द फर्स्ट रेस हु स्टार्टेड टू इमेजिन द whole celestial sphere, they fragmented this into 108 path, right, or segments, और एक एक सेगमेंट को दे स्टार्टेड टू इमेजिन एज द पेटल्स ऑफ अ लोटस। तो वहां से फिर वो लोटस मिलता है जिसके ऊपर ब्रह्मा बैठा हुआ है, ठीक है। और ब्रह्मा निकला हुआ है, ब्रह्मा मतलब जो ये अर्थ को जो प्रोटेक्ट करता है, राइट। बेसिकली द अर्थ इज सिटिंग ऑन दिस 108 पेटल्ड लोटस। और वो लोटस निकल रहा है विष्णु से। क्यों निकल रहा है? क्योंकि विष्णु जो है वो आदित्य है, एक्चुअली द सन गॉड। विष्णु वॉज ओरिजिनली द सन गॉड, ठीक है। तो इस तरह से बेसिकली इट इज ऑल कनेक्टेड, हाउ यू derived all these things. So this is how I told you, I tried to convey कि how calendar system you can structureize. तो ये सब चीजें अगर पढ़ाओगे तो ऑटोमेटिकली वहां से फिर you will start to have a sense of the historicity of our own formulation of God as well as the formulation of astronomy, for example. तो मेरे हिसाब से I think it makes sense to teach it that way.
हाँ, जैसे
Okay.
आज के
अच्छा।
ग्रेगोरियन कैलेंडर में भी देखे, मैं थोड़ा सा ऐड कर दूं कि
हम्म।
ग्रेगोरियन कैलेंडर में भी देखे आज जो यूज होता है मॉडर्न कैलेंडर,
हम्म।
तो क्योंकि कहा जाता है कि साल में 165 दिन से कुछ घंटे अधिक होते हैं, आ, लगभग 6 घंटे, और 6 घंटे से कुछ कम होता है, तो हर चौथे वर्ष में आपका एक
Right.
दिन बढ़ जाता है, 29 फरवरी। और
Right.
क्योंकि वो वो 6 घंटे से कुछ कम होता है, तो जब आप उसको 400 साल में जोड़ते हैं तो वो एक दिन, नहीं, 100 साल जोड़ते तो एक दिन कम हो जाता है। तो हर
Right.
100th ईयर जो होता है, यदि वो डिविजिबल बाय 400 नहीं होता है तो वो लीप ईयर नहीं माना जाता।
राइट। सो
और
बेसिकली इसका आइडिया ये है कि जैसे एक दिन है, वो दिन एक्चुअली कितना होता है, एक सोलर डे होता है 23 आवर्स 56 मिनट्स 4 सेकेंड। सो अगर आप 4 मिनट 4 मिनट जोड़ो तो वो एक दिन, मतलब वो 4 साल बाद इट विल एड अप टू 1 लेस डे बेसिकली, मतलब और अगर जो 4 सेकेंड है उसको अगर 400 से मल्टीप्लाई करोगे, तो बेसिकली अगर 24 आवर का डे मान रहे हो, सो इट इज एक्चुअली लैगिंग बाय 4 मिनट, जो आपको 4 साल में एक बार ऐड करना होगा एक दिन के हिसाब से। ये जो फिर एक्स्ट्रा 4 सेकंड है, 56 मिनट 4 सेकंड, सो वो 4 सेकंड फिर 400 साल में वो जाके एक दिन बनेगा। तो 400 साल में एक दिन, मतलब ऑब्वियसली 400 साल में एक दिन ऐड करो। और उसके अलावा अगर इफ इट इज नॉट डिवाइडेड, इफ इट इज नॉट डिविजिबल बाय 400, तो वो लिप ईयर नहीं होगा। मतलब अगर इफ इट इज 1180 या फिर मान लो 2180, तब वो लिप ईयर नहीं होगा। लेकिन उसको 400 साल में एक बार ऐड करना, 400 साल में एक बार लिप ईयर आएगा। अदरवाइज क्योंकि वो 4 सेकेंड एक्स्ट्रा डाल रहे हो, ठीक है, व्हेन यू आर कैलकुलेटिंग लिप ईयर एवरी 4 ईयर, तो उसके लिए 100 साल बाद एक लिप ईयर को डिस्का मतलब हटाना पड़ता है। सो दिस इज हाउ इट इज डन एक्चुअली।
यस, सो ये क्या नाम है, Anand, you can also come. Okay, I have posted the link as well. Let me post the link again and pin it here. Hold on, just give me a sec. I need to share. Hold on. Okay, yeah. So I am showing the correct to answer the question of Abhay. Who is the person? Okay, yeah. Tark. So there is a company जहाँ जिसमें हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं. Actually, we are working together. ये जैसे कंपनी कॉल कालायन। सो इन लोगों ने ये घड़ी बनाया है। सो दी ये जो घड़ी है, ये इस तरह का घड़ी रहता है। ये आपका सूनी लूनर कैलेंडर है। इसमें तिथि, नक्षत्र, सनराइज सब कुछ इनकॉर्पोरेटेड है एक ही चीज़ में। तो ये घड़ी मंदिरों में लगने वाला है। और हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं कि इस मतलब इसका मोबाइल ऐप भी बन जाए, इसका आईओएस भी बन जाए, तो वो सब चीज़ें होंगी। तो ये जो हमारा है ना भारतीय टाइम कीप सिस्टम, द टाइम कीपिंग सिस्टम ऑफ भारतीय एस्ट्रोनॉमी, वो लोगों तक पहुंच जाएगा थ्रू मोबाइल ऐप, थ्रू फिजिकल वॉच भी रहेगा एलईडी वाला। तो उस पर काम करें तो भगवान की कृपा से अगर ये वाला ठीक ठाक हुआ तो बहुत सारे लोगों के पास ये उपलब्ध होगा, इसके सारे वर्जन्स। ओके, हु हैज कम? ओके, आनंद हैज कम। यस आनंद।
बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं आपको।
नमस्कार
नहीं,
नमस्कार
इसका साइड भी। नमस्कार। यस, सो आई एम, हाउ डू आई लुक टुडे?
I can't see my phone rarely give me the vision of the whole group unfortunately
अरे ask Santa for a new phone ना। Santa, he will give you a new phone. You are
no,
having
no,
a
not
old
about that.
phone.
Not, my phone is great. The problem is that the StreamYard system is not very good. I don't know how to get it to the landscape mode. Everything's portrait. So
Yeah, that is a problem with StreamYard. Anyway, yes. So tell. So what did you had your today plum cake?
no,
Why? You are health conscious.
no, no. I was like going around burning. I don't say anything.
Calorie.
Actually, I'm scared to get. You get demonetized. You get demonetized. No, not to see.
Okay. So yes, Rishi was okay. Actually, Rishi has shared one more thing. Let me share that as well to the audience. Wait. Okay. ये यहाँ पर है। So Abhay also wanted to understand the concept of time and tithi. So there is a YouTube channel which was sent by, okay, no, ये तो chat ही में है। So this is also quite good resource to actually understand how tithi and other things looks like. Let me go there. Yes, for introduction to everybody actually. So this is it is channel is by Shale. So here you see introduction to Panchang, what is Tithi, antiquity of Indian astronomy, Gregorian versus Indian calendar systems, calendrical systems, what is Panchang, elements of Panchang, Tithi, Nakshatra, why 12 months in a year. So all these are answered in a very quick and short 5 minute lessons. So let me actually put this in the chat as well. for people to actually understand what's going on. Yeah. So Rishi, you have something to say?
हाँ, नमस्ते टू ऑडियंस एंड सभी यहाँ पे दादा
Hmm.
लोग यहाँ पे है,
नमस्ते।
दुरंदर जी भी है यहाँ पे, नमस्ते। सो हाँ, ये शाले में प्रोफेसर रामा सुब्रमण्यम जी, आई हैड द ग्रेटेस्ट फॉर्च्यून ऑफ हैविंग, मतलब educated by him and also having constant guidance from him even now. So not just that he's one of the greatest scholars right now living in India as far as shastras are concerned. He's also one of the best mathematicians as well. IIT Bombay में पढ़ाते हैं. So kindly look at those videos of his. It's a treasure trove for everyone. और हाँ विजिता, आपने जो कहा था वो डाले क्या, उसको लेके मतलब विमर्श दा, आनंद दा
नहीं,
भी है
ऑब्वियसली
यहाँ
यार,
पे।
वो तो
एंड
कोई भी स्कैंडल है तो वो तो हम लोग यहाँ लाते हैं सब
ओह
इसीलिए।
फाइन फाइन
So, वो
फाइन
तो
फाइन,
कैसे
तो मैं वो
What's
शेयर
the
करता हूँ।
scandal? I'm also curious.
ये चैनल स्कैंडल करने के लिए ही बना,
वो तो true है.
स्पेशली जब बिजीत दा रहते।
Intellectual adda. Go ahead.
हाँ, तो मैंने शेयर कर दिया है। सो
Let me see.
जस्ट
ऑन जाओ
प्रीफेस
दे।
बता दूं सभी को। हाँ सो बेसिकली प्रीफेस दे देता हूँ। सो बहुत लोगों ने देखा होगा कि अगर कोई बुक फेयर में जाए तो कुछ एक बुक्स मिलते हैं कि लॉस्ट ईयर्स ऑफ जीसस इन कश्मीर, लॉस्ट ईयर्स ऑफ जीसस इन पुरी, बहुत से वीडियोस मिलेंगे, बुक्स मिलेंगे, फिल्म्स भी होंगे। सो ये जो चक्कर है ये चालू कैसे हुआ था, उस पे एक बहुत अच्छा आर्टिकल है फ्रॉम अ क्रिश्चियन गाय एक्चुअली, but he's diligent in his research and it's a marvelous thing, and I really want Bijit da to comment on it because हाँ विमर्श दादा वो इसमें है फ्रॉम मिसिंग ईयर्स, आप नीचे जाते रहिए, मिसिंग ईयर्स एक मिलेगा टॉपिक, वहां से चालू में।
ये फ्लैग्रेंट पॉडकास्ट में भी डिस्कस हुआ था ना
या
कि जो
एकदम
लोगों ने
या
ओके
सो
कुछ जगह में था.
Yeah, so the missing years. Over the centuries, there have been various fanciful attempts to fill in that blank as well. Legend mongers. Okay, very interesting term you had. Legend mongers have sent the young man Jesus to Egypt to be initiated into ancient mysteries and magic, to Britain with his uncle Joseph
बेसिकली ये
of
जो मिसिंग ईयर्स था उसको वेपनाइज कर दिया गया, मतलब कि
या
जीसस को कभी
Joseph.
ये
जीसस
लोग
वाज
इजिप्ट भेजते थे क्योंकि वो सोक्रेटिस, प्लेटो, इनको कैनोनाइज करना था, राइट, उनको अप्रोप्रिएटाइज करना था, अप्रोप्रिएट करना था। फिर कभी कभी जीसस को इंडिया तिब्बत साइड भेज दिया, कभी इनको जीसस को ये श्रीलंका साइड भेज दिया। जीसस मतलब उनको कितना काम
So
करवाया यार।
yes, very hardworking guy. Correct. We should all take like inspiration from Jesus. He traveled so many places. Okay,
ही
but how
फ्रिकिंग
did?
वॉकड ऑन वाटर, कैन यू
No,
इमेजिन?
अरे,
ही
but
ट्रैवल्ड
correct.
बाय वॉकिंग ऑन वाटर टू
I'm
ऑल दीस
sorry,
प्लेसेस।
that is not even the smallest claim. He rose from the dead. He's a zombie. He has undead what vigor. He doesn't just sleep. He doesn't eat. He can keep running. So that's why he got to Tibet. It's definitely possible.
Yes, correct.
वैसे जीसस को इजिप्ट भेजा गया था वो पेगन्स को डिमोनाइज करने के लिए, ऐसा लगता है मुझे। वो फेरोज वाला कहानी बहुत बढ़िया
मम्मी,
है।
ये जो
So
मम्मी निकलता
basically,
है ना, जो भी मम्मी निकलता है वो सारे
Jesus
जीसस
is a yogi.
Yes, 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 yes. Jesus is a yogi as well.
And you know, it's very interesting. He went after all the brainy people. That explains even more that he was a zombie. Because brainy people have big brains. So zombie को better quality high
यार
size
एक
brain
बात
मिलेगी.
बताओ, इसके खिलाफ ये मतलब इंडिया में अगर ये सब चीज कर रहे हैं ये लोग, ठीक है, सुपरस्टिशन के खिलाफ तो सुपरस्टिशन एक्ट है, प्रिवेंशन एक्ट, ये जो कहानी लिखते हैं इनके खिलाफ केस वेस कर सकते हैं क्या आइडियली इन फ्यूचर?
Which one?
I
This pay?
in future you can do, not right now, because you know where the money comes
No, it
from.
depends how you frame it. The problem is right now, if I've
वही
noticed
part
everyone
religion का
frames it as
essence.
against proselytization. You should be framing it as superstition with fake
Right.
claims of godhood. That's what you should be
Exactly.
doing. You're not treating it like a cult. You're treating it like a religion.
Right.
Yes. So yeah. Rishi, you want me to read this, or we want to discuss
हाँ
this? Tell me.
हाँ थोड़ा पढ़ सकते हैं इस पे जाते रहिए नीचे
Okay.
आपको मजेदार चीजें दिखेंगी
Yeah. So, with his uncle Joseph of Arimathea, who, according to the same legends, would return there with the Holy Grail, the chalice used at the Last Supper, some years afterwards, and to India, Persia, and Tibet to learn the ways of various yogis and Mahatmas. In the wake of today's New Age movement, these modern Jesus legends have gained a whole new readership, one that takes the stories very seriously indeed. Those of us committed to promoting a better grasp of the historical Jesus question today usually find ourselves busy with the misconceptions of traditionally religion religious people, but we must not avoid the very different and equally dubious accounts of Jesus popular in less traditional quarters. The infancy gospels are all pious in a naive and superstitious way, and most of them are also pretty hilarious, reminding us how hard it is to tell when ancient writers meant to be taken literally or even seriously. The life of Saint Isa. Of these missing years stories, the only one worth dealing with here is that underlying Nicholas Notovic's unknown life of Jesus Christ, since this one claims an ancient documentary basis and has its partisans even today. In 1887, Notvik, a Russian Jew converted to Greek Orthodoxy and a war correspondent, possibly a spy, visited the city of Leh, capital of the district of Ladakh on the border with India and Tibet. He had he had a toothache and sought treatment at a Moravian mission station there. But his imagination got the better of him, and in 1894 he wrote a book which told a new and much improved version of the story. Now it seemed he had visited the Tibetan Lamasery monastery of Hemis, also spelled Hemis. Here he mentioned folk legends he had picked up about a prophet named Isa, who sounded strikingly like Jesus. In fact, it is the Arabic of Jesus. He said that the Hemesis monastery itself housed two-volume manuscripts called The Life of Saint Isa. He he hesitated to ask for access to the sacred book but announced he would return. This happened sooner than expected. However, when he fell from his horse and broke his leg, carried back to the monastery, he arranged to have Saint Isa read aloud and translated for him as he recuperated. As the story unfolded, his initial suspicion were confirmed. This could be nothing less than a hitherto unknown chapter in the career of Jesus. He listened carefully and made copious notes. He reorganized much of the material to make it suitable for Western readers, and finally produced The Unknown Life of Jesus Christ, 1894. The book created an international furor. Yes, Rishi.
अच्छा, यहाँ से फिर वो भी आता है, इन केस यू डोंट नो. So this is around, this is going on around 1890, right? और तब भी मतलब इंडिया को लेके इनके दिमाग में काफी ज्यादा मिस्टिसिज्म था. मतलब दे यूज टू लुक एट इंडिया एज अ वेरी मिस्टिक कंट्री, राइट? अभी भी ये वर्ड सदगुरु जैसे लोग यूज करते हैं. बट यहाँ पे फिर हुआ था कि ये लोग बोलने लगे थे कि जो हिमालय है दैट इज द ओरिजिनल ईडन गार्डन, ठीक है। और ये इसी से आया था, इसने जो बुक लिखा था आई थिंक इसी ने फिर लिखा होगा। एंड यू कैन एक्चुअली गेट दिस बुक ऑनलाइन, ये वाला जो बुक इसने लिखा है ना, यू कैन गेट इट ऑनलाइन। आई वाज थिंकिंग ऑफ यूजिंग इट एज अ रेफरेंस, बट अभी तक ये मैंने यूज नहीं किया। बट ऑब्वियसली अगर क्रिश्चियनिज्म को जो अगला काम जब चालू करूंगा मैं, तो ये बुक को मैं रेफरेंस में डालूंगा। हाँ मतलब दिस यू सी दे वेपनाइज एवरी मिथ टू देयर फेवर।
Yes, Atul. So to okay, who is one want to speak? Go ahead, speak. Okay, nobody is speaking, so let me just propose an idea. So I like Anand's idea. Anand is like saying very good things. That correct, the methodical approach, correct, the method in madness, okay, that we see. Bijitda, to you as well, Bijitda. Why do you think कि ये जो मेथोडिकल अप्रोच है, लॉन्ग टर्म मेथोडिकल अप्रोच के लाइक इफ आई वांट टू, अगर मुझे कुछ अच्छा काम करना है, मुझे बॉडी बनाना है, तो आई वांट टू
हाँ
विन आई वांट टू विन अ योगा कंपटीशन, मुझे योग सीखना है और एक योग कंपटीशन जीतना है, तो मुझे शायद 3-4 साल योग करना पड़ेगा, प्रैक्टिस एवरी डे विदाउट फेल।
राइट।
जो जो उसको बोलते हैं 1000 आवर्स और 10,000 आवर्स,
हाँ
जो बोलते हैं कि यू हैव टू प्रैक्टिस टू बिकम समथिंग लेजेंड और बी
राइट।
वेरी गुड एट इट। तो ये जो हमारा डिक्लाइन है ऑफ मेथड ऑफ लॉन्ग टर्म थिंकिंग, ठीक है, ये मतलब व्हेन इट स्टार्टेड, ये कब शुरू हुआ कि आज हम मतलब वी आर सो रिएक्टिव, हम लोग बहुत रिएक्टिव है। इवन एवरी इंडिविजुअल, एवरी हिंदू इज वेरी रिएक्टिव कि अरे ये प्रॉब्लम है, चलो इसको आज ही सॉल्व करते हैं, या इसको लेट सॉल्व इट राइट नाउ। तो ये जो रिएक्शनरी फोर्स, रिएक्शन जो अप्रोच है, इसका कारण क्या है, और ये मतलब हाउ डू वी ओवरकम दिस टू एवरीबडी एक्चुअली।
नहीं, रिएक्शनरी इन व्हाट सेंस, मैं समझा नहीं।
रिएक्शनरी,
मतलब
ओके,
इन द
रिएक्शनरी,
कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ दिस बुक और यू आर
नो नो नो,
टॉकिंग अबाउट समथिंग?
रिएक्शनरी मीन्स के लेट्स से आज हम देख रहे हैं कि भाई एवरी नोक एंड कॉर्नर, एवरी एस्पेक्ट ऑफ आवर लाइफ, ओके, वी आर सीइंग के क्रिसमस को मतलब इट इज इंट्रूडिंग इनटू आवर लाइफ, करेक्ट। More than like more Hindus are celebrating Christmas than even Christians in India,
राइट।
correct? From
तो मैं
offices to
वही, तो मैं
corporate
बार
life.
बार वही बोलता हूँ, सिलेबस में डाल दो एक 6-7। मैं आई थिंक आई हैव टोल्ड यू गाइस दिस थिंग राइट कि अम, मैं जहाँ से पढ़ा हूँ वहाँ से फिर अपना एक स्कूल था, अपना तो बॉयज स्कूल था, सरकारी स्कूल बिल्कुल ही। और उसके बगल में एक मिशनरी स्कूल था और एक चर्च था, ठीक है। तो फिर क्या, ये चर्च वाले क्या करते थे, हमको वो लिफलेट कभी कभी पकड़ा देते। तो मैं शायद 6th या 7th में था, और फिर इन्होंने वो बाइबल का कहानी बना के वो बंगाली में लिखा हुआ था और मुझे पकड़ाया था, राइट। और मैं जब ये पहली बार ये क्रिश्चियनिटी का कहानी पढ़ा, जब मैं हंसा था, मतलब हम लोग लिटरली गोल, मतलब सब मिलके बैठे थे और हम लोग मजाक उड़ा रहे थे। एंड वी डिड नॉट नो व्हाट प्रोपेगेंडा मीन और एनीथिंग, राइट। इट्स जस्ट एज लाइक whatever 10 year old 11 year old guy seemed very funny कि यार इस पे तुम लोग कहानी बना चुके हो, मतलब टेल मी समथिंग एल्स, लाइक इज इट तुमने अपना कहानी पहली बात की 5 पन्नों में डाल दिया पूरा कि उसका ये हुआ था, उसको क्रूसीफाई किया गया था, फिर वो वापस लौट के आएगा, हमने हंसे थे। सो बात वही है इनका, जो भी ये सुपरस्टिशंस वगैरह है, like obviously in the books you are very critical of Hindu religion and I have no problem with that। हिंदुओं का अगर कोई लेजिटिमेट क्रिटिसिज्म है वो करो, मुझे कोई दिक्कत नहीं है उससे। लेकिन इन रिलीजन का भी वो क्रिटिसिज्म करके वो उसको बुक में डालो कि सी हाउ स्टूपिड these cults are actually। कि ये कल्ट्स इतने स्टूपिड थे कि जो अर्लीस्ट जो रोमन फिलोसोफर्स होते थे वो भी इनका मजाक उड़ाते थे। These are not coherent ideologies and this is the reality of Christmas। ये जब डालोगे, जब तब एक 6-7 साल का बच्चा है उसके दिमाग में जब ये सब आ जाएगा, तो वो फिर मुड़ के नहीं देखेगा, ठीक है। और फिर ऑब्वियसली नैरेटिव क्रिएट हो जाएगा कि यार ये सब जो है ये कल्ट ही है, इस पे ध्यान नहीं देना है, क्योंकि तुम मिशनरी स्कूल बना के रखे हो, क्योंकि तुम मदरसा वगैरह बना के रखे हो, इससे ये सब चीज़ों को, सुपरस्टिशन को बढ़ावा दे रहे हो, इसलिए ये भी फल फूल रहा है। जिस दिन इसको मतलब ढंग से काउंटर करना चालू करोगे, इसको सिलेबस में डाल दोगे, उस दिन ये सब मर जाएगा, लोग इसका मजाक उड़ाएगा ये सब चीज़ स्टूपिडिटी का। क्योंकि मतलब इट इज़, लोगों की क्या होता है, लोग कोई भी चीज़ का अगर मजाक उड़ा पाते हैं ना, तो वो खुद भी स्मार्ट फील करते हैं, और ऊपर से वो मजाक बनता है तो लोगों को भी अच्छा लगता है। इट इज समथिंग फन टू शेयर अबाउट, राइट, कि भाई सी दिस इज अ फैक्ट आई एम शेयरिंग विथ यू, सी हाउ फनी दिस इज। तो उस हिसाब से ये सब सुपरस्टिशन को काट सकते हो थ्रू वैलिड क्रिटिसिज्म एंड बाय इंक्लूडिंग इट इन द सिलेबस।
Vijit, just to give a little bit more context to your what you have said, this is ये जो मतलब आप जो बोल रहे हैं ना, that is being done through maybe 100 to 200 years of like planning and all those things, correct? ये तो आज नहीं हुआ है। फर्स्ट पॉलिटिकल पावर कैप्चर किया, देन अपना सिस्टम बनाया, देन
मैं तो
दे
ये बहुत
हैड
सिंपल
चर्च,
बोल रहा
देन
हूँ,
दे हैड
मैं
स्कूल्स।
पॉलिटिकल, मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा हूँ कि आर्टिकल 25 या आर्टिकल 30 को खत्म कर दो, मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा हूँ। मैं बोल रहा हूँ दीज आर सुपरस्टिशन। तुम ऐसे भी लोगों को ऐसे लिखना पड़ता है ना, सुपरस्टिशन रिलीजियन इस चीजों पे, तो वहां पे ये डाल दो। आई एम नॉट सेइंग कि मेक एनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल चेंजेस, आई एम सेइंग कि मेक चेंजेस इन द सिलेबस। मैं नहीं
Yes,
बोल रहा हूँ कि 100 ईयर से जो इन्होंने इस्टेब्लिश किया है, इन्होंने जो जगह इतना सारा मिशनरी का इतना लैंड ऑक्युपाई करके रखा है, वहां जाके उनको पीटने लगा हूं। मैं ये सब कुछ नहीं क्लेम कर रहा हूँ। ये लिटरली 1 साल भी नहीं लगेगा मैं जो बोल रहा हूँ वो इम्प्लीमेंट करने में।
yeah, but again you're forgetting politics. Every good thing which happens
मैं
through
हाँ,
politics.
एक
Every
मिनट,
bad
ये जो
thing happens through politics.
बाबर को विलेन की तरह दिखाना या फिर अकबर को ग्रेट हटाना, ये सब किया है ना।
हाँ, but you know why it happened? It happened post 2024, correct?
हाँ मतलब जितने भी
वो
साल लगा,
आपके
बट
नहीं नहीं नहीं
पॉइंट है
नहीं
ना,
नहीं
वो
सी
पहले भी हटा
आगे
सकते थे। आज
नहीं
अगर कांग्रेस जब
पहले
कर्नाटक में जब कांग्रेस आए, पहला चीज उन्होंने किया सिलेबस चेंज करना। 2004 में जब सोनिया गांधी आए थे, उसके बाद अटल बिहारी ने जितना भी चेंज किया था एजुकेशन में, पहला काम उनका था एजुकेशन पे वार करना। तो वो तो
यस
पहले,
इसी
ये तो उनका पहला काम होता है। कांग्रेस का पहला काम ये होता है कि सिलेबस चेंज करो। तो ये बीजेपी का क्यों नहीं हो सकता? मेरा क्वेश्चन यही है। आप बोल रहे हो
यस मैं
पॉलिटिक्स है,
इसीलिए
पॉलिटिक्स है। हाँ पता है मुझे पॉलिटिक्स है, लेकिन ये तो आसान चीज है ना, बुक चेंज करने में किसका फ्रिक्शन का सामना करना पड़ेगा? नहीं करना पड़ेगा ना किसी का।
देयर आर फ्रिक्शंस।
कौन
ओके
सा
सो
फ्रिक्शन मतलब?
एक
ये अगर कोई मिशनरी स्कूल के प्रिंसिपल वगैरह ये बाहर आ जाएंगे क्या? अगर तृणमूल कांग्रेस सिलेबस चेंज कर सकता है, तृणमूल कांग्रेस अपने सिलेबस में ये नंदीग्राम का आंदोलन डाल दिया है, जिसकी वजह से बंगाल में अपना इंडस्ट्री भी नहीं आ रहा है। तो उनका पहला काम था ना अपना सिलेबस चेंज करना। आप कह सकते हो हाँ दिस इज, सी इट इज अ वीक डिफेंस टू से कि यार ये तो बहुत पॉलिटिकल चीज है,
नो नो
ये
मैं
क्या
आई
कर
एम नॉट
सकते हैं।
डिफेंडिंग एनीबॉडी। मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि इसमें पॉलिटिक्स इन्वॉल्व है और पॉलिटिकल
दिस इज
पार्टी
नॉट अ
दे
वेरी
डोंट वांट टू
डिफिकल्ट
डू इट।
पॉलिटिक्स, मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ। दिस इज मतलब इससे जो पॉलिटिकल काउंटर निकलेगा वो इतना डिफिकल्ट भी नहीं रहेगा कि आप बिल्कुल ही मतलब, अरे फैक्ट है, तुम रेफरेंस देके एक चीज लिख रहे हो, इस मतलब हाउ कैन इट बी? उनको काउंटर करने के लिए रेफरेंस के लिए देके करना पड़ेगा। तो कोई बात नहीं, तुम्हारा अगर काउंटर पॉइंट भी
इफ
है वो भी रेफरेंस देके रहेंगे, तो इसमें प्रॉब्लम तो नहीं है ना।
अगर ये
ये मैं
होता तो
बता रहा
दे
हूँ ये किस लिए नहीं हो रहा पा रहा है, ये इसीलिए नहीं हो
हाँ
पा रहा है क्योंकि ये जो करंट पॉलिटिकल डिस्पेंसेशन जो बैठा हुआ है वो एक्चुअली बहुत गवार है इस मामले में, ठीक है, क्योंकि वो गवार लोग बैठे हुए हैं वहां पे, तो इनको ये सब समझ में नहीं आता।
Okay, let's take this question. Why do you think it's become acceptable for Hindus to celebrate Christmas? We see many people keeping trees at home and all these things. So, yeah, how it got normalized?
हाँ क्योंकि वही ना, सिलेबस में डाले हो, पढ़ाए
No,
हो,
no.
सेकुलरिज्म
I'll tell you
डाले
why.
हो।
No, it's not because of that. I tell you honestly. I tell you why it's happening. It's happening because we crave external validation. It's a very simple. So for our culture, like this is a fundamental thing that Indians need to change, and unless this changes, nothing else is going to change, right? I saw this video of this one guy. He was doing like I think in Delhi somewhere. He does his spinning backflip, and he goes next door to white people, and he wants to flirt with the white people, the white girl, right? Why is this happening? The guy is skillful. He's able to do a spinning backflip. He could even easily be a gymnast, and he could be in the Olympics if he put his mind to it. But what is he wasting his skill on? Some white girl. And then this is highlighted by another person saying, "Oh, look at this Gawar. He's going on disturbing Europeans. This is why Europeans call us names." So it literally is the same person. One is commenting about the other person doing a backflip to a white person. Both are focused on European validation. What does a European think about me? Am I Gawar? Am I normal? Am I blah 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 whatever? Neither one is saying go to hell. I don't care if this Gawar is doing this stuff. I don't care. It doesn't reflect me. So why should I take blame on myself? And this is an addiction throughout India right now, across India right now. That
नहीं मुझे ये
why
समझ
am
में
I
नहीं है
being
इंडिया के अंदर कैसे व्हाइट का वैलिडेशन चाहिए होगा
there's a white tourist. He wants to show up to a white tourist. He does not want to show up to another
नहीं
Indian
यार
person.
ये सब ये बीमारी कहाँ
मैं
तक
इस पर एक
फैल
बात
गया है
कहना चाहता
गाँव में
हूँ।
बैठा हुआ कोई बंदा व्हाइट
मुझे इस
वैलिडेशन
पर
के
एक
लिए
बात
क्यों
कहने दीजिए।
तरसेगा
I'm not
देखिए,
listening. My point is, it fundamentally is that's a problem right now because even the most liberal, liberated Indian wants to show off to a white person when they come here. This is the reality. I'm sorry. We are so
मैं
inbuilt
इस
in
पर एक
our consciousness. It has become like that. So you have to break that. You want to break. You start breaking that. You start solving this problem about Christmas. Because you celebrate Christmas not because you actually enjoy the thing. You celebrate it because you want to be like the rest of the world. Because this addiction is there across the rest of the world as well, not just in India. It's there in Southeast Asia among Buddhists. Everywhere is there right now.
आनंद एक बार मैं बात कहूँ?
Oh,
ठीक है, इस इंडिया में अभी मैं देखता हूँ लोगों में दो दिक्कत बहुत बड़ी है। एक है सेल्फ फ्लैजिलेशन, छोटी छोटी बात में अपने आप को ही कौड़े मारना।
yeah.
थोड़ा सा किसी ने कुछ कर दिया, अरे हाँ आई वी आर सॉरी, इंडियंस लोग ऐसे ही है, ये वो अपने आप को कोसने लगते हैं छोटी छोटी बातों पर। और एक है जैसे क्रिसमस क्यों हिंदू लोग मनाते, क्योंकि most of the Hindus don't see Christmas as a Christian thing. They see
Yeah,
it as a Western thing.
yeah.
कि वेस्ट के जैसा जब हम बिहेव करते ना, देन वी आर हाई स्टैटस।
Yeah.
वो वाली मानसिकता है कि उनके
Class.
जैसे कपड़े पहनना, उनके जैसा खाना खाना, उनके जैसे त्योहार मनाना, या वैलेंटाइंस का जो कल्चर यहाँ पर आया वो भी उसी के कारण है। जैसे
Halloween भी आ गया अभी।
हाँ, अब तो हैलोवीन भी मनाने लग गए, भगवान जाने क्यों। पर जैसे जैसे साउथ में तो उतना नहीं, पर नॉर्थ में आप देखते हैं बहुत लोग ना जब हाथ से कोई खाता है तो ऐसे नाक सिकोड़ के देखते हैं कि कांटा चम्मच से क्यों नहीं खा रहे हो। और जो लोग उल्टा सीधा बोलते हैं उनके कान के नीचे लगाने का मन करता है। पर खैर वो बात भी छोड़ो। पर ये एक इंडियंस का प्रॉब्लम तो है कि एक है अपने आप को वेस्टर्न दिखाना। वी थिंक वेस्टर्न कल्चर एज हाई कल्चर। हम अपना हिंदू हाई कल्चर भूल चुके। थोड़ा बहुत जो हिंदू हाई कल्चर मुझे दिखता भी है वो थोड़ा साउथ में दिखता है कि साउथ में धोती या वेष्टी पहनकर भी लोग बहुत रॉयल दिखते हैं। घर को जैसे सजाते हैं गेंदे के फूल से या डेकोरेशन, वो जो लंबा जो दीपम नहीं होता है उनका दीप स्तंभ, वो सब जलाते अपने घर में। नॉर्थ में तो हिंदू हाई कल्चर खत्म ही हो चुका है। जो कुछ थोड़ा बहुत बचा है साउथ में बचा है हिंदू हाई कल्चर, एटलीस्ट इन टर्म्स ऑफ एस्थेटिक्स। मैंने
I
ये
think
पहले भी बात
सेंट्रल इंडिया में एक बहुत अभी बचा है। सेंट्रल इंडिया में बहुत बचा है।
सेंट्रल इंडिया जैसे
मध्य प्रदेश, महाराष्ट्र, तेलंगाना।
महाराष्ट्र में भी है, महाराष्ट्र में है हिंदू हाई कल्चर। पर साउथ और मतलब नॉर्थ साइड जैसे दिल्ली विल्ली में नहीं बचा है। ये सब साइड में तो एकदम नहीं बचा है। राजस्थान में भी उतना नहीं है। जैसे हिंदू हाई कल्चर से मेरा मतलब है एस्थेटिक्स। जैसे नॉर्थ में इंडियन क्लोथिंग को बैकवर्ड माना जाता है, या भारतीय पकवान को बैकवर्ड माना जाता है या भारतीय भाषाओं को बैकवर्ड माना जाता है। हर जो भी कुछ भी भारतीय है या हिंदू है उसको पिछड़ेपन से देखा जाता है।
I
तो
see.
साउथ में एटलीस्ट मूवीज में मैंने देखा है, चाहे तेलुगु फिल्म्स में स्पेशली, हिंदू हाई कल्चर को बहुत अच्छे से दिखाते हैं, हिंदू एस्थेटिक्स। जैसे पहनावा होता है, गहने पहनना, ज्वेलरी पहनना, उसको बहुत अच्छे से, बहुत ही रॉयल वे में, बहुत ही सोफिस्टिकेटेड वे में दिखाते। तो वो भी
That
एक
is the reason for
समस्या है,
that.
एक हिंदू एस्थेटिक्स को आगे बढ़ाना चाहिए, मतलब हिंदू
There
या
is a reason for
इंडियन
that.
एस्थेटिक्स।
There is a reason for that. I tell you the reason.
हाँ हाँ, बोलिए बोलिए।
Women are very active in the cultural space. Women have not taken a back seat. They're very active in the cultural space. Have you noticed wherever the women are very active in the cultural space, cultural aesthetics will persist strongly. Like
एक्चुअली
they won't be back.
एस्थेटिक्स इज अ वुमेन्स डिपार्टमेंट, पीपल डोंट अंडरस्टैंड।
Men also can be there, but the women need to lead the charge. Men also will be part of it, but the women need to lead the charge. When the female community is high in the cultural aesthetic department, then the high culture is maintained. It's like that. It's always that. Men can also can participate, but the woman must be leading the charge.
जैसे जैसे इस विषय में मेरा बहुत सारी लड़कियों से बहुत झगड़ा हुआ है कि लड़कियों को तो आप लोग बोल देते हैं कि साड़ी पहनो, सलवार कुर्ती पहनो, ये हिंदू पुरुष लोग क्यों नहीं करते? मैं बोला, राम मंदिर के सामने गोलियां कौन खा रहा था? कौन सी महिला आई थी सर पे गोली खाने के लिए? या हिंदुत्व पर पुस्तक किसने लिखा था? आप लोग पॉलिटिकल चैनल्स पे आते नहीं है, 90% के खाली पुरुष होते हैं सोशियोलॉजी या पॉलिटिकल चैनल्स पे। आप लोग एस्थेटिक्स के चैनल्स पे जाते, फैशन के चैनल्स पे जाते। आप उस क्षेत्र में हिंदुओं के लिए कुछ कीजिए, आप शोला श्रृंगार को बढ़ावा दीजिए, आप गहनों को बढ़ावा दीजिए, आपको वो भी नहीं करना है। ये मैंने एक हिंदू लड़की को गरियाते हुए सुनाया था ये बात। और हम भी पहनेंगे, फिर हम भी धोती पहनेंगे, हमको भी कोई आपत्ति नहीं है। आप शुरू तो कीजिए। कहीं तो हर बात में तो पुरुष पहल नहीं कर सकता ना, कहीं पर महिला को भी पहल करना पड़ेगा, विशेष रूप से उन क्षेत्रों में जहां पर उनकी रुचि है। फैशन और एस्थेटिक्स में महिलाओं की रुचि हमेशा से रही। खैर, मैं इसको महिला बनाम पुरुष का विषय नहीं बनाना चाहता, मैं बस बता रहा था। पर क्योंकि आपने कहा आनंद की महिलाएं जहां पर आगे रहती है वहां पर एस्थेटिक्स को बढ़ावा मिलता है, हमारे कल्चरल एस्थेटिक्स को, तो मुझे लगा ये बात भी कहना आवश्यक है। पर हाँ, ये मैंने देखा है कि साउथ में एस्थेटिकली हिंदुइज्म इज मच मोर रिप्रेजेंटेड।
Like if
इसीलिए
you know,
साउथ में मैंने देखा है क्रिश्चियंस लोग बहुत अप्रोप्रिएट करते हैं हिंदू एस्थेटिक्स को,
yeah, of course.
बहुत
Again,
ज्यादा।
महिला ही aesthetic appropriate करती हैं. They're also the females appropriate the aesthetic. If you observe, they are the ones running that aesthetic appropriation because they want the aesthetics. Women want aesthetics in their actions. Men are more focused on the end result. Of course, there may be some exceptions to the rule. There may be exceptions to the rule, but generally this is there in culture. So, for example, you look at South Indian weddings, right? Almost none of the planning and work is done by men. Men are secondary in that discussion. Women will manage everything, including hiring the priest, hiring the venue, talking to all the different vendors, the ceremony, everything mostly women will handle. Men are like the assistants. If they need this thing, men will assist. That's it. You
वो
look at the amount
मजदूर
of
होते हैं पुरुष।
हाँ मजदूर होते हैं. At least generally जो cultural like significant cultural movements में women take this step forward. हाँ, the priests may be men, but predominantly the organization of cultural events are women's domain. Literally.
दैट इज ट्रू, दैट इज एब्सोल्युटली ट्रू। तो मैंने तो एस्थेटिक्स में, जैसे एक गौरी माहुलीकर करके एक चिन्मय मिशन की प्रोफेसर है, उन्होंने इंडियन एस्थेटिक्स पे बहुत अच्छा एक वीडियो बनाया था संगम टॉक्स में। सबको देखना चाहिए कि हाउ इट इज कनेक्टेड टू स्पिरिचुअलिटी, कि हमारा जो थाल है उसमें जो जो सामग्री रहती है, जैसे सातों प्रकार के उसमें टेस्ट होने चाहिए, बिटर, स्वीट, इत्यादि इत्यादि सार। और उन्होंने बोला था कि हमारे जो थाली का जो कलर पैलेट होता है ना, वो भी हमारे मानसिकता को या साइकोलॉजी को बहुत हद तक प्रभावित करता है, जिससे हम चेतना के स्थिति की ओर जा सकते। तो उन्होंने बोला था कि जो एस्थेटिक्स भी होते हैं ना हमारे घर के, या घर को जैसे हम सजाते हैं, उसके पीछे भी एक सोच है। तो एक चेतना की ओर जाने का सोच है। तो बहुत अच्छा,
See,
वो 50 मिनट के लिए उन्होंने वीडियो बनाया होगा, 50 मिनट 1
it's
घंटे,
very interesting if you observe
बहुत बढ़िया
where
बनाया था।
even among Muslims, right, where the females have a cultural role, aesthetics are very good. Where the females have no cultural role, aesthetics are shit.
या एस्थेटिक्स इज अ मेनली फीमेल थिंग, मतलब वो फीमेल नेचर के साथ जाता है, सुंदर दिखना है नॉन। पुरुष लोग तो 10 दिन बिना नहाए रह जाएंगे, उनका तो क्या है, वो सबसे उस हिसाब से पुरुष लोग का छोड़ दीजिए। साफ सुथरा रहने के लिए महिला ही सबसे पहले बोलती है जा नहा, सबसे पहले माँ ही आके बोलती।
ओके, सो अब हम लोग एक्चुअली ये वाला ऋषि हैज कम। ऋषि, अरे स्लेविन भी इज आल्सो देयर। स्लेविन आई फॉरगॉट टू ऐड हिम।
Plus level.
ऋषि, स्लेविन स्लेविन आल्सो कॉल इसमें है, तो गो अहेड, तुमको इसके बारे में क्या कहना है?
Hello.
I
Yeah, I
wanted to
wanted to speak about, the complaint about women. There is a genuine thing about it also from their side, because they complain that in most of our festivals, the labor work of like preparing all the sweets and all is done by women. So I've heard a lot of from my like cousin sisters and all. They are taking like less stress because all the work falls on them, they were complaining. And guys don't help out, the brothers don't help out as much. So we are trying to correct it. And like in Maharashtrian side, like when Diwali comes, we make like farar. So like we make all sorts of sweets like karanji, chakli, and all that. So like we do it as a
Levin,
family, not just.
honestly, I don't want to debate this, but I can debate this very hard.
But no,
okay,
there is
we
a
will not
genuine
debate.
thing, I think.
We will not debate that right now.
This
Rishi, go
women
ahead.
complaining is a very big problem with women. They always
Okay,
complain.
okay, we are not going to do today women versus men debate, वो कई और दिन कर लेंगे। ऋषि, go ahead, ये वाला काफी इंटरेस्टिंग है।
Yeah, especially when there are no women on those panels. So let's keep it aside. Yeah. So on this issue of
Well,
I
I
was
mean,
writing
Javed
for the
Akhtar
woman
and the
only.
Maulana did a debate on Ishwar, so none of them were Hindu, right? Just kidding. Yeah.
Can I debate? Can I make this a tangential point? It's not about
Yeah,
the
go ahead,
debate,
go ahead.
who's right, who's wrong. Fundamentally, we will understand that in any society, and if you need something, you should first ask for it and see if that is reciprocated, and then make a judgment. I have observed in our society, people who want something don't ask for it very often. So they assume that the other group may not participate. So either way, both ways, it could happen both ways. So my suggestion would be, whoever has a problem with this particular perspective, maybe you should ask and see whether the change happens. That's all. Continue.
Yeah, go ahead, Rishi.
yeah. So on this issue of no.
ऋषि, your voice is cracking. तुम्हारा voice crack हो रहा है।
Even I was wondering what happened.
Even in the preface, we see that. Yeah. So.
ऋषि, बोलो तुम।
Yeah. So after meeting those monks, and then he conjures up this whole story. What happened later on, as we see after the book gets famous, so Max Muller, later on you can see in the article, Max Muller is the first guy to refute this, because he had to research over for his project, right, the Sacred Books of East. So while consulting Buddhist texts, he might have gone through the archives there as well. He refutes this, and one of the bad effects which happened because of this was some of our leaders, I'll not name them openly, some of them are very respected in current Hindutva discourse as well. they took it up and they spun it around to sell this sort of story in West. That okay, so see, Notovich has written about Jesus' missing years. So we are the ones who gave Jesus the gift that you all are trying to preach to us. So therefore, Jesus was a Hindu yogi or a Buddhist monk. So his knowledge is basically Eastern wisdom. That's it. And then try following our path. So we get to see many Buddhist missionaries as well as Hindu missionaries uh, talking about this story again and again. The problem is it did not work much over there. The missionaries, especially the what are they called?
Christian apology.
Apologists. Yeah. Christian apologists made a mincemeat out of this. It was not even a question afterwards, but it persisted and it traveled back to India. It did the opposite thing. So in India, it backfired. Now we are told to honor some foreign deity or foreign figure as our own, and then we get to see that ठीक है घर के पूजा मतलब पूजा घर में जीसस का भी फोटो लगा हुआ है. In many so-called Hindu institutions I have seen in Rishikesh, which attract a lot of foreigners, you get to see Jesus over there being worshipped. There is a organization of Kriya Yoga
That
as well.
is,
I'll
that is
just
just
mention
marketing
that.
trying to make money, which is not wrong.
Yes. Come again.
That is just smart Hindus trying to make money off Western foreigners and earning valuable foreign exchange. I don't see anything wrong with that. Just use like
No.
take
That's the problem. That's the problem. We are just focused on that area alone. Problem is this isn't working much upon the Westerners. This is backfiring upon us. So people then start to preach Jesus' sermons, like the Sermon on the Mount, as something akin to Hindu wisdom. And we must be following that and we must be appreciating it. This was a technique later on also copied by Catholics as well, which is very much well documented in Sitaram Goelji's book, Catholic Sannyasins. So, this was something which I wanted to at least express to the audience, and maybe they should get careful about it and try reading the refutations and seeing it as I mean, if we can convey it as a ploy to convert Westerners, fine enough. But we should not be fooled in that regard, I guess. It should not be backfiring upon us.
बेसिकली यहाँ
That's
पे
the
ना
problem.
सेंट थॉमस का स्कल मतलब एज पर क्रिश्चियनिज्म और उनका स्केलेटन जो है वो इटली में भी है, कुछ ऑटोना नाम का जगह है। फिर उनका स्कल अपेरेंटली ग्रीस में भी मिलता है। फिर दे आर नाउअडेज सेइंग कि सेंट थॉमस वाज बरीड इन मैड्रास। सो सी दिस सॉर्ट ऑफ मिथ क्रिएटिंग ना, दिस इज आई थिंक ये इस मामले में ये इस्लाम से भी आगे बढ़ चुके हैं। क्रिश्चियनिज्म जो है, आई एम प्रीटी श्योर अगर साउथ अमेरिका, लैटिन अमेरिका का अगर हिस्ट्री ढूंढा जाए ना, तो इससे भी ज्यादा मिथ्स हमें मिलेगा वहाँ कैसे क्रिश्चियनिज्म फैला। ऑब्वियसली कॉलोनियल मतलब इम्पोजिशन तो था ही, बट उसके साथ आई थिंक दिस इज द वे दिस कल्ट एक्चुअली प्रोपगेट्स।
So one thing you understand about Christians themselves, right? When they become Christian, so for example, there are two types of Christians, right? There are the nominal Christians who don't actually practice much, and then the actual Christians who actually believe in the resurrection of Christ and original sin and Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit and everything. The latter will not be, their opinion will not be changed regardless of anything. Anything you do, they won't change their beliefs. You must be very clear about that, right? Very clear. It doesn't matter if you frame, say, the Hindu that Jesus came to India and learned some. Doesn't matter. Jesus was God. So he just happened to be, even if he happened to be there, God gave him the information. He got the information through divine commandment. That's it. This you can't negotiate these things with them. You can hoodwink some nominal Christians who don't practice with money, but you will never. What will happen? It'll back like very correctly what Rishi is saying. It
Rishi,
backfires on other communities because then it convinces others to start thinking that their God actually was Jesus, not the one that they believed. That everything that comes for the knowledge that they had came from someone else. Because what will Christians do? They will take away they're very good at digestion, okay? They will take good things from you. They'll remove the stuff that goes against their tradition, and they'll tell you that what they've given you, then they'll give it back to you and say, this is what we have given you. Your tradition didn't give it, ever. Ever. You didn't ever have it. We gave it to your tradition. So it'll seem like they gave you that part of the tradition that you know is yours, that you should have known is yours. Because in the meantime, they're busy making you forget your traditions. So you must be very careful of digestion by these two religions. Thankfully, Judaism doesn't do this. It is not. It's extremely. It's one of the most strict religions in all three of them, even more strict than Islam. Right?
What are
They
you
have very
saying?
strict.
Judaism? In
Yes, very
Judaism,
strict.
they are allowed to lie
No,
before these
I'm talking about
unbelievable.
in their own community, they cannot change their religions. Very strict. The Orthodox Jews are very strict. They won't change anything. They won't allow. I agree that there are Jews outside of that system that can change everything what they want, but they still have their history
One
that,
second, one second.
stays
No, no.
constant.
So in Judaism, Jews are actually allowed to lie before the non-Jewish people because they are
That's
like
fine, but
animals.
I'm
You know
talking about
that,
among
right?
themselves. Among themselves, they don't lie. They're very honest about what they believe in.
Right, but like it is about how they behave before the unbelievers, no?
Yeah, but they don't care what unbelievers
What
think.
they
That's
are
my point.
doing, I mean, we between themselves, I mean, Muslims are also good that way. कि एक साथ जाके नमाज
No, they
पढ़ना
do
ये
believe.
करना.
They want to convert. Jews don't care to convert. Have you ever seen Jew come up to you and ask to convert? They could
Because
care less.
no, they convert. They want to convert in some other way, like
They
by
don't
creating
convert.
different philosophies, different
No, because it's
ideologies.
ethnocentric religion. They've already chosen the chosen of Christ, the chosen of Israel are
Not to
already chosen. You are not.
Judaism, not to
You're never going to
Judaism,
join them.
but others. They have created so many subversive ideologies, and they want people to
That is
convert to
fine.
that.
Bijay, you're taking again what I'm saying. Why we should be very careful when we are trying to bring our theology and give it to the Christian, because they're
That
looking to convert you. Jews are not
right, right.
interested in converting you. I'm talking in that from that perspective. Yeah, this may not be true. The
Hmm.
same because both these all these three religions are from the same source. That I will
Right,
give
right.
you. I'm talking about what is our strategy. The Jews are a non-existent threat to us. Political, maybe
Hmm.
someday Israel may have a problem with us, but right now they're not a threat. We should not even consider them a threat because we waste our energy talking about them.
They're
To be
mostly
honest.
allies as well, like because
Sorry.
mostly they like to ally with us on issues regarding the Middle East as
Even if
well.
they didn't, it's not. They're not relevant to our life. Even if they will never be interested in our life. Like the Zoroastrians. Like Zoroastrians are not very positive, very pragmatic either. But they are not a threat to us because they don't care about us or they don't care about our religion. They're happy with their religion, right? They don't care. So I'm talking about the threats to our traditions. And our traditions, biggest threats are these two religions. And we should never give them a chance to appropriate our ideas. Right? A Jew that appropriates our ideas will stop being a Jew. He'll become a Hindu or he'll become a Buddhist. It's very clear. They will never say, oh, this actually came from Abraham. Like tomorrow, reincarnation, they will say, oh, Abraham created it. They won't say that. Right? But a Christian might. A Christian might say, oh, because it's suitable to say Abraham, Jesus actually preached reincarnation. That's the thing. That's the difference I'm trying to make. Distinction I'm trying to make.
Absolutely. I mean, after Enlightenment, they changed their flavor of religion, like flavor of Protestantism, right? So Unitarianism became very famous after Enlightenment because Unitarianism was against miracles, it was against divinity of Jesus, but it still kept Jesus as the main guy, and kept Christianity alive.
They
Its
reject
teachings, at
Leviticus.
least.
Most of Leviticus they reject these days because they're like, oh shit, it's so horrible. I can't mix colors. How can I continue being a Christian today if I can't mix colors? Right? Washing vinegar. I can't have pork. They can't eat pork. Christians are not supposed to touch pork. Just like Jews are not supposed to touch pork. But they touch pork. They love eating pork. Like they're the
Bacon
most they're actually
sandwiches.
the most adaptable in the biggest threat because they'll digest everything that you give them.
Yep. I mean, I think anybody can find it out. So Paul, I guess, in one of the letters or epistles, he says this, like, to a Jew I behave as a Jew, to a Gentile I behave as a Gentile, just to spread the light of Christ to them. He says it clearly. What's the technique? And one of the popes, I guess, said also wrote in a letter to one missionary in England that how to preserve Christianity within the facade of paganism. So he says that do not destroy the temples, destroy the idols within the temples, and like post the cross over there, and then use the traditional ways of worship which was done towards the idols now towards the cross, and then after a couple of generations they become Christian and they forget the previous tradition.
Exactly. Any information on the comment by Malech Bhaksha Rakshasa? This indigenous tribes. I'm not really sure about the tribes and how did
Yeah.
they. I'm
Do
not
you
sure.
have any like if you have any information on this, actually you can send me an email to correct Nava Vimarsh email ID hai. If you go to let me put that email ID itself here.
Because a lot of the Orthodox Jews also don't accept these tribes. It's only the tribes themselves who say we are actually Jew. They actually complain of a lot of racist hate from. What is it? What kind of Jew are there? The special kind of Jews.
Harim.
Ashkenazi.
Ashkenazi Jews. We get hate from them. They're like, oh, you're actually only European Jews are real Jews. Like, there's a lot of intra-race problems among Jews as well. The current Jews,
Yeah,
at least.
there is a bit of like discrimination because we have Jewish houses in my village also. So one of the so so-called tribes that came, they came via boat, and the legend is in my village, Alibag, they had a shipwreck and then they made houses in our area. So many of the Jews that went over to Israel now, they are from my village actually, and they
Mm.
complain of like facing uh, some racial bias and stuff like that. And but still, like many of them still try to keep their culture and like the language alive. They all speak Marathi, and the interesting thing is all their sort of religious Jewish songs. The tune and everything is taken from like our Marathi prayers or whatever. They'll just
Mm.
adapt that tune or like whatever, in copy paste over there, and you just use it for their stuff. So interestingly, when Sharad Pawar had gone to Israel for some meeting, and he had a meeting with the Indian diaspora over there. And like when he
Mm.
asked what language to address, they all said Marathi mein de bola sahib, like speak in Marathi, because like everyone was like Marathi over there. Even he was surprised.
Can I ask another question?
Yes. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So these particular Jews, have they done any like genetic analysis to find out like what specific like genetic connections do they have to Judaism?
I have
If
no idea on that end, but how they came to know about that they are Jews is
Mhm.
like some person had come from Europe, and he was like traveling that our village area, like Alibag area, and he discovered these people like they follow the Jewish Sabbath. They are called Shanivar Teli because they were originally oil pressers, but they don't work on Saturdays, which was a very peculiar thing. Like
Mm.
when so for the local community, so they were like in jest called Shanivar Teli, like Shanivar ko kaam nahi karte. So,
Okay.
so this guy European came and he found out these guys are following rules of Judaism, and then he sort of like made an effort to find out who they were, and then he taught them the like they had some original practices from Judaism, but like many got corrupted, like I said, like they tried to follow our Hindu traditions, copy paste it over there. So it was a bit corrupted. So like that guy made sure that like he communicated that I have found a lost tribe to the main Jewish whatever organization, and then they sort of tried to make them come back into Judaism. That's the sort of
So very
whole
similar to
story. The
what do
lost
you call it?
tribes.
No, the Romani, the Romani worship Kali as Kali
Yeah.
Sara,
Mm-hmm.
as a Christian goddess, like Mother Mary, almost like Mother Mary. They worship her like that. But a lot of their traditions are very Hindu, like they're very intermittent tribe traditions, like horse keeping, right? It's a very common tradition to keep and raise horses. Because a lot of these guys were descendants of basically the stables of the Rajputs, like the stabliers, or I don't know what do you call them, the people who run the stables.
Sarthi, maybe. No, Sarthi would
No,
be
the
the
people who run the
charioteer, but
stables. They breed horses and all that, not the charioteer themselves, but the ones who breed them.
okay.
So there's a tradition of breeding a really strong and really powerful horses, and they are basically specialists in that. And they
So
worship Kalisara. So again, Kalisara is some tribes, right? Other tribes have become more Christian than they are Hindu. But they keep their traditions alive. Some of the like the music and the dance is very similar to what you find in Rajasthan.
even like so for this Jewish community that is specifically from my so like we have modak during Ganpati. So like even their sweet dish for their so I don't know what specific Jewish festival, but when
Shabbat
they
maybe.
yeah, but like for that also their dish is also similar to what like Maharashtrians make, like whatever our traditional sweets and everything.
It makes sense.
It's sort of a fusion or a like close things of like so basically they're like very assimilated. So like many
Yeah.
of them have actually moved back to like the community that is still remaining is like really small because most of them have emigrated to Israel, and like the ones that have stayed back mostly they're like because you so there our mechanic guy like electronics like he deals with all that, so he is a Israeli Jew, like not Israeli Jew, like Jew from my village, but he lives in Mumbai, and he was like I asked him like why did you not go back. He was like they will make me do military service and then I'll have to learn the language. They're very strict regarding that. I don't want to do all that, so we didn't go.
So okay, so we get back to the topic on Christianity specifically, right? So
Yeah.
what else can we figure out by this digestion that they're doing? And what do you think? Okay, let's look at what's happening right now. A lot of these southern Christians are doing a lot of these, like even Punjabi Christians. They are keeping the 5 what do you call it signs, nishans of Sikhi, right? And if you notice, none of the granthis are saying anything about it. Like that's what's surprising me the most. Like, why is it chill about it? Like they're literally wearing kanga. They're keeping pagdi, right?
There might be a quid pro quo over there, like you keep quiet and we'll let you into Canada.
No, but even then, isn't that like against what the what the Guru Granth Sahib says? Vaheguru is supposed to be
Yeah,
followed,
maybe
right?
these are against the Rahat Maryadas, but still they do it because they have this bias, right, from 19th century onwards towards monotheistic religions now that they are much more focused on hating us rather than countering them.
Mm.
So if, if they can leave us for some time and then concentrate on their own Samaj, maybe they can then counter them. But instead they are doing it
I
to
think
us.
that's why the BJP is getting so much. Like that guy, what's the guy's name? The environment minister of Delhi government. What's his name? He's initially very
Govindra
anti-BJP.
Yadav.
Sirsa.
No.
No,
This is
Sirsa.
So
Sirsa.
Hardeep
basically,
Puri.
he saw the
Sirsa,
same thing happening to his own people. Then he's like, oh shit, let me stop fighting the Hindus. Time to target the Christian missionaries.
yeah, I remember he
Uh,
actually mocked Hindus for the case of love jihad. I still remember that. And after that, he came to BJP.
Uh, I think regarding the Sikhs in Punjab,
Hmm.
the people who manage Gurudwaras, the institution which manages Gurudwaras, have for long moved away from the actual teachings of Sikhi.
Hmm.
Uh, I think they are not very uh, interested in Sikhi per se, more than hating Hindus. Uh, my hunch is that I have a very radical hunch on this. That is,
Hmm.
they will convert their gurudwaras into churches in near future, and they will replace their place with a cross
I've seen
while
this. I
keeping
admit it.
the
I've seen this.
architecture intact.
I've seen that. This is what I'm saying. This is exactly what happened to Native Americans, right? If you observe very interestingly how the Native Americans was, initially they genocided them, right? And then they realized that, oh shit, we can't do this. It's like a lot of the people who are getting upset because you understand, even Western society, while majority, it's very majoritarian, it does have a lot of people who are bleeding hearts, okay? And those bleeding hearts speak up and say, oh shit, what are you guys doing? This is unacceptable. We are going to go to hell, blah, 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 blah. So what do they do? They converted the three gods of the Native Americans, the major ones. I think the hawk, the eagle, some trickster, the raven trickster, and one more thing. They converted that into the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, and they converted all of them into Christianity. So now you go to any Native American reservation, they're all Christian Native Americans. We'll have ridiculous names like the howling wind and blowing smoke and all that weird shit. But they're all Christians. Same issue is happening even in I don't get that people calling themselves tribals in India. What is tribal about you? You're just a Christian. You're a Christian who just happens to live in the regions with a lot of forests,
Uh,
and you have
I
some
think
dresses,
uh,
and
earl-
you dance.
earlier, Anand, earlier Christians had a more Muslim approach. That is, destroy everything uh, physically and forcibly convert people. Now they have a very different approach of converting, especially after the Renaissance age. Now they appropriate,
You go to Africa, they still have
digest,
that approach.
they
You go to Africa, they still have that approach.
sneakily convert the mindset of the people. Yes, in Africa they still are quite
So
medieval.
that's to do with the Christian approach and more to do with the economic style of the country. That's my belief. You know.
Look, I think they create incentive structures.
Hmm.
Christians are very good at that. You see, like in the case of India, uh, whether we like it or not, I think Christian mindset or Christian framework had a major role in shaping our Indian state, right? For
Obviously.
example, a simple example would be that of essential religious practice doctrine. That's an absurd doctrine from a Hindu point of view.
Yeah.
Come on, our religion is practicing religion more than a religion of the book. So how can you determine essential religious practice on the basis of some scripture? Okay.
No, but I think
So
that's the irony, no? That's the irony.
so
They want to build Hindu Rajya style, because in Hindu Rajya there will be an essential religious practice that the Raja will follow.
But
Right?
but does the essential
I
religious
don't
practice have
subscribe
to
to that
be
kind of Rajya.
documented?
I don't want the state to tell us what to do, to be honest. Go on.
Does the essential religious practice have to be documented? Can't it be just by way of usage or like tradition or something like that? Does it have to
No,
be
no, anyone can create
documented?
anything, no? Then you basically open the Pandora's box, all kind of crazy shit. Like
No, but
tomorrow,
there has to be some stipulation of like time that it's been observed through the centuries or like whatever a
but
period
why?
of time for it
That's
to
the
be
point.
Okay,
considered
But why
essential.
would
okay,
you
hold.
put that?
Okay, hold. Anand,
Hmm.
it's a very important point that actually you can raise. See,
Sorry.
correct. You would have heard, correct, the Aborigine, the original native people of Australia, the who are called Aboriginals, correct.
Yeah.
They are living in those lands for 50,000 or years, correct. They have been living there, and they have no written language. They have only oral traditions, oral stories.
Yes.
So the Supreme Court of Australia would ask them, show me something written about your traditions. And if you can't show, you don't have a tradition.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm telling you, is that correct? Whatever structure you see, correct, for last, let's say, 1000 years, okay, that whole structure is something which is there with a design, because if you see that the Pope actually asked, like, Pope said, you take this money, sail the boat and go and convert people, okay, and to bring light of Jesus to people who are living in dark lands, okay, who are living in darkness. So the problem that a lot of us we see today is a kind of a structural problem which actually should not exist, because if we understand, again I'll go back to the incident which I observed, correct, a very knowledgeable person said in a closed door discussion, that for 1000 years we as Hindus, okay, because we did not invest enough time to understand uh, who our enemies are, correct. So as Slavin mentioned, that just to make bit money, we will say, okay, we have Jesus and we will do Jesus puja, correct, to have some money. Okay. And that is fine for a common person to do, because he will gain some extra bucks. Okay, that's fine, that's how common people behave. Okay. But if we had the Hindu leadership, the Hindu intellectual people who would understand and study that who these people are, what they want to do, what the intention is, then you will not see what you are seeing today. That now Christmas is being celebrated in corporate offices, in schools, in kindergartens, and wherever you are. Okay. So there is a basic structure at which they are trying to penetrate your mind space, your social space, your family space, correct, and even your food habits. There are discounts, there are cakes, plum cakes, all this are happening, correct. So it's a concerted effort, and I actually want to congratulate them. We Hindus feel ashamed to tell I am a Hindu, or even tell somebody read Gita, that he might say you are you to pagalo. Why you want to read Gita? Go and read some books where you can earn money. So we are in a situation where the other side, good or bad, doesn't really matter, believe what they want to do, and they are invested in doing something that they want to achieve. On the other hand, we are just sitting and thinking, if I am doing this, is it right or wrong, or is it, shall I do it or not? We are in a kind of a like a paralysis, what to do. But they already know what needs to be done for next for 1000, and they are doing this. So that freeze has to be broken. See, I'll give you one more example. In Operation Sindoor, there was a propaganda happened, correct, from Indian media, which actually spooked the Pakistani media and military leadership, and the army took that time to actually hammer them. Okay, that was a kind of a warfare which took place, military warfare with information warfare as a tool itself. Our journalists, our people saying we are tarnishing our media's credibility by doing propaganda. For 1000 years, you are
I
facing
can tell you the
propaganda.
name of that YouTuber also who
Okay,
did this.
doesn't really matter. Doesn't really
But
matter.
I
Okay.
won't. But I won't.
No, you
But
don't
I
have to.
know.
Okay, you don't have to. Correct. So what I am saying is that we are in a quandary, thinking, if I said a lie, okay, let's say al-taqiya, okay, I said a lie about thing, people will say, "Ki, your one lie will destroy all your credibility." Hey, they are lying for 1000 years to you. Okay. So until you let that go of moral superiority, okay, by I am morally more superior because I am not lying to you, then you will be at the graves, and things will go out. So that we have to let go. That's okay. Go ahead, Anand.
See, so there's one more layer to this. Okay, while the active participation to build the narrative is true, like what you're saying, there's a
Mhm.
passive, what do you call it, Christian cultural fabric that they've
Hmm.
woven very well into the brains of every single person. Even they are so-called atheists and like look for like if you take for example that lady who
Anand, hold. Just one to one add one point to your point itself. You are saying
Mhm.
that the cultural fabric is being woven into the like non-Abrahamic people. Now, just hold on. Like most people know, like even who are doing this, they know that Jesus did not exist as as a historical event person. Correct? He did not exist because there is no concrete proof to do that. Knowing that, they have propagated this for hundreds of years, a lie. Okay, and we are afraid of lying one bit because it might tarnish our what do you say, our morals. Go ahead.
I'm not talking about Jesus at all, right? I'm talking. I know we are things about Jesus, but I'm talking about general how you build a society that doesn't question the roots of your story. Okay, so while there may be the atheists who debate this stuff, whether equal, for example, when Richard Dawkins said, "Oh, I'm culturally a Christian," why did he say that? He said that because it is the Christianism is like, and I like Bijita's statement here. The Christianism is woven so deeply into their self identity, into their underlying subconscious that they can't help themselves in doing this. I'll give you an example. I watched a movie I think yesterday, day before yesterday, the latest Knives Out movie. Okay, in that there's a very interesting dynamic. Two kinds of priests. Okay, I'm not going to spoil the story for you, but two kinds of priests. One is a very MAGA, right wing, hateful preacher, and another one is really who loves Jesus Christ. Listen very carefully, okay? One is a very MAGA, hateful, like the extremist right wing preacher, and the other one is a very loving preacher who loves Jesus Christ, right? Both are seeing Jesus Christ is real and are good. But one is the human is bad, the other one is the human is good because he thinks Jesus is good. And the movie concludes with that message. And this is in a Hollywood space that they're called anti-Christ, anti-religion, anti-everything. It is so deeply woven in their psyche that they have to show the priest and the religion as good ultimately, and human beings as fallible. So even now, when they talk about Indians, right, Hindus, they don't say Hinduism is like they like this place dichotomy. Hinduism is very great, but the BJP are the evil Hindus because then they can frame it that way. No, peaceful, uncontroversial Hinduism is good. The aggressive ones who fight back Hinduism is bad.
पर आनंद ये अभी जाकर हुआ है जब भाजपा इज ब्रीदिंग डाउन देयर नेक्स। पहले तो ये हिंदुइज्म को ही बैड बोलते थे। पहले तो हमारे साधु सन्यासी और पंडितों को
When I was
बुरा
younger,
दिखाते थे।
no, that's true. But when I was younger, this attitude was still there at that time. I'm telling you. Now it is more aggressive because the BJP is pushing. No, not BJP. I'm saying actually, I don't know. The BJP is not pushing back. It's the VHP and the Bajrang Dal are pushing back, saying we will not tolerate this shit anymore in our spaces. Right? They are pushing back. So it's basically a reaction to this. The hyper attention is a reaction to this. But my point is different. My point is that they've built it so deeply into their entire psyche that they're like, how dare you criticize call my religion this way or my cultural framework this way? They've forgotten entire pagan tradition, their indigenous traditions. They've forgotten. Right now, they literally are criticizing pagan traditions in their own country in the frame of Christianism.
Let me give you an example, Anand. You
Hmm.
were talking about that Alex O'Connor and Dr. K discussion. So I
Yeah.
watched it. So
Hmm.
in that Dr. K, there is a segment where Dr. K talks about dharma and karma.
Hmm.
Okay. So he deliberately says that I don't want to frame my argument in the moral framework, but as a dharmic framework. If you notice,
Yeah,
he
yeah.
says कि मैं इसको धर्म का फ्रेमवर्क से देख रहा हूँ ना कि मॉरल फ्रेमवर्क से मोरालिटी फ्रेमवर्क से। तो आप वेस्ट में जाएंगे ना, तो कोई क्रिश्चियन नहीं भी है, वो अपने क्रिश्चियन आइडेंटिटी को ठुकरा रहा है, पर वो अपने मॉरल फ्रेमवर्क को नहीं छोड़ेगा, गुड एंड
Yes,
इविल का।
yes.
वो धार्मिक फ्रेमवर्क अडॉप्ट नहीं कर लेगा, उचित और अनुचित का। राइट एंड रॉन्ग इज वेरी डिफरेंट फ्रॉम गुड एंड इविल। जैसे
Can
मैं
Yes.
एक
you
एग्जांपल देता हूँ,
expand on this? Yeah.
जैसे मैं एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ कि गुड एंड इविल क्या होता है, कि यदि कोई शेर एक हिरण को खा जाए या हिरण का बच्चा को खा जाए, तो हम लोग बोलेंगे वो शेर या बाघ इविल है, कितना निर्दोष बच्चा को खा गया।
Yes.
ओके, पर जब हम धार्मिक दृष्टि से देखते तो हम कहेंगे वो उसका धर्म था शेर का, वो नहीं खाएगा तो भूखा मर जाएगा। तो धर्म में गुड इविल नहीं होता है, धर्म में उचित अनुचित होता है, धर्म में सस्टेनेंस होता है। तो वो फ्रेमवर्क ही अलग है, तो वो फ्रेमवर्क चेंज नहीं होता है, भले ही कोई अपना क्रिश्चियनिटी को ठुकरा दे। वो बहुत बड़ा।
Okay. Yeah. Slavin, you will go. So you can talk next. Anand, have you watched this series, Narco Saints?
No, I'm not. I don't know.
Actually, people who will watch this, if you can, it's on
Hmm.
Netflix. It's a very interesting because I don't really watch anything. Okay, I don't watch any television, any movies, nothing. I don't watch anything. Even cricket,
I
I
watched
don't
a lot of
watch.
TV, but I've not watched this.
No, I don't watch anything. Okay, I will be reading or doing other things, but not watch things. Okay, as a consumption.
Oh, it's Korean.
So
Okay, okay. I don't watch
yeah,
Korean
yeah.
stuff.
So no. So see, actually, I did some research and actually then I watched this thing. Okay,
Hmm.
on Netflix. This is actually like a very different kind of like correct. You talk about correct the Christian kind of moral things happening on movies. The main villain here is a Christian pastor in Suriname.
Hmm.
Okay, so there would be a drug lord, and that drug lord would be the Christian pastor. Okay, so it's a kind of like a comic villain. Okay,
Hmm.
comic violent villain. Okay, he would do indiscriminate violence against people, kill people, shoot people, but in a very subtle way, he will be a very pious Christian person. He would say, "Oh, I have to, I have a service this weekend, so I can't travel because the community takes priority over going for a business trip."
Yeah.
So it's like it's very different the way correct in Da Vinci Code example, Da Vinci Code correct, that they will like show in a soft positive thing about Christianity. Here they will show that a pastor is the most baddest person in that series, but he will be the most pious Christian and he will say a lot of things. So I was very confused, like and that is actually made in Korea. It's a Korean drama, but it was an interesting take that how they are showing a Christian pastor as a drug lord.
No, no,
That's
no. So,
something which.
so showing. So one thing is very clear about Western cinema. Okay,
Hmm,
they
hmm,
can show they can show the religious people negatively,
hmm,
but the
hmm, hmm,
underlying values has to be Christian. You'll observe very
hmm,
interesting. Okay, so there'll be
hmm,
like I showed here in the story that I'm talking about. There are two pastors.
hmm,
Both are fighting about what, and they find out the pastor who doesn't follow Jesus is the bad
hmm,
guy. He's the one who's
hmm,
motivated by self greed, motivated by wanting to tell people what to do, right?
hmm,
He's a hypocrite. But the
hmm,
true good person
hmm,
who in the end has love for people and everything is the one who loves Jesus. You understand? The characters, and this is a mistake we also make even when you watch in the Indian movies and see, oh, that this particular priest was shown as evil. Look at the underlying message of the priest. That is very important. Message about the religion through the priest. That is more important than what they showed. Like, for example, PK, they show this picture about Shiva being chased by this guy, right?
hmm,
What is our
hmm,
reaction? भगवान को क्यों कैसे chase कर रहे हो? No, that is just a showing of a human being play acting a god. That's irrelevant. Talk with the deeper problematic messages in movies. The deeper problematic messages, for example, Amitabh Bachchan standing in front of a God and shouting at him saying, I reject you. Those are deeper, scary messages. The one in PK is irrelevant. It's not important. The curse casting out of your the one the biggest one. Even I didn't realize when I watched the movies. I think DDLJ. That girl wanting their parents to get together or something like that, and she prays to God. It doesn't work. To Hindu Bhagwan, it doesn't work. The minute she just does namaz, it works. Those are subversive messaging. Dangerous subversive messaging that pushes people a certain way.
No. What you're talking about, Anand, is Kuch Kuch Hota Hai scene,
Kuch
where
Kuch
the small girl whose dadi is saying to her कि पूजा पाठ किया करो, भगवान में ध्यान किया करो, तो वो लड़की बोलती है, चिल दादी, आजकल ये पूजा पाठ कौन करता है, इट्स सो अनकूल. पर वही जब अपने माता पिता को मिलाने जाती है, तब वो नमाज पढ़ती है और वो मिल जाती है.
No, and because who? That lady, her caretaker tells her, her what called the Daijan or what tells her.
that
Muslim Daijan.
caretaker is a Muslim.
Yeah.
Another example is, ये वॉर में एक सीन था कि लोग पहले मूर्तियों को खुदा बना लेते, और जब मूर्ति टूट जाती है तो बोलते हैं भगवान कैसे टूट गए. You can
Correct.
see the
Again, that's again
messaging here.
subversive propaganda. Yes.
That is very, very harmful, but in a Hindu sense, if you see.
It's subversive. You have to understand. This is what we understand about entertainment. Subversive entertainment affects us more than outward messaging. We must, and Hindus need to wake up to this reality very fast.
Yeah, I mean, जैसे हमारे सिंबल्स को स्टीरियोटाइप किया जाता है, हर तिलकधारी गुंडा होगा, या गुंडा होगा तो तिलकधारी होगा. अच्छा व्यक्ति तिलकधारी हो ही नहीं सकता.
And
लगातार
that's why
ये
people stop
50
wearing
फिल्मों
tilak.
में
ना?
दिखाएंगे, तो एक
And
स्टीरियोटाइप बनता है ना.
इसलिए दो लोग तिलक नहीं डालते हैं because they're afraid to be seen as that.
Yeah.
सटल हमारे ब्रेन में बहुत फियरसम इंप्रेशन आ जाता है कि अगर हम तिलक डालेंगे और ये मूंछ रखेंगे तो वी विल लुक स्कैरी एंड अग्रेसिव.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that? Even we close our eyes and we just imagine. वो आता है, वो फियरसम पिक्चर आता है आंख में.
मैंने तो एक मेरे ऑफिस के कॉलीग था, उसने किसी को मेरे ऑफिस के कैंपस में ऐसे क्या माथे पर ऐसे त्रिपुंड या ये तिलक लगा के जाते हुए देखा, तो बोला ये गुंडा लग रहा है एकदम. नाउ दैट गाय इज नॉट वेरी एंटी हिंदू. मेरा जो कॉलीग है वो एंटी हिंदू नहीं है, वेरी प्राउड ऑफ बीइंग अ हिंदू. पर वो माइंड में घुस चुका है कि कोई माथे पर त्रिपुंड लगाएगा या जो क्या बोलते हैं विभूति लगाएगा और तिलक लगाएगा, वो तो गुंडा है. वो एक स्टीरियोटाइप बैठ गया हमारे मन. वो बहुत चालाकी से किया जाता.
Okay. So, anybody has any other points to discuss?
I wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, go
So-
ahead. Go ahead.
So I just had this thought, like, do you think our society is so naive that we will actually fall for this propaganda? Like,
Yes.
Okay. Wait. Let me answer this
Because
question
I
to you,
have-
because it's
I-
wait.
because-
Let me answer it. Okay, I got your question. See, 80% or in nowadays 90% of people actually stopped using their brains. Okay, because brain is the most expensive organ the human body has. Okay, so by evolution you are disincentivized to actually use your brain. Okay, you are always looking for a shortcut. Correct? Somewhere down the line everybody wanted, why I should get 10 crore rupees so that I can do whatever I want, I don't have to do a job. Correct? So by evolution, by psychology, okay, and even in terms of sociologically messaging, correct, you are incentivized, okay, if you can do something, do 1 hour of work and get 1 crore rupees, you would do that. Okay, even if it's impractical, even if it's something which is not going to happen. Correct. A lot of people fall for scams, and scams are happening for hundreds of years. Correct. So people have smarter, but their brains are like that. So it is all about hijacking or weaponizing human psyche, human behavior to actually to get and do what they want you to do. So the correct, we see now in Punjab large scale Christians are being there, Sikhs are converting to Christianity. It is the incentive structure which is being created now. So 80% of people, if see, first of all, they have to first remove, correct? One is just greed, correct? If out of 10 people, 9 people or 8 people will take that 1 crore rupees and say, tomorrow I will become Christian or Muslim. I can guarantee you that. Randomly choose 10 people and tell them, I am giving you 10 crore rupees. Would you like to become Christian? They will say yes. So, this is how human behavior, human psychology works. So, without money, it doesn't happen. Cash flow is very important part of it. But yes, there's also thing called weaponization of human psyche, human behavior. As Anand mentions, as Anand mentions, correct, that they are showing, correct, they are showing you like symbolic representation of good and bad, what works, what does not work, and that actually happens. So you should read the books. There's an author called Mr. Neil Postman, okay, and there's also an author called Jacques Ellul. Okay, so two authors who have written brilliant books on propaganda, on messaging, media, television, how it actually reshapes, rewires your perspective. So, if somebody thinks Nixon is a very good president, it doesn't happen out of sudden. Correct? He's watching news. He's reading newspapers. He's listening to people, and then he forms an opinion. Nixon is a good president. I should vote for. Yes, go ahead.
So, I mean, you might guys may get angry with me for saying this, but and you have a right to, considering my belief system. But I believe the bhakti movement basically destroyed the Shatrubodh of Hindus. I'll explain to you why. See, for when you transform your entire focus on bhakti, what happens is other so-called beliefs, like belief traditions, faith traditions, like Christianity and Islam, can easily target you. But if you have a more practical daily, like a daily, you know the different. Take for example, right? Take in UP. Very interestingly, when a Nyaya tradition CM takes power, he is able to handle his challenges much better. We take Bengal.
Anand,
Bengal is the Bhakti tradition
Anand,
state. Right?
just 10 seconds. I need to leave and get my food. So you continue the discussion.
Okay.
I will be back in the 3-4 minutes.
Okay. Look at Bengal, right? The entire region was run by the Bhakti tradition, at least from what I can see historically, right? And that has literally created a generation of Bhadralokis who are literally abandoning their own communities. The Shatrubodh is not there versus this invasive ideology. So the pattern I'm observing, like same again in Punjab, Bhakti tradition was very big in that region among the Hindus there. Same in Tamil Nadu, Bhakti tradition was very big in that region, and Kerala, and those two regions are being taken over slowly. So I find maybe because you're so focused on your devotion, you forget the other aspects of life where they require you to fight the ideological enemy. Because just bhakti is enough. Why do I need to do any more theological research? What's the enemy? I just believe in my God enough. It'll be good enough.
Anand, in Bengal, the modern form of Hinduism is not very bhakti oriented. The Bengali thinkers of the Renaissance Bengal were not very bhakti oriented. They were mostly Brahmo Samajis. So they did not believe in idol worship and bhakti and all of that. They believed in formless God and through achieving divinity through contemplation and everything. As far as other states are concerned, I believe you have a point. I'm not going to deny your point. क्या है ना कि लोग क्या सोचते हैं कि मैं अपने देवी देवता का भक्ति करता हूँ, जो ईसाई है वो अपने देवी देवता का भक्ति करता है, जो मुसलमान है वो अपने देवी देवता का भक्ति करता है. तो एक भक्ति करने वाला सोचता ही वैसे है. तो उसको जब बोला जाता है ना कि आप
from Bengal?
सॉरी
Isn't Gaudiya Vaishnavism from Bengal?
या इट इज फ्रॉम बंगाल, पर मैं मॉडर्न बंगाल ट्रेडिशंस में आपके स्पेशली कोलकाता और मतलब इंटेलेक्चुअल्स में द डोमिनेशन हैजंट बीन दैट ऑफ भक्ति, दैट्स व्हाट आई
Okay, okay. See, you're not saying.
Even though Yeah,
Sorry,
even
go on.
though I'll just say this small portion, Anand, you can maybe comment on it. Even though Gaudiya Vaishnava rose from Bengal, it actually became a main powerhouse in Vrindavan and those areas.
Ah.
That's the point.
So I see that when your focus is on focus on divinity primarily, right? Your tools, other tools, your daily tools get weakened. That's what I think. I
हाँ,
could be wrong.
जैसे जैसे मैं वही बोल रहा था आनंद, मैं पूरा कर लूं। जैसे
Hmm.
भक्ति में क्या होता है ना कि आ, आप अपने एक देवता को पूजते हैं। अब हमारी संस्कृति में तो कई सारे देवी देवता है, तो सबके अपने अपने देवी देवता हो।
Mm-hmm.
भक्ति एंड प्लूरलिज्म का जो कॉकटेल है, तो हम सोचते हैं कि कोई ईसाई आया है तो वो भी अपना देवी देवता को पूज रहा है,
Yes.
कोई मुसलमान आया तो वो भी अपना देवी देवता को पूजता है। और आप देखेंगे ये भक्ति वाले किसमें ज्यादा कन्वर्ट हो रहे हैं, जनरली क्रिश्चियनिटी में, इस्लाम में उतना नहीं कन्वर्ट हो, क्योंकि वो क्राइस्ट का जब वो पिक्चर या मूर्ति जैसा कुछ देखते हैं ना, सोचते हैं ये और एक देवता है, इनको पूजते हैं। अब फिर वो चर्च में जाते हुए लोगों को देखते हैं और सुनते हैं कि अरे यहाँ पर तो क्राइस्ट को पूजने से मनोकामनाएं पूरी हो जाती है, आपको सारी सुख सुविधाएं मिल जाती है, हॉस्पिटल और एजुकेशन आपके बच्चों को मिल जाता है, तो वो फिर उस देवता को मानने लगते हैं, वैसा कुछ होता है।
No,
तो
my thought is
ये
less about
है
that.
क्योंकि
I just want
जे-
to add
क्योंकि
one thing. Just a second, I'll just add to your point. So I was watching this missionary channel, okay, and they were trying to convert people in India, and he made the exact same point, but from their perspective, he was saying that we are so tired of not being able to successfully convert these people because when we tell them to accept Jesus, they're very fine with it. Like, okay, and then they just put this Jesus ka whatever photo in their like ghar ka puja ghar along with the other, and then it's a very hard task for them to convince to remove all the other gods and just keep Jesus. He was very frustrated with that. I enjoyed that a lot. Okay, go on.
अरे सो इट सो हैपेंड इन माय विलेज। वहाँ पे जो सो कॉल्ड लोअर कास्ट के लोग थे उनको कन्वर्ट कर रहे थे ये लोग। और फिर वही जीसस का फोटो वोटो ये सब लगाना वगाना। देन दे स्टार्टेड टू से एट सम पॉइंट दे स्टार्टेड टू गिव द इंस्ट्रक्शन कि बाकी जो यहाँ का भगवान है उनको फिर उखाड़ के फेंकना होगा। नाउ हमारे उधर जो लोअर कास्ट कम्युनिटी थे है अभी भी, मतलब वो माँ मोनसा को पूजते हैं। मोनसा मतलब जो शी इज द गॉडेस ऑफ स्नेक्स। और क्योंकि ये खेतों में काम करते हैं तो इनके लिए माँ मोनसा इज देयर मतलब आराध्य देवी। तो ये जब बोल दिया इन्होंने, बाकी सब तब तक सही चल रहा था कि परमेश्वर जो भी बोलते थे, परमेश्वर क्या दिखाई नहीं देते निराकार परमेश्वर ये सब बोलते थे, तो सब मान भी लेते थे, कोई बात नहीं। ये जब बोल दिया कि मनसा का जो मंदिर है उसको उखाड़ना होगा, उखाड़ के फेंकना होगा, देन दे गॉट रियली एनरिच्ड। और उनमें फिर क्लैश चालू हो गया कि ये आया कौन है कि ये सब करने वाले हैं। सो वही बात है कि इंडिया में लोगों को समझाना आसान है। काफी सारे लोग अब दिख दिख जाएगा कि यार ये जीसस का फोटो घर में है, बट फिर वहां से वो प्रोजेक्ट करना कि यार ये क्रिश्चियन है क्या, ये थोड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है। इसीलिए दिस इज द बेसिस ऑफ द क्रिप्टो क्रिश्चियनिज्म ना, कि आप क्रिप्टो ही रहो जब तक आपको फैसिलिटी
बीजिता,
नहीं मिल रहा।
मैं एक इस पे पूछना चाहता हूँ क्योंकि कन्वर्जन्स हो रहे हैं, इसीलिए मेरा ये प्रश्न है आपसे कि अगर जीसस क्राइस्ट को पूजने का इंसेंटिव बहुत ज्यादा हो जाता है, जैसे आपके बच्चे को एडमिशन मिल जाता है कोई अच्छे स्कूल में या अच्छा हेल्थ केयर मिलने लगता है, तब तब क्या जो ये होते हैं लोग, वो अपने देवी देवताओं को नकारने के लिए तैयार होने लगते हैं, ऐसा होता
हाँ
है क्या? क्योंकि
हाँ,
क्योंकि
क्योंकि
फिर
आपको ये
तो
पता होना चाहिए।
कन्वर्जन तो हो ही रहा है ना। और
हाँ, पूरा कन्वर्ट हो जाता है। फिर जैसे आपको पता होना चाहिए, ये जो जैसे मिशनरी स्कूल्स हो गया और कॉलेजेस हो गए, इसके जो प्रिंसिपल्स होते हैं, प्रिंसिपल हमेशा क्रिश्चियन होना चाहिए, तो इनका ये रूल है। सो कोई भी ये कॉलेज हो गया या मिशनरी स्कूल का अगर प्रिंसिपल होना है तो और तुम हिंदू हो, तो जनरली वो हिंदू को ही एक पकड़ता है, उसको प्रमोशन देने का बात करता है, और उसके बदले में उस बंदे को और पूरे खानदान को उसके कन्वर्ट होना पड़ता है। तो ये तो इंडिया में ओपनली चल रहा है। इसके बारे में लोगों को बात करना चाहिए, बट कोई बात नहीं करता। मतलब
एट द एंड ऑफ द डे द रूट कॉज इज द इंसेंटिव स्ट्रक्चर, ये हमको
राइट
मानना
राइट
पड़ेगा। वो
एग्जैक्टली।
इंसेंटिव स्ट्रक्चर आप नहीं बदलेंगे तो कुछ नहीं होगा। थोड़ी देर पहले हमारी चर्चा हो रही थी वो हिंदू राज्यम को लेकर। मुझे कहना था कि मुझे ऐसा राज्य नहीं चाहिए जो बताए कि हिंदुओं को किसको पूजना चाहिए और किसको नहीं। मैं बस ये चाहता हूँ भारतीय राज्य से कि हिंदुओं को अपने संस्था खड़ा करने के और संभालने के और आगे बढ़ाने की स्वतंत्रता दे। हमारे मंदिरों से कंट्रोल हटाए, हमारे एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन से कंट्रोल हटाए। ये सब जो हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस पे कंट्रोल है जिससे हम अपने विचारधारा को आगे नहीं बढ़ा पा रहे, वो सब हटा दे। वो बहुत पर्याप्त है। हमें कोई पॉजिटिव राइट्स, मुझे मेरे हिसाब से हम मुझे कोई पॉजिटिव राइट्स नहीं चाहिए। हमारे ऊपर जो बांध लगा के रखा है वो हटा दो।
You
अपनी
sound
मुझे
like
चाहिए, मुझे तो चाहिए
you
यार, मुझे ये चाहिए कि अब हमारे पूरे कम्युनिटी के साथ जो जेनोसाइड हुआ है उसको रिवर्स करो और उसके लिए स्कीम चलाओ। क्योंकि मुझे पता है अगर
That's what
स्कीम
you want.
हिंदुओं
You
के लिए
want to
चलाने
be raised from
लगोगे
the dead.
कि
You want people to be
हिंदुओं
raised
के
from the
साथ
dead.
क्योंकि जेनोसाइड हुआ है तो हिंदुओं को इसीलिए स्कीम्स मिलेगा, फैसिलिटीज मिलेगा, तो उस साइड पे जो चले गए थे वो स्कीम के लिए इधर आ जाएंगे। तो हमारे
No, but
लिए
you
भी वो
want to be raised
आसान
from the
रहेगा।
dead.
सॉरी।
You said
I have
genocide को
a very
reverse
fun
करना है. You want to
story.
be raised
Let me
from the
know.
dead.
No, this is technical word, reversal of the genocide. हाँ, they don't say it countering the genocide, they say it reversal of the genocide.
या रिवर्सल ऑफ द जेनोसाइड बिजीत दा, सबसे पहले तो वो हमारे पाठ्य पुस्तकों में झलकना चाहिए। ठीक
हाँ,
है।
वो तो मेन
और
बात है।
दूसरा है, वन अदर थिंग वी कैन डू इज डीकोलोनाइजेशन। अब डीकोलोनाइजेशन मतलब क्या? दिस इज नॉट
डी-अब्रामाइजेशन,
एग्जैक्टली रिलीजियस।
डी-अब्रामाइजेशन इज डीकोलोनाइजेशन,
या
सीधी सी
आई
बात
मीन
है।
आई एम नॉट सेइंग, मतलब मैं जो एग्जांपल्स दे रहा हूँ डीकोलोनाइजेशन या डीअब्रामाइजेशन, जैसे भी आप उसको ले। फर्स्ट थिंग इज कि डॉक्टर्स का जो हिपोक्रेटिक या हिपोक्रेटस ओथ होता है वो लैटिन में नहीं होके संस्कृत में होना चाहिए, चरक संहिता से, ऐसा कुछ। या फिर अ, जो सिंबल्स है हमारे एजुकेशन से जुड़े हुए या डे टू डे पॉजिटिव लाइफ से जुड़े हुए, सेक्युलर लाइफ से जुड़े हुए, दैट शुड रिफ्लेक्ट आवर हिंदू हेरिटेज। वेदर इट्स आर, जिस प्रकार से डिग्री दी जाती है या जिस प्रकार से आपका आइडेंटिटी कार्ड होता है या जिस प्रकार से जैसे अभी मैंने बोला कि हिपोक्रेटस ओथ होता है या आर्मी या नेवी में ओथ होता है, या जब रॉयल इवेंट में आपको बुलाया जाए तो वहां का ड्रेस कोड इंडियन होना चाहिए। तो ये ये पूरा एस्पेक्ट ऑफ लाइफ जो डे टू डे लाइफ है इसका धार्मिफिकेशन होना चाहिए एटलीस्ट गवर्नमेंट लेवल पर। फिर अ, फिर हमें कहना चाहिए कि जो एसेंशियल रिलीजियस प्रैक्टिस की बात हो रही है वो हटाना पड़ेगा। आपको वो अब्राहमिक फ्रेमवर्क की जगह एक धार्मिक फ्रेमवर्क लाना पड़ेगा कि हम उन्हीं रिलीजियस प्रैक्टिसेस को वैलिड कंसिडर करेंगे जो धर्म संगत, अर्थात अ, जैसे धर्म संगत इन द सेंस जो इन्वायरमेंट के लिए हार्मफुल ना हो, जो लोगों के लोगों के स्वास्थ्य के लिए हार्मफुल ना हो, जो दूसरे लोगों के अधिकारों का हनन ना करता हो। तो ऐसे कुछ पैरामीटर्स के बेसिस पे हम कह सकते हैं कि ये रिलीजियस प्रैक्टिस फॉलो हो सकता है, ये नहीं हो सकता है। तो वो एक धार्मिक फ्रेमवर्क के बेसिस पे तय होगा कि किसको हम वैलिड प्रैक्टिस मानेंगे किसको नहीं, ना कि एसेंशियल रिलीजियस प्रैक्टिस। तो उस हिसाब से तय होना चाहिए, वो फ्रेमवर्क बदल देना चाहिए। और और जो हिंदू संस्थाएं हैं उनको स्वतंत्र कर देना चाहिए सरकारी नियंत्रण से। मैं ये नहीं चाहता कि टेम्पल को इंडियन गवर्नमेंट बताए कि तुमको ऐसे चलाना है टेम्पल। नो, आई डोंट वांट दैट। या हमारे एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस, द ओवरऑल अंडरलाइन फ्रेमवर्क शुड बी धार्मिक with more or less a state which is indifferent to our religious institution. वो आप जैसा करना चाहे कर।
These are all expectations we are having from a Protestant Christian reformist state. So let's get real. We have to change the state itself, first and foremost.
I
After
have
that,
been
we can
saying,
have the expectation of these things.
Yeah, I
I've been saying,
agree. No,
first, like,
my point
before
is
everything else,
we at least need to be clear about what we want. The problem is we already start saying that, oh, this is not possible, that is not possible, which is true. We should consider practical realities, but we should at least be very clear in our minds what we want. Sometimes I see that lack of clarity is there within our group, Hindu side.
no, that's because there are some people who are in the. I don't want to name a particular YouTuber that we all criticize all the time, but that one YouTuber keeps saying this can't be done, that can't be done, this can't be done, this can't be done. Um,
That is
and I don't
very
know why he
irritating,
say
Anand. That shuts down any sort of discussion or contemplation on anything.
no,
Because
that's
he's getting
because
hurt on a very specific point. Right, Anandji.
sorry,
He's getting hurt in he's getting hurt on a very specific point because he too has Christian morals at the end of the day as a framework.
that's the sad
And
part.
also the faith as well.
That's the funniest part because I was initially under the even I realize even so-called atheists, Darwinian atheists have a very Christian framework because now that's coming out. Just because I'm telling you, I have a big problem with the Christian moral framework. I have really big problems. Like the original sin nonsense, it pisses me off, right? Like I'm truly, if you want to say, I'm truly a Darwinian atheist because I believe that there's a reason why the world is ordered the way it is. To reject that framework just because you're a higher intellectual being is like rejecting the reason why the universe came into existence. It's to me, it's very disrespectful. We may be caretakers, but we can't go around saying this is what the framework will be from henceforth, right? If you want to be a caretaker doesn't force everything to. Like, for example, imagine running a large hospice for different animals. Can I tell this animal you can't be like this, you can't be like this, you can't be like this? A good caretaker is like, I will work with the animal how it is, or I'll work with the nature the way it is. But these people are going and saying this is how it should be, this is how it should be, this is how it should be. It's like work with what is there right now, right? And then you say you're a Darwinian atheist. I don't get it. Like I can never understand any Darwinian atheist fighting for what do you call it, positive discrimination, because it rejects the idea that you're a Darwinian atheist.
This
Sorry.
is why my idea of Hindu empowerment is mostly negative rights. That is, I want freedom from the interference of the state. आप हमारे फटे में टांग अड़ाना बंद कीजिए, सीधी बात।
That's
आप
not what
हमें
happened.
वही दिक्कत है, और वही हिंदू लोग नहीं मानते। हिंदू लोग मांगते हैं कि अरे माई बाप हमको ये दे दो, हमको वो दे दो, फलाना दे दो। ये नहीं मांगते कि हमारे जीवन से निकल जाओ, हम लोग जैसे भी करके अपना सब बना बुनू के खड़ा वड़ा करके देख लेंगे। वो चीज नहीं, दिक्कत वो है।
No, it doesn't say no. It's like I once saw this post. Okay, I was watching some not watching. I was watching some video. I can't remember what it was. One lady is posting, "Oh, look at the number of poor people around the temple. We should take the temple money and give it to the poor people." Like it's literally a socialist idea. They steal from the temple to give the poor people. Why can't you give the poor people your own money? No, I must steal from the temple to give the poor people. Right? How
तो
many Hindus
मंदिर
in the
इतने
world say? And these are Hindus, by the way. They're not even like non-Hindus.
मंदिर इतने शताब्दियों से क्या कर रहे थे? गरीबों को नहीं दे रहे थे तो? भंडारा जो करते, अन्नदानम करते, वो किसके लिए था?
No, that's fine. But my point is, why do you want the temple to do? Why should you tell the temple what it should do?
Yeah, that's true.
What
I
is the
don't
temple's
want
job?
the state to tell temples what.
But the state is a representative of the way people behave, na? That's the problem. The problem is Hindu society is so obsessed with take from the temple and give to the poor. No, the temple is why you go to a temple. You're first explaining what a temple is. A temple is a place where you go to sacrifice the money that you've earned to your god in faith. That's it. It is this is one thing, very clear thing. Older temples seem to understand this very well. Like if you take, for example, the Padma Swami temple in Kerala. Originally, it was very clear. The money in its vaults was not to be touched. Why? Because it's sacrifice to God. It is sacrifice. You can't, it never comes back to society. I believe it is a method to teach detachment. Detachment from the worldly possessions, fundamentally. Why should you keep attached to everything that you earn? How will you get moksha? Like I personally, that's why it was done. It is a very subtle way of teaching it. Again, very subtle. Subtlety is very important in these kind of things. But you want to take the money and give it someone else.
But Anand, if you look at what Sanjeev Sanyal wrote in his books and said some of his lectures or interviews, आप देखेंगे तो उन्होंने बार-बार कहा है कि टेम्पल्स एक वेंचर कैपिटलिस्ट फर्म जैसे काम करते थे। तो जो पैसा दान जाता था मंदिरों में, वो बहुत बार लोन के रूप में वहाँ के सृष्टियों को मतलब ट्रेडर्स को दिया जाता था। तो
ऐसे
पद्मनाभ स्वामी टेम्पल का क्या परंपरा है, मैं उसमें नहीं घुस रहा हूँ। पर ऐसा नहीं था कि टेम्पल में जो पैसा जाता था वो साइकिल नहीं होता था। आप जो डिटैचमेंट की बात कर रहे हैं ना, वो कलेक्टिव डिटैचमेंट नहीं होता है। जो व्यक्ति भगवान को दे रहा है ये मान के कि मैं ईश्वर को उत्सर्ग कर रहा हूँ ये पैसा, उसके लिए डिटैचमेंट है। पर ऐसा नहीं है कि मंदिर उन पैसों का प्रयोग नहीं करता था समाज के लिए, विद्यालय का निर्माण करने में या चिकित्सालय का निर्माण करने में करते थे ऐसा। तो पद्मनाभ स्वामी मंदिर का क्या नियम है वो एक अलग चर्चा का विषय है। उस पर मुझे लगता है और छानबीन करनी पड़ेगी। पर ऐसे मंदिरों का काम ही था कि सोसाइटी में जो भी पिछड़े हुए हैं, उनको कहीं न कहीं उनके पैसों वालों के बीच और जो पिछड़े हुए हैं उनके बीच एक पुल का काम करे। क्योंकि वो उसमें जब भगवान आ जाते हैं ना, तो लोगों के मन में दान करने की श्रद्धा भी अधिक होती है।
No, but I think even that is managed by a person who's running the temple, not by the state, right? The person who takes the responsibility of running the temple, because it's a contract of faith. It's not a contract of voting and electing people, right?
That is something I agree with, that the state should not interfere. I'm very clear
Any
about
state. I'm saying any state.
Okay.
Even for example, sorry.
There's one more information which I want to share. So correct, when we are talking about correct sacrifice, so if you see in the temple in Tirupati, a lot of actually like business people who do businesses from Gujarat specifically and other places as well. Okay, so a lot of actually business people from Gujarat and those region, they every year they will go to Tirupati, and like in their books they will actually put that I have borrowed this amount of money from Tirupati Balaji, okay, and every year they will return the money to the temple, so that goes as an offering. So like because our faiths, our funds are very diverse, correct? So there is a kind of a personal thing with the god itself, Balaji, god Balaji. So those business people actually doing this for generations, where by like whatever profits they make, some amount of that profit goes to the Balaji temple every year without fail. So there are a lot of are there traditions here. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not. Again, the point. I get that, but see, when you start treating the temple as something, this was happening in Tamil Nadu. No, they're treating the temple as some kind of coffer, and the people are okay with it. People are supporting this shit. The people are something because they've infused this idea that temple is some coffer to be used. See, I do understand for larger cultural consciousness or for growth or whatever, it makes sense. But what is currently happening is not that. It is not for cultural growth. Just people are using it like a bank, and that's problematic, right?
Yeah, that also shows that also shows the lack. Like correct, we are in Kali Yuga anyway. Correct, we are in Kali Yuga. So in Kali Yuga, dharma will go down, and greed, irsha, bad things will increase. So that we see today.
Kali Yuga barely started. Already, this level is ridiculous.
What will happen when it's at its full swing? Nuclear war.
No, but again, Kalki Puran is a little bit. It's very wolf,
I
very
I
weird
think
at this stage. So I don't like. I'd rather focus on. See, the problem is we are going again by what is being told, and that goes against the principle of not doing something for based on the outcome, right? When we say Kali Yuga has this outcome, we're all this statement. We're already judging the outcome of Kali Yuga. You must not think about the outcome. Focus on just our duty.
No, it's an observation, not an outcome. It's an observation. From
So
my
I'm saying,
perspective,
very
my
simple thing.
mind is an observation.
Uh,
Like correct, take example. Let's say 200 years ago. Okay, 200 years ago, there you would find some people who would go to mandir to actually sacrifice their ego as an offering to the devta. Correct.
yeah.
But today the number has decreased. Correct. Only few people who would be going with Shraddha. Others just go to be fashion, or just because they are doing it, they have to go there.
I
But that ethos is not there lot of times.
How people
I
go because
think
Go
they've
ahead.
been going for a long time from family because of families.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
have a point to make in this.
Hmm,
Uh,
hmm,
I think we are focusing too much on actions here. Like
Mm-hmm.
I
hmm,
gave the
hmm,
money to the temple, and the temple should give the money to poor people.
hmm.
But we are forgetting a very important aspect of our culture. That is bhav. Bhav matters. आप
Okay.
पैसा दे रहे किस भाव से पैसा दे रहे, या
Hmm.
मंदिर जो पैसा दे रही है वो किस भाव से दे रही है, सेवा भाव से दे रही है ना अपना
Correct.
प्रचार करने के लिए या अपना अहंकार दिखाने के लिए। कर आप
Yes.
कुछ भी रहे हो, यदि आपका भाव गलत है तब सब व्यर्थ है। यहाँ पर यदि भगवत गीता में हम पढ़े 16वें या 17वें अध्याय में है, हो सकता है मुझसे अध्याय में भूल भी हो रही हो, तो जिनको याद है वो बोल दे। मैंने पढ़ा था
17.
इसमें, उसमें उसमें दैव संपदा संपदा और आसुरी संपदा का वर्णन किया था श्री कृष्ण ने अर्जुन के सामने। और आसुरी संपदा में उन्होंने कहा कि कोई यदि यज्ञ या कोई अनुष्ठान करे इस भाव से मैं कि मेरा तो अधिकार मतलब मेरा तो समाज में सम्मान बढ़ेगा, मुझे तो समाज में सम्मान बढ़ेगा और मुझको तो सबको मानना चाहिए कि मैं ये कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है, सबको मेरा ही गुण गाना चाहिए, तो वो आसुरी संपदा है। फिर उन्होंने उसमें किसी चैप्टर में तो कहा था कि रजस भाव क्या है, तमस भाव क्या है, सत्व भाव से ये सब करना क्या है। आप कर एक ही काम रहे हैं, पर भाव यदि आपका वो है कि मुझे दूसरों की जय जयकार चाहिए अपने लिए, तो उसमें अहंकार है। और जब
Yes.
आप इस भाव से करते हैं कि नहीं ये तो मैं ईश्वर के समर्पण भाव से कर रहा हूँ या अपना कर्म करने के लिए कर रहा हूँ, तो उसका उसका अर्थ अलग हो जाता है, उसका फल अलग मिलता है। तो वो भाव इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट व्हेन यू आर गोइंग टू अ टेम्पल। इफ योर भाव इज रॉन्ग, then no matter what you do, you perform all the rituals, it goes to hell, to be honest. तो वो भाव की समस्या।
कौन ऐसे सोचता है? कौन ऐसे सोचता है when they go to temple? सबको ये मुझे it's like a transaction. It's literally like a transaction. मैं ये prayer करूंगा, मुझे ये मिलेगा. Even priests talk about it like as if like that, as if it's some kind of like business transaction with divinity.
Yeah, I mean, people have become transactional nowadays.
And even the
एक हाथ दे
even priests
दूसरे
talk
हाथ
like
ले।
that. That shocked me the most when I see priests talking like this. You know?
The thing is, Anand, people are just doing it for the sake of doing. Like they are doing when what do priests learn nowadays? I'm not sure how much they imbibe the essence of our knowledge. They
No,
just
some
learn
people
few
really do.
rituals. Okay, I'm not sure how much they imbibe the essence of our knowledge. They just learn few rituals, perform it, and they think that duty is done. No one
Yeah,
explains the ritual, the meaning behind it. Why do we do it?
that's very
What is
interesting.
the
So
symbolism behind it?
you know Shraddha, right? The 13 day of after a person dies.
Yeah.
Right? So when my uncle does the shraddh for his father, right? They have a priest, and he comes he'll spend at least 30 minutes. He'll say, "You want to have any questions? You can ask me." And like consistently, he will listen. He will listen to the question and he'll answer really well. There are priests like that, quite a few priests. But I'm saying I find a lot of the other, like, not every priest is so consistent and conscientious about his teaching. That's exactly why I'm saying Christians are so much better at this. Like they're conscientious. Like, that's what I'm saying. I have a big problem with the varnashram of the like no the varna, what do you call it, the jati based priests. Because आप अपना वर्ण का घर नहीं निभा रहे. It's just you're just
But
going through the motions for
yeah, the
benefit, for
thing,
social
the
benefit.
problem with our priests today is, like in Christian case, these priests are trained from proper seminaries. Okay, so they learn about their theology and tradition properly before they are admitted into church. But in our case, there is no such thing. There is no such formal process where you have to go through rigorous training and rigorous education to become a priest. There is no
Like I
such
almost
training only.
I almost started it. There's a Gurukul in Mysore, for example. A lot of young boys and girls are being trained to become Brahmins, proper Brahmins. And I almost went into it. Like after my thread, I got my thread. I almost got into that. But then I was like, I told my mom I'm not really into that. I want to live like a different life. So like yeah. And I didn't believe. So I believe. Honestly, if I want to do all this, I have to believe. You have to believe. And I didn't have the belief, unfortunately. What to do? I had
Yeah.
the interest
And to
in
be
the stories,
honest,
the
and
philosophy,
to
but
be honest, sorry, yeah, you go ahead.
listen, I had the interest in the theology and the study and everything. Like I could have studied it, but I would not be able to believe it. Then I would be I'll be essentially a liar, right? I didn't want to be a liar. I want to be authentic. So,
Yeah, that's
Vimardha, any
true.
topics?
When you don't have that
Mm-hmm.
tend, yeah,
Any topics?
Yes,
Any more
yes.
topics you have,
No, no,
please?
no, no. तुम्हारा last topic you want to talk about, correct? Shall I share the screen?
You
the main
can
topic.
maybe.
Yeah, we can take 10, 15 minutes. Yeah, tell me which one you want
Bijeet,
to share. That
Bi-
what's your books, correct?
yeah. So just you can search the word Sermon on the Mount, because I wanted you and Bijitda and all others to just put your comments on it, because it is really important. क्रिश्चियन एथिकल फ्रेमवर्क पे बात चल रही है, तो इस पे बात ना हो तो ये बुरी बात है.
Sure.
The main
Okay,
one.
here is the
हाँ, yeah,
here
this
is the
one,
Sermon on the
this
Mount.
one, yeah, this.
Okay,
So
so
this
let
is
me read
from the
it
book
for
of
the
Sri Ram Swarup ji. Yeah,
so let
please.
me read it for the first para, and then the audience and the guests can actually talk about. Sermon on the Mount. The discussion of Christian ethics would be complete. No discussion of Christian ethics would be complete without mentioning a discourse called the Sermon on the Mount, found in the New Testament. Like the kingdom of heaven, the sermon also has also caused much misunderstanding, though of a different nature. It arises not from a wrong translation or a wrong interpretation, but by according to the sermon and importance it it never had in the Christian tradition. The sermon contains lofty ethical teachings, but it is not organic to the Bible. It is out of tune with much of its other moral teachings in the New Testament. It also does not agree with whatever we know of the personality of Jesus. For example, the sermon asks us not to judge so that we we be not judged. But Jesus is judging and condemning a good deal. He is calling whole groups of people serpents and broods of vipers, and wondering how they would escape being sentenced to hell. He calls them He calls them of evil and adulterous generations. He even curses a fig tree for not bearing fruit probably out of the proper season. uh, MT22 18FF. I don't know what it means. For some such
Matthew.
for some such yeah, Matthew. Okay, I not read, so I need to search for my soul and find my soul there. The proper season. Okay.
You are a
For
bad
some,
bastard. That
yes. I need to go to USA and do the course in Harvard. Correct. I need to ask my better.
Christianity is not that complicated.
Ha ha.
Christianity is not that complicated. They just make it big, more complicated than it's supposed to be.
But I want to go to Harvard and go and learn Christianity properly. How I can learn here? Correct.
No, you go to that. What college is that? There's a Christian college in the US. Go study there.
Okay. Good. Okay. Let me read this part. Is interesting.
Sorry.
He even curses fig tree for not bearing fruit properly out of the proper season, for some such and other similar reasons. Some scholars believe that the sermon derives from some non-biblical source. Some, in fact, with great cogency, have shown that every sentence in the sermon has a parallel in some contemporary source, such as Egyptian Gnosticism, the Proverbs, and the Proverbs and Talmud. Talmud is the Jewish
Jewish
book.
scripture.
They hold, Jewish scripture. They hold that the sermon is an interpolation belonging to the period when the Bible was being assembled and was laying hands on whatever it found, striking and
तो
deep in other
तो
places.
इसका सीधा अनुवाद है कि ये भी चुराया, ये भी चोरी
Yeah,
किया.
everything from Christianity is stolen. Everything. Nothing is indigenous. It's a cult. It's a random Roman cult. You do understand? Like the problem is we keep thinking of it as a religion. It's just a cult with a handful of things, initiatives. It has a handful of ideas. And
But
इनका
it built using
इनका
the
जो इनका जो शहादत का भी जो आइडिया था, ये लोग गले तक दारू पी के फिर शहादत देने जाते थे. मतलब जो जैसे जिहादी होते हैं, जिहादी एटलीस्ट दारू पी के नहीं जाता मरने. तो ये लोग गला तक दारू पीते थे, फिर एक दिन पूरा मतलब सेक्स वेक्स करके फिर शहीद होने जाते थे, क्योंकि फिर वो सब करने के बाद इनको वो हेवन मिल जाएगा. सो ये तो हालत था बेसिकली. और मतलब रोम के जितने भी अनपढ़ गवार सुपरस्टिशियस क्रिमिनल लोग थे, क्रिश्चियनिटी वहां से चालू हुआ, उनके बीच से ही फैलना चालू हुआ. और वहीं से चालू हुआ, इसलिए रोमन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर के लिए इसको कंट्रोल करना भी मुश्किल हो गया. और आज भी वही ट्रेंड चलता है. तो वही बात है, अगर सुपरस्टिशन मतलब इफ यू हैव सम सुपरस्टिशन प्रिवेंशन एक्ट, that will be enough to counter these sort of books and these sort of cults. लेकिन हम लोग ढंग से ध्यान नहीं देते, और फिर ये एक
just
दिन इतना
superficial
आउट ऑफ
prevention.
प्रोपोर्शन हो जाता है.
No,
सो
first,
मैं आई
first,
थिंक जूलियन द अपोस्टेट का एक लेटर पढ़ रहा था, जहाँ पे वो रोमन लोगों को अपील कर रहा है एक्चुअली कि प्लीज तुम लोग आओ, मंदिर पे आओ, थोड़ा सैक्रिफाइस मतलब थोड़ा पूजा वूजा करो, भगवान का पूजा करो थोड़ा. मुझे पता है कि तुम लोग बहुत ज्यादा मतलब जो भी एथिस्ट हो चुके हो, तुम लोग अपना फेथ खो चुके हो, बट इट इज इम्पोर्टेंट एज ए कम्युनिटी टू कम. ये जूलियन द अपोस्टेट लिख रहा है रोम के लोगों को कि तुम लोग अगर नहीं आओगे तो तुम्हारा रिलीजन नहीं बचेगा. मैं सिर्फ एक एम्पेरर होके इसको नहीं बचा सकता. ठीक है, आओ तो मतलब दैट मीन कि थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ टेम्पल पे आओ, एक अगरबत्ती वगैरह जला के जाओ, एटलीस्ट ध्यान रखो टेम्पल का. ये उन्हें बोलना पड़ रहा है, और सेम हिंदुओं के साथ हो रहा है. इंस्टेड ऑफ काउंटरिंग कि भाई ये सारे जो कल्ट है ये सुपरस्टिशियस कल्ट है, हम लोग उनके बातों में बहकर अपना जो फेथ है उसमें विश्वास खो रहे हैं. द सेम थिंग इज हैपनिंग हियर.
that is fundamentally why I'm against the First Amendment. First Amendment is the thing that's hamstringing our entire ability to discuss this topic. Like I cannot
Right.
go on public platform, like go to a mall and
Right.
say all these things loudly. Because अगर मैं जाके बोलूंगा, there will be 1,000 Hindus coming and telling me, trying to kick my ass, saying, "Why do you say this?" My own family will tell
Exactly.
me, "Why you have to be so mean,
मुझे
so
तो हाईली
vile?"
लगता है कि जवाहरलाल नेहरू को फर्स्ट अमेंडमेंट लाने के लिए, मतलब कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में फर्स्ट अमेंडमेंट तो इंडिया का जो लाया गया, वो सेक्शन 19 में लाया गया ना, कि फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच इज नॉट एब्सोल्यूट। तो मुझे हाईली लगता है ये करने के लिए नेहरू को पैसा दिया गया था उसे, पक्का। मतलब दिस कैनॉट बी नेचुरल कि फर्स्ट अमेंडमेंट इज अ ह्यूज मतलब कर्व ऑन द फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच। ये बहुत रैंडम लगता है मुझे। So I think
No,
this
no,
guy
Bijita,
was
this is
bribed.
very common. This is the very common thing they try to do everywhere, all over the British Empire.
Bijita, I think you're forgetting that Nehru in his writing has mentioned that, correct? I think we also discussed that Nehru himself said that, okay, like I am a Muslim by nature, or I'm a Christian by choice, or whatever, correct? He had mentioned. So,
Exactly.
like, he was
Hindu by accident
already,
of birth.
yeah, whatever he has mentioned, correct? He mentioned various, like he was a kind of a veg biryani, okay,
Right.
mixture of paneer and other things. So he,
By the way,
like,
that
he
first
was all.
amendment,
Hmm, go ahead.
yeah, the first amendment he came up with because of a case that he lost at Supreme Court against Romila Thapar's relative Raj Thapar, uh, in a case where his land reform bill was challenged, and he lost that case. So out of spite, he did that. Actually,
Seriously, these Thappers, man. Seriously.
अरे
Sorry.
these Thapar Wapar, they are all converts यार, मतलब
I'm not serious. I'm just
I
making a
have no
joke.
faith in these people. I have no faith even in
every
Gandhi
era में
also.
कुछ तो
मतलब
Thapper
एक
का आ
गांधी
गया.
एक बंदा है जिसको ये वाइट लोग सेंट सेंट कह रहे हैं, वो लोग फालतू में, सी दे आर वेरी मच स्क्रिप्चरल अनलाइक अस। सो एक बंदे को रैंडमली सेंट वगैरह कह तो नहीं सकते ना। तो
कौन
मतलब
बोल?
मुझे लगता है कि यार ये जो जितने ये सब जिनको फोकस मिलता था या फुटेज मिलता था, ये सारे मतलब वही कन्वर्टेड थे, सारे राइस बैग ही थे।
Yeah, it makes sense considering the way in most countries they have converted people. It's true.
हाँ,
It makes a lot of sense.
you see Rahul Gandhi today, he shared such a long message about Merry Christmas.
Of course. एक भी whisper नहीं आता दिवाली के टाइम पर.
Exactly, this guy
The
is a
biggest
fucking
festival.
Christian. This fucker is a Christian.
So,
सीधी सी बात
I
है।
mean, even if he's an atheist, the kissing up Christianity is more interesting, na, for him.
तो कौन सा एथिस्ट है?
और
वो कभी बोला नहीं ना कि मैं एथिस्ट हूँ, थोड़ा ही बोला है उसने।
और ये जो फर्स्ट अमेंडमेंट है ना, ये खाली हम लोगों को ना रिलीजन को मतलब दूसरे रिलीजन या सुपरस्टिशन को क्रिटिसाइज करने से नहीं रोकता है, ऐसा नहीं है।
Correct. Exactly.
बात है कि हम लोग यदि जैसे कोई पावरफुल व्यक्ति है, जैसे कोई ब्यूरोक्रेट है, वो गलत काम कर रहा है, वो गलत पॉलिसी ला रहा है, मान लीजिए, उसको भी क्रिटिसाइज करेंगे तो अरेस्ट कर लेते हैं लोग।
Yeah, because
हाँ,
the peace
तो
and order. No?
आप
If एक peace and order nonsense डाला है First Amendment में.
आपका कोई भी इशू को प्रॉपरली ओपन माइंडेडली एनालाइज करने से पब्लिकली रोकता है ये फर्स्ट अमेंडमेंट।
Yes,
और
exactly.
ऐसे जितने भी लॉज है, जैसे 295A या फिर एक 153A करके एक लॉ था, इस विषय पर तो मैं बहुत अग्री करता हूँ कुशल मेहरा से कि भाई फ्रीडम ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन एब्सोल्यूट होना चाहिए,
और फ्रीडम ऑफ
Did
स्पीच
you
पे
इसमें
know
कोई
क्वेश्चन
about the
जो
संशय नहीं
जाएगा
है।
case?
तो वो हिंदू के फेवर में जाएगा। करो ना हमारा यार, ब्लास्फेमी करो, मेरे को
हाँ
कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, लेकिन हम लोग करेंगे भाई,
भाई,
पलटा हम लोग
भाई
गिराएंगे।
हमारे देवी देवताओं को जितना गाली देना है दो, हमको पता है कि हमको
लेकिन
कैसे
अरे
हम
but वो
हम
already
करना है,
गाली दे रहे हैं.
हम भी देंगे।
I hear this
एग्जैक्टली
argument. Some people make this argument. ओ अगर आप अलाउ करेंगे तो हमारे देवियों को गाली देंगे. अबे अब भी हो रहा है भाई. अब भी bloody हो रहा है. And they do it in such large numbers. You cannot file cases against all of them because the court system is already
अरे भाई
flooded with
उसके
cases.
बेसिस पे तो कन्वर्जन चल रहा है ना, हिंदू देवी
Yeah,
देवता को गाली
exactly.
दे।
So
Okay.
बात है कि हमको काउंटर करने नहीं
Wait,
देते।
wait.
हाँ.
Before we end our discussion, we
Yeah.
have live rice bag in our comment section. So I'm sharing it.
कौन?
Let
अरे
me.
because I was sharing this
Who
stream on
who's the
X ना,
live
तो
right back?
बंदा आया होगा.
Hmm.
दिखाओ दिखाओ.
So here is a Chikara International. Okay. So he is in international rice bag. Okay. So he's saying
Oh,
correct.
namaskar,
I had
international right back.
okay. So I had like shared one one shot a long time ago. How the temples of Goa were converted to churches. This is a
Hmm.
famous speech by Shefali Vaidya. Okay, so I had took a clip and posted as a shot. So this guy has mentioned fake information means Godi Media and Sangi. Correct. So this rice bag is not even educated. Okay, he doesn't know. He didn't go to America to study. Sorry. Okay.
So
So I
namaskaram, right back ji. We all have the same soul. The universal soul सबका है. So
we are waiting.
ये
We are
राइस
waiting
बैग भी
for.
नहीं यार, ये गू कन्वर्ट है. राइस बैग कन्वर्ट तो इससे अच्छा है.
God
Okay.
damn.
This guy is not
So
rice bag, he's a poop bag.
let's respect the soul, the universal
uh,
soul
Yeah.
in him. ब्राह्मण उनका उनके उनके शरीर में भी है, right? परमात्मा का
Oh God.
एक अंश
अरे
वहाँ
भाई,
भी है.
सोल या आत्मन जो भी है वो पूप थोड़ा ही खाता है. ये बंदा तो पूप खाता है इजीली.
okay. So I had
मैं
asked
आत्मन को
him.
थोड़ा ही गाली दे रहा हूँ. मैं
I have
उसके जो
asked him के
जीवा है,
ask
उसका
your
जो प्राण है, उसको गाली दे रहा हूँ.
I have asked him कि ask your forefathers rise by convert. ठीक है, ये उससे बोला कि wrong information है. तो he replied, find your forefather and your father and tell me what is the Hindu main god. Main मतलब like one, he wants one god, correct? Main god, correct? What is the main god and the Hindu name who is given to you? Okay. Another one question, kindly explain the Sanatan. You are which Ramayan following because so many versions in Ramayan, so many author Ramayan. Okay. So
इसको पूछो कि
problem is,
जीसस एग्जिस्ट करता है क्या.
Okay, is it possible for him to come join us for a bit? I'd like to ask him some interesting questions.
Yeah,
no
yeah,
man,
yeah.
he doesn't know. He doesn't know how to write a proper English sentence. What he will speak.
I want to
अरे
Also,
हिंदी
analyze
बुलवा
this.
देना.
See, I want to analyze his delusion. See, I'm a psychiatrist.
Oh,
I'm just in this person, in this discussion. I'm the psychiatrist. I want to analyze his delusion. Because he asked, which Ramayanas do you follow, right? It doesn't matter which Ramayana a person follows. Ultimately, every Hindu believes in Brahman. Every Hindu believes in some core tenets of reincarnation. They believe in the concept that all of the universe is linked together. Your body is temporary,
You
right?
you can see one thing I've noticed here is his history centricism. Like,
Yes,
which Ramayana do you follow? The point is, the events of Ramayana does not matter. Even if they are completely false, it does not matter. The message matters. The morals or the lessons in the book matter. Those
exactly,
values matter.
exactly. 100% correct. Absolutely, that's exactly what the goal is. Yes.
It's a very Christian way of thinking that exactly what was written is what is important.
But you know
and
the funny part,
wait,
these
wait,
people they
wait,
think every character is a morally superior being. If they think in the
and
two epics, right? Every character is morally superior. I just quote a character. The character must be morally superior. So you are caught. I've caught you. Like they don't even know this nuance even in that. Like literally, the books are about nuance and not about good and evil. They're about nuance of human society and how divinity comes and clarifies that nuance.
okay, then actually
yeah, maybe we
after
can
that,
ask him a question. Yeah, maybe we can ask him a question that how did his God become his, like, how did his own God become father of his own son, and
Exactly.
all of those things about Trinity,
No.
and why is
I would ask him the question: why did his God? Why was his not God not able to protect himself?
also
So
why
why did
was
his
his
God
one
sacrifice
single
himself?
God cannot even, and why could not his single God protect their single book, which goes through so many redactions and translations and so on and so forth? It could not protect that also. So we must ask that as well.
They have no answer. I've actually debated a Christian, Arab Christian pastor. My God. My
Why
God is
does his
my God.
God steal so much literature from the Jews and from the Egyptians
Yeah.
and from the Turkish people and their
Why do
culture?
you take Yule? Why do you take Yule and Saturnalia from the Romans, pagan Romans?
Uh,
Why you couldn't
why
create
does
your
it
own?
steal?
Okay, then
Happy
I ask
Saturnalia
him.
to him, by the way.
Then I ask him, ask your ancestors how many rice bags took them to start abusing abusing your devta. They have worshipped for generation. That's your worth. Your soul was harvested so cheaply. I would have put a higher price.
Oh God.
Now, I
You
want to
know,
go
to
to
these sort
America.
of
I want to go to America. Okay, stay there for in good accommodation, fully funded, and then I will learn Christianity. I have no problem. I'll go there.
I've
Just want to
learned as
put.
much Christianity as I'm happy with. Beyond that, not interested. बहुत हो गया और कुछ नहीं चाहिए
हम राइस बैग से काम नहीं बनेगा हमारे हमारे यहाँ राइस बैग से।
नहीं बनेगा
हमको पूरा पैकेज मांगता है।
हाँ, वो पूरा पैकेज मांगता है, फुल पैकेज, 5 स्टार पैकेज, 5 स्टार पैकेज, 5 स्टार। Okay,
By the way, if
so
anyone
let's.
has watched Swami and his friends, there lies the best answer in the first episode. Not just
which one
spoil it for anybody.
अरे
Swami and his
Malgudi
friend
days.
Malgul days.
oh Marguerite
The first episode has this whole section, right, with a pastor and the answer which
I haven't
Swami
seen
gives.
Marguerite in a long time so I can't remember sadly
Okay, so okay, whose Slavin device is disconnected? So okay, anybody has any other things to say before we
so
conclude our discussion today?
so now we're looking at let's discuss I don't know you covered Christmas specifically Christmas right
Hmm.
so the idea of Christmas that is currently being celebrated worldwide is a purely monetary decision. Let's be clear. Christmas as a celebration is purely for money. There's no essential theological value in it, other than for some really diehard Christians who believe Jesus rose on that day. It is basically like Valentine's Day. It's like a fun, like proto-secular, goof around tradition. For Christians who actually believe in the resurrection, they will go to church, right? Generally, practicing Christians, they go to church and part of communion. But they'll have a specific Jesus-themed celebration on that day. That's it. That's all Christmas is. But for us, we must understand that Christmas is more deeper. It is about celebrating the seasons, right? Celebrating our nature that is so beautiful, and we must respect it. So my suggestion is if a Hindu wants to celebrate Christmas, celebrate Saturnalia, celebrate Yule, and celebrate the solstice. Celebrate the nature that Bhudevi with Chandrama together in cohabitation, right? Do that. My suggestion would be.
Now, Google gives the translation as Sheetkalin Sakranti for this, the winter solstice. Uh, we can come up with our own word and
So
make it a
what's
part of
Tulsi
our
Puja?
religious tradition.
Can one more thing? What's Tulsi Puja? This has been going all
अरे
over
भाई
TV.
this is मकर संक्रांति बोलते हैं क्योंकि
Okay,
वो
then Makar
Okay, yes, yes,
Sankranti.
yes.
हाँ
But it's not a major
Yes, yes.
religious thing, right? Makar
No,
Sankranti.
अरे भाई साहब
it is a major
you
festival
have
in East India.
you have not
East
been
in East
to
India.
East India. That's why. Okay.
these
Are
villages
Anand, generally Makar Sankranti is also celebrated in Telugu states. They release
Hmm.
movies, and
Is
I
it?
think
Isn't it?
it is at par with Pongal, somewhere
But
around Pongal.
isn't it a specific date in the year? Is it in December?
13th, 14th or 15th January.
नहीं
But
मतलब
because
इंग्लिश कैलेंडर
Bijita
के
is
साथ तो सिंक
saying
नहीं है
because it is based on
It's
Hindu
not. It's
calendar.
not during Christmas. Okay,
हाँ
that's the thing.
अरे इट्स अ तिथि ना सो तिथि तो कोई भी डेट पे पड़
Keeping this
सकता है
correct. correct. But based on your Panchang.
हाँ
Correct. I'm saying is celebrate the nature. Forget about I'm saying celebrate nature. Fundamentally, do that at least. Don't have to go pray to Jesus. That's another thing. Why should you have that? A lot of Hindus go around doing that Jesus, when child is born and all that nonsense shit. No need. You celebrate Christmas, everyone. Don't
अरे
criticize.
I am working on it. I am already writing this book. It is
अरे मेरी ऑफिस में
लगभग हो ही गया है.
फुल
नेचुरल
फुल
मोरालिटी,
फुल चैलेंज था
स्पॉन्टेनियस
भाई.
मोरालिटी, इंटेंशन मोरालिटी, ये सब के ऊपर आ रहा है.
अरे मेरे ऑफिस में था, चैलेंज बना दिया. Who can make the most beautiful nativity celebration? I'm like, okay, I was not there thankfully because I would have lost
क्या
my shit.
मोस्ट
What is that nativity celebration? What do you mean by that?
Nativity means birth of Jesus Christ in the barn and everything.
हाँ इसी तरह से प्रोपेगेट करते हैं.
अरे इतनी ऐसे ही भाई, ऐसे ही है.
सही
I
है.
was
इस बार
surprised.
कुछ
I
झमेला
was
वमेला किया है बजरंग दल वालों ने. तो लोगों का ट्वीट आ रहा है, मैंने देखा इसमें.
अरे झमेला नहीं भाई, they quite aggressive they got. My God.
सेंटा
I
क्लॉज
think
को
No, but
पीट रहा है.
what Bajrang Dal could have done something constructive. They could have talked
हाँ
about
जैसे
winter
मैंने ये
solstice.
वाला आज नैरेटिव जो डाला कि कैपिटलिज्म कोका कोला ने बनाया है ना ये सेंटा क्लॉज, तो तुम कोका कोला के खिलाफ बोलो कि वी आर अगेंस्ट कैपिटलिज्म, वी आर अगेंस्ट कोका कोला एंड दैट्स व्हाई वी आर अगेंस्ट सेंटा क्लॉज.
no, but
ये सेंटा क्लॉज
better.
के आड़ में कोका कोला जो हमारे मार्केट को हड़पना चाहता है, मैं उसके खिलाफ हूँ. ऐसे नैरेटिव बनाओ और फिर सेंटा
हाँ,
क्लॉज को पेलो. ठीक
You know,
है.
if anyone has any Bajrang Dal
आत्मनिर्भर
contacts,
भारत.
एक मिनट.
हाँ
If anyone,
आत्मनिर्भर भारत के खिलाफ है ये जो
you
सेंटा
know,
क्लॉज है, दिस इज अगेंस्ट आत्मनिर्भर भारत.
so instead of
मुझे
my
कैंपा कोला चाहिए, कैंपा कोला, कोका कोला नहीं, मुझे कैंपा चाहिए.
no, so I'm saying if instead of the current methods that they're using, my suggestion is be similar to what another group, Bajrang Dal group, did in I think Pune. I think they went from a church and they started singing Hanuman Chalisa. My suggestion would be in front on Christmas Day, go in front of all the churches that you know, like wherever you want to go, sit outside there, open a pie, open up on the ground, put lots of nice, put comfortable bedding, provide some drinks, refreshment, and sing sweetly, sing, and say we are welcome, and put that big welcome one and all to sing with us Hanuman Chalisa right in front of the church, not in the church, in front of the church. I'm telling you, that's more effective.
Right.
Anand,
Very sweetly
Anand.
you sing.
Anand, do you know how much money is paid by these missionary organizations for bringing converts?
I can imagine billions.
No, do you really know? I think
No, I don't know.
I know. I got to know one. They are paying 5 lakh rupees per person in the bigger churches.
I mean, all the money comes from abroad. No, so it's all dollars.
Obviously.
So people are giving dollars.
Arey,
So
Dada,
5 lakhs nothing.
there is competition for it. There are various denominations of church. In the south, this happens. There are various denominations of church. There is one Lutheran and one Protestant and one Baptist. They are
Arey,
competing
Mormons
among
bhi aage hai,
themselves. The more
Mormons
people
bhi
they
aage hai.
convert, the more funding they receive from their foreign countries, foreign masters.
Yeah.
Now, what they
Arey,
do
Mormons
is
bhi aage hai, bhai.
they over report converts. Let's say they have
Arey,
converted only 5 people, they will show 100 on paper to get
That's
money
okay.
from foreign countries. There is a lot of
That's their
corruption
problem.
also.
That's their problem. But do you know who Mormons are?
No, but yes,
You know
you
who
can.
I
Mormons are?
know.
Mormons are in Bangalore mein. They're building a giant temple in Bangalore. Mormon
Temple or
temple.
church?
No, they
Okay,
call it temple. Mormon temple, they call it. I'll tell you, Mormonism is the most goofiest Christian. Many Christians don't consider them Christian. You know what they believe? They believe that their prophet, Joseph Smith, after death, you don't go to heaven. You get a planet of your own. I'm not joking. You get a planet of your own.
I want to join them, man. I want my own planet.
So not only that, do you know that they can have multiple wives? And they can have multiple wives. like Islam.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
I
yeah,
know.
yeah.
That I know.
I
That I
think
know.
for a long time in America, they were
Huh.
given the right to
Okay,
have
that's not.
multiple marriages.
So one more thing, they require their kids to go on mission. Means you have to go to convert. You have to. The kid has to go before they can get their final permission to join the Mormon church. Okay, interesting thing. They have to wear particular underwear. Very specific underwear they have to wear.
अरे
To
great
answer this,
idea
this
है.
happens.
ये आइडिया
This
अच्छा है.
happens in Chhattisgarh. This actually happens in Chhattisgarh. They
Huh.
convert, get the
आनंद,
Yeah, so
money,
this
they
is
do, then they do ghar
this is a
wapsi.
nice comment. This is a great comment. This is
What do
like
you say?
हाँ,
this is a
कौन सा?
violation of thermodynamic principle. This
no,
is
I think it's a good idea for startup. Correct. Cash flow will be very good.
But
No, no,
you know
seed
some of the
funding
most.
के लिए बहुत अच्छा idea.
Have you heard of
Uh-huh.
Mitt Romney? Do you know who Mitt Romney is?
Yeah, I know Mitt
Mitt
Romney.
Romney is a Mormon. There, do you know there's a book called the Seven Habits of the Highly Effective People. It was very famous in India for a while.
Yeah.
Stephen R. Covey. He's a Mormon.
ये मॉर्मन वालों ने ही तो गांधी को कैनोनाइज किया था ना.
I don't think. That's Catholics. They don't do canonization. Catholics only do. One more thing. Do you know many of the funders for a lot of these what do you call it startups in Chennai are all funded by Mormons. पैसे उनसे ही मिलता है. They're one of the richest Christian organizations in the US. You know that? Because you know why? They're very hardworking, extremely hardworking. They focus on like work. Like they don't focus on this. They do preaching as well, but they're very hardworking.
Planet. They
Very
focus on
strict,
their
very hardworking.
planet.
They want their own planet, no? So that's why they need to
Yeah,
work
they
hard.
don't planet. Yes,
No,
that's
I think Elon Musk should take a leaf out of this. Instead of colonizing Mars, he should colonize that planet.
No, you get your own planet, and all your wives as well. Your wives also get on the plan on the planet. Basically, you live in the planet with your wives. Basically, Islam, but Christian version. That's all, but with planet. No houris, basically. Only difference.
With no
But
wheels, correct? No
so everyone's
wheels.
fighting to convert, and a lot of billions of dollars they have, each one of them. Each Mormon head will have lots of money.
Oh, now I know why Modi ji is not opposing these people. Correct? They are bringing billions of dollars of foreign exchange. Why Modi ji
Yeah,
would
of
stop
course they
that?
are. Of course they are.
Believe that.
I mean, before itself, Modi ji is like, okay, पैसे लेके आओ, no problem.
हम
See,
बाद में घर वापसी कर
उनको
लेंगे.
डेवलपमेंट करना है भाई. उनका फोकस है 2047. He can't lose focus on that. थोड़ा souls चला गया, big deal. It's okay.
पैसा आना चाहिए. पैसा आना चाहिए.
पैसा आना चाहिए.
Huh?
Like I mean, ultimately he is Gujarati. They got their focus on the price. Paisa. I don't want to say that, but there are a lot of Tamilians also like that. But I'm just saying their focus is very clear. I don't
No.
criticize them for that.
No. Actually, there is also correct. Mr. Mehra told one story, an incident that the Marathi Hindu groups would go to these organizations and go and attend their meetings, take the rice bag and other thing, and do bhandara with them. Bhandara.
I don't trust these statistics much anymore. All these stories, I don't trust them anymore. I didn't trust it in the beginning. I don't trust it
No,
anymore.
these things I've heard from some places where they
How
take
can
the
you
money
verify?
and convert, and then they do ghar wapsi, rinse and repeat.
How can you confirm this? How can you verify this? Can't, right?
A lot of people would
Maybe
do.
they have the money.
No.
They can
It
show
may
the
not
money.
be a very widespread event, but we have a lot of chalu people, correct, in India, so they'll make
That's
it a business out
fine,
of
but
it.
I
how to
think
verify?
in India anything is possible, Anand. When it comes
No,
to
I
doing
know
these
that.
things,
I
जुगाड़
understand anything
निकालना
possible,
लोग
but I
जानते हैं.
don't want. I believe claims require evidence. Exceptional claims require exceptional evidence. So I don't trust it until it's been proven to me.
So let's found a startup on this idea. It's cash flow would be very good, correct. We don't have to do a lot of work. Okay, yeah, we need
So,
to
so,
get some people.
going back to what we should do, what Bajrang Dal should do, my opinion would be theological fight, not a physical fight. Your theology is what you need to defeat. You defeat the theology.
Anand,
Yeah.
see, we need to join Bajrang Dal, we need to join BJP.
Arey, I can't
Only
join.
then
I
it
don't have
will.
the temperament. I can't be a politician. That's why, because I can't join.
No, Bajrang Dal and BHP is not politics. It is activism. There is no politics there.
I don't. I'm very soft-hearted, unfortunately.
No, no, no.
Yes, sir,
See,
I'll start
you.
crying the minute I see someone like I start crying. I can talk a lot, but I can't do all this.
Yeah, yeah. So you will talk on behalf of.
Big mountains.
Correct. You will be talking on behalf of Bajrang Dal. That's it. There is no
I
issue.
think I'm not sure what the plans of Bajrang Dal and VHP are. In case of Bajrang Dal, they should have a intellectual wing as well, where
Yeah,
people go
I'm
there
trying
as
to.
spokesperson and talk on intellectual issues. Like they do
Yeah.
on ground activism, that is good. That is something we need
I am for
as a
on-ground
society.
activism. I'm saying you do your on-ground activism in such a way that it benefits. You get more people keep coming and joining you, but people are not joining you because they're scared of being associated with that with the Bajrang Dal. That's a problem. No, they're scared that someone their family members will not talk to them. Their friends they'll lose their friends, right? Because the messaging that goes that Bajrang Dal is this way is coming because of the way people perceive their activism. But you don't see that the other Christians perceiving aggressive pastors as that same way. Why? Because they do it very
Bijit,
smartly.
Bijitda, let's pitch
हाँ,
your books to BHP and Bajrang Dal.
Yeah. I think they should read these books.
which one? The genocide वाला या फिर the
अरे
splits?
ऑल बुक्स पाँच छह बुक आ रहे हैं ना, पाँच छह बुक आ रहे हैं, सब बुक बोल देंगे ये देखो अब फंड अस, देखो हम कैसे सब चेंज करते हैं.
But ask them to listen to Alex O'Connor. They given 2 arguments of Alex O'Connor they can use. फट जाएंगे. The local Indian Christian will like, oh shit, I can't answer. Because the people that Alex O'Connor debates is like freaking extremely smart. These people don't know anything. And one more thing. History of Christians in other continents. वो पहले वो जाके बोलिए सबको. ये हो जाता है आपके पास. You go see what happened to Native Americans, see what happened to the South Americans. आप जैसे indigenous communities थे, देखो क्या उनका हाल हो गया है.
भाई
उनको दिखा
सीधा
पिक्चर्स
वर्ड है,
पिक्चर्स
वर्ड यूज
भाई
करो कि
पिक्चर
genocide.
प्रिंट आउट giant
These are
pictures.
genocidal ideologies. सिंपल बात है.
अरे
ये लोग
I'm saying
genocide करते हैं.
I'm
सिंपल
saying
सी
don't
बात
even
है.
have to tell. You go find the network, go find all the Africans who were killed by the Christian missionaries.
उसमें पैसा लगेगा बहुत,
postcard,
उसमें
go to
फंडिंग
go
लगेगा,
to
जाना
tribal,
पड़ेगा, वीजा लगेगा,
see. हो गया.
उसमें पैसा लगेगा ना, इन्वेस्टमेंट है, टाइम
अरे
लगेगा.
उनके पास पैसा है. हाँ मैं
चुपचाप
पैसा
सिलेबस
दूंगा.
चेंज करो,
क्या
पढ़ा
और
दो.
मनी उनकी बात
सिलेबस चेंज करो और वो
Uh,
सब दिखाना क्यों है? स्केच बना दो ना, बुक्स में स्केच बना दो. ये जो
अरे बुक्स इज
हिंदुओं
हार्डर
के खिलाफ
थिंग्स.
जब पढ़ाया जाता है सिलेबस में, तो हिंदुओं के खिलाफ वो स्केच वेच बनाया जाता है ना.
मुझे लगता है ना कि इन्होंने सारा एनर्जी इस्लाम पे लगा दिया है,
या
थोड़ा सा क्रिश्चियनिटी पर शिफ्ट करे, और भी कम्युनिज्म जितने भी आइडियोलॉजीज है, द्रविडियनिज्म, कम्युनिज्म,
मुझे तो
थोड़ा सा
कम्युनिज्म पहले
उनमें भी
जानता
ध्यान दे. स्पेशली ये लोग मिशनरीज पर ध्यान दे सकते हैं. जस्ट दे नीड टू रीड अ लिटिल, और इनके साथ थोड़ा मारपीट करने वाला हिसाब नहीं चलेगा. मिशनरीज के
हाँ,
साथ आपको थोड़ा सा वो चालाकी वाला काम करना पड़ेगा
चलो
कि
ठीक
आप
है.
नैरेटिव को नैरेटिव से काउंटर कीजिए. करना चाहिए. मुझे लगता है कि अब थोड़ा सा एक्टिविज्म शुड बी अगेंस्ट मिशनरीज आल्सो.
मैं
इनफ
बोला
ऑफ
था
दिस
ना, मैं जब
एंटी
वो
मुस्लिम
लेक्चर सीरीज
एक्टिविज्म.
चालू किया था, लेक्चर सीरीज चालू करने के टाइम मैंने बोला था कि सी, इस्लाम के साथ हिंदुओं का फिजिकल डिफरेंस है कि हम लोग राइट साइड घूमते हैं तो वो लेफ्ट साइड से घूमते हैं, हम लोग क्लॉकवाइज तो वो एंटी क्लॉकवाइज, हम लोग लेफ्ट से लिखते हैं तो वो राइट से लिखना चालू करते हैं. सो एवरीथिंग इज फकिंग डिफरेंट. एक इतना बड़ा वायलेंट हिस्ट्री है जो काफी ज्यादा हद तक रिकॉर्डेड भी है, लेकिन ये
दादा हम लोग मुंह से
क्रिश्चियन ऐसा
खाते हैं,
नहीं.
फिर तो वो लोग
हाँ.
क्या करते
वो
हैं?
लोग
हम लोग
अलग
मुंह
जगह
से
से
खाते
खाते
हैं.
हैं. वो अलग जगह से खाते हैं.
Oh
जो
God.
कुछ हद तक सही भी है वैसे, बट ठीक है. तो लेकिन इनकी ये
I
बेसिकली
I
क्रिश्चियन.
disagree with this statement.
क्रिश्चियन तो बेसिकली इनको कॉपी कर रहे हैं ना. अब देखो, मैं भूपेंद्र को भेजा था कि ये क्रिश्चियन वालों को यीशु के लिए मंत्र ये अपना रामकृष्ण मिशन ने बना के दिया है.
That's just crazy. I didn't know that. I did not know that.
भूपेंद्र वो
Like,
खोलो ना,
what
मैंने
the
भेजा
hell?
था अभी.
Yeah, I
wait,
believe
wait.
you. Just like
इतना
what
कुछ
the hell,
दिखा
man?
दिया, वो भी दिखा देते हैं, वो जो मंत्र है,
मुझे
Like
sharing
that,
it
all
होगा.
this,
ओम यशवे नमो वाला जो है.
हाँ,
seriously,
what I am sending it.
what
Actually,
the
मैंने
hell?
सेव रखा था. Hold on, I have saved
ये
it
4
and
लाइन का मंत्र पढ़ते हैं भाई. अभी आज आज हुआ है ना रामकृष्ण मिशन में, अभी यीशु का पूजा हुआ है.
Yeah, it was like, what the hell? ये क्या है भाई?
मंत्र के साथ
अरे
हुआ है
इनको
भाई.
तो विंटर सोल्स्टिस को बढ़ावा देना चाहिए था, मकर संक्रांति या जो भी अपना
Yeah.
नाम दे देते.
ऐसे मंत्र है
बोलते
भाई. ओम मधुर सरल वाक्ये ऋषतत्वं प्रकाश्य क्रसगत परिशेषों पिशो
What
पुत्रम
nonsense?
मितोज तमति स्वय पवित्रम मेरीजम लोकबंधुम विमल परमहंसम रामकृष्णम भजामो.
See, I
मतलब
told you,
जो
Sarva
मदर
Dharma,
मेरी और सन ऑफ गॉड लोक कल्याण में मधुर सरल वाक्य बोलने वाला, वाक्य से जिन्होंने भगवत तत्व को प्रकाश किया है, उसके बाद क्रॉस में जिन्होंने अपना जीवन दान दिया है, वही अति पवित्र लोकबंधु यशु रूपी श्री राम कृष्ण को भजना करता. व्हाट द फक. ठीक है. ओम
okay,
यशवे नमः.
Ramakrishna Mission is in Bengal, right?
यीशु
yeah,
रूपी
yeah.
रामकृष्ण.
So this Sarva Dharma, what do you call it?
वड़ा पाव. No वड़ा पाव.
Not
वड़ा
Vada
पाव तो
Pav.
वड़ा
I
पाव.
नो
think
बड़ा
Bengali
भाई.
Sarva Dharma
Burger,
Mishti
burger,
Doi needs to stop.
burger. No, burger,
No,
burger.
Sarva Dharma
Burger
Mishti
is.
Doi needs to stop. Okay, Mishti Doi. Like Sarva Dharma Mishti Doi. No, not acceptable.
So this is
और
the.
वो धर्म रसगुल्ला.
No, that's Odisha. That's Odisha. I support the Odisha people in this.
Oh, please don't argue this case, Anand, with Bengalis. Never do that. Never say Rasgulla is from Odisha. People will chase you off.
So this is the mantra. Okay, so
Hey,
how
thoda
much
to different
money
thoda
is
chahiye. You can't agree on
okay,
everything.
how much money was given by Vatican to them to write this? Was it kind of billions?
I
कितना
don't think so
बड़ा
they've
मंत्र
given any
बना है
money at
यार.
all. I don't think it's on their own. It's like
Huh?
something that they do on their own. I think it's done on their own. No one gives them money.
मतलब कितना स्टूपिड होगा ना फिर.
No, this I thought it was all about validation. This दूसरों का validation चाहिए. I don't understand why so many Indians are like this. I used to be when I was very young, but then I learned quickly that it's stupid to seek validation from others. It just doesn't help you in your life at all.
और कितना कितना मतलब कैसे घुसाया है मेरी को. मेरी जंग मदर मेरी को लिखते मेरी जंग. क्रॉस को लिखते
अरे
क्रॉसो गौतो
अरे
क्रॉसो गौतो
सी
परिशेषो.
अरे
भाई साहब.
विजिता व्हाट वाज टोल्ड बाय ना तुम्हारा ये था ना हमारा जो आया था क्या नाम है स्लेविन when Slavin came.
हाँ.
So Slavin said के okay actually like to get more foreign tourists we would also put Jesus in the temple to get more money. Okay. इन लोगों ने सोचा कि भाई लाखों मतलब मिलियन डॉलर मिलेंगे, लिख दो एक मंथ, क्या फर्क पड़ता है, हमारा फंडिंग 5 साल के लिए हो गया. हाँ?
But you know something? So you know something very funny is happening. West में a lot of these younger people are suddenly discovering Advaita.
हाँ राइट.
So many are discovering Advaita, and they're like, I have become a Hindu today. I saw Advaita and it seems
Yeah.
very interesting. So I want to be Hindu today.
Yeah, I came across this YouTube channel, Anand. He was doing a reaction video on that discussion you were talking about. I think HV Didi had shared his reaction video of 20
I think
minutes or
same
something.
channel. Even I saw.
Yeah, that I forgot the name. But yeah, I think the more I see, the more I realize that now the people in the West is also understanding that the arguments given by many of their rationalists or skeptics like Christopher Hitchens or Charles Dawkins or whoever they were was against Abrahamic God, not against Advaitan divine
No,
or
that I
the
agree.
concept
But
of consciousness.
Hitchens
I think
never discussed.
yeah,
Hitchens was very clear. He said, I don't know anything about it. I love, this is why I like Hitchens more than I like any of the other 4 horsemen. Hitchens was very clear. Once he had a discussion with Shashi Tharoor, okay? He told Shashi Tharoor, I don't know anything about your scripture because I've not studied any of it. I cannot make more comments about your religion until I study it very deeply. Till then, forgive me, but I only know about caste. I only know about some your prayer to gods. That's it, to idols. I don't know anything more beyond that. So I will not criticize it beyond the social aspects. Because he was debating, ironically, he's debating Shashi Tharoor about secularism, and he said that your country doesn't seem secular at all. So Hitchens was honestly telling Shashi Tharoor, I don't think your country seems secular. And Shashi Tharoor was saying, no, we have Indians found secularism. The same thing he says even now. The Sarvadharma,
कांग्रेसी DNA ना,
Sarvadharma,
कांग्रेसी DNA.
And
what
what the one advantage I see with India is, I don't know how many Indians realize the potential of this, is India can be modern without being woke. How? Because we have a faith system which is compatible with living a life in a modern world. It can evolve itself with modernity. In the West, what happened is when the people in the West started becoming modern, because their religion was not compatible with their modern lifestyle, they started rejecting their religion and becoming more and more atheist. Now, when you become atheist, there is a vacuum created inside your mind or heart. So that is filled with wokeism. But in India, that incompatibility is not there between modern way of life and Hindu way of thinking. If
no,
people realize,
it's there in some Orthodox religions.
मैं एक दूसरा बात कहना चाहता हूँ यहाँ पे, वो ये है कि
we can
ये जो
avoid
मंत्र जो
wokeism.
देखा मैंने, ये जो मंत्र यहाँ पे हमने पढ़े, इससे ये मुझे लगता है कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी एक बार मतलब ठीक है, आई एम द बिगेस्ट क्रिटिक ऑफ नरेंद्र मोदी, ठीक है, इट मे सीम लाइक दैट, बट मुझे फिर भी ये लगता है कि नरेंद्र मोदी जब रामकृष्ण मिशन गए थे साधु बनने, और फिर रामकृष्ण मिशन वालों ने उनको फिर रिजेक्ट कर दिया कि भाई तुम नहीं बनोगे, तुम कुछ जाके कुछ और करो, तो एक्चुअली दैट वाज प्रोबेबली द ओनली गुड डिसीजन दैट रामकृष्ण मिशन हैज मेड इन द रिसेंट डेज कि भाई मोदी को साधु नहीं बनने दिया, रामकृष्ण मिशन का साधु नहीं बनने दिया, देश को बचा
नहीं
लिया
तो फिर
भाई.
मोदी
That
गले
is
पर
the
क्रॉस
biggest
पहन के
service.
बोलते हैं.
That is the biggest service that Ramakrishna Mission has done to India. ठीक
Hey,
है.
Bhupen, how are you on two streams at the same time?
2 streams?
Yeah, you're College of Kolkata as well right now.
अच्छा वो प्रीमियर हो रहा है,
No,
प्रीमियर हो रहा है.
no, that's recorded. Also, I have to share
live
na.
here. It says live
हाँ,
here.
अरे
I was like, how are you
मेजर
there also? Like, truly, he has
one
elevated new level, new plane of existence where he's in two different
Actually,
streams.
he can do just by staying silent, just by not saying anything. He can be present and in both streams, ideally. Yeah.
I need one more device for that. But yes, I could be. I would join actually. I would join 2 calls at the same time with 2 devices when I was in office.
राइट. ये जो मासूद जी लिख रहे हैं कि इस्कॉन को
हम्म.
खत्म करने के लिए और उसको बैन करने के लिए बांग्लादेश में हर दिन कोशिश चल रहा है, राइट, क्योंकि ये इस्कॉन वाले बाहर निकलते हैं, रोड पे निकलते हैं, कीर्तन करते हैं, इस्कॉन वाले जो लोअर कास्ट के लोग हैं उनका ख्याल रखते हैं कुछ हद तक, तो और ऑब्वियसली जो हिंदू प्रोसिक्यूशन हो रहा है बांग्लादेश में, उसके लिए इस्कॉन इज बीइंग वेरी वोकल अबाउट इट, और इस्कॉन का एक जो इंटरनेशनल जो इनका ब्रांचेस है वो भी इसके बारे में बात कर रहे हैं. इस्कॉन इज ऑल्सो, ये जो तुलसी गैबर्ड जी हैं उनके साथ इस्कॉन का कनेक्शन है, सो तुलसी गैबर्ड इज एक्चुअली टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस होल थिंग. बट यस, रामकृष्ण मिशन actually is like surprisingly, shockingly, they're very silent and numb about the whole thing that is going on in Bangladesh. और रामकृष्ण मिशन से मुझे सबसे बड़ा दिक्कत ये है कि इन लोगों ने जब से वो दीवार खड़ा कर दिया, अपना एक बाउंड्री बना लिया है, और दे हेट द लोअर कास्ट हिंदूज. मतलब मैंने खुद देखा है कि रामकृष्ण मिशन के जो साधु होते हैं, दे आर एक्चुअली, दे प्रैक्टिस अनटचेबिलिटी. ठीक है,
What the
दिस
hell?
इज माई, आई हैव सीन दैट कि इनका जो महाराज लोग है ये करते हैं. इट सीम्स लाइक वेरी एलीट सॉर्ट ऑफ कल्ट.
No, but I think I've seen Ramakrishna Mission outside of India. It's quite good actually.
नहीं, गुड की
They
बात
look
नहीं है
in
यार.
India.
आई डोंट वांट दैट एलिटिज्म. मुझे नहीं चाहिए उतना एलिटिज्म.
नहीं बाहर नहीं है भाई. बाहर it's quite inclusive actually. I'm actually
बाहर की
surprised.
बात ही नहीं है ना. इंडिया से ग्रो कर रहा है तो इंडिया को इतने बुरे नजर से क्यों देख रहे हो? इंडिया के लोगों
I
को इतना
don't. Maybe
गंदे
the
नजर से
local,
क्यों
the
देख रहे हो?
local. It happens. No, sometimes clergy
What do
can
they
get.
have to contribute to India? वो बाहर के लोगों को कैटर कर रहे हैं बिकॉज बाहर के लोगों से डॉलर मिल रहा है. इट्स अ बिजनेस. देन डोंट कॉल योरसेल्फ अ स्पिरिचुअल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन रूटेड इन वेदांता. डोंट कॉल योरसेल्फ दैट. और ये लोग एक्चुअली खुद को बोलते भी नहीं है. दे डोंट इवन एक्नॉलेज कि दे आर हिंदू इंस्टीट्यूशन. सो मतलब ये तो बहुत ही ये एक फॉसिल बन चुका है. ठीक है, जो विवेकानंद ने जो बनाया था, जिस हिसाब से उन्होंने सपने देखे थे, ये तो इसका लिविंग फॉसिल बन चुका है. और एलिट कुछ हिंदू बुर्जुआ हिंदू है, उनका इंस्टीट्यूशन बन चुका है ये इसका द्वारा जो हिंदुत्व बनाया भी जाता है, मैक्सिमम तो कॉपी करते हैं. विवेकानंद के जितने भी बुक थे उसको, या फिर जो उपनिषद है, वो कॉपी करके बुक लिखते हैं. इनका कोई नया आइडिया नहीं है. ठीक है, ये लोग रामकृष्ण मिशन के जो साधु हैं, वो हफ्ते में 3-4 बार तो पता नहीं क्या क्या खाते हैं, मटन खाते हैं. इनका नॉनवेज के अलावा ये चलता नहीं है इनका. बाय द वे, इनका जो रूटीन होता है, फिर 1 बजे से 5 बजे तक ये सोते हैं दरवाजा बंद करके. सो ये तो रामकृष्ण मिशन का हाल है. सो आई हैव नो होप ऑन रामकृष्ण मिशन एक्चुअली, और एनीथिंग दैट दे से they can pretty much if off from Hindu life. ठीक है, एग्जैक्टली. खाली खावा एर भाषा और भाषा. एग्जैक्टली, दिस इज द पॉइंट. ये आप रामकृष्ण मिशन के साधु को देखोगे ना, ये मैं गाली देना चाहता हूँ, ये बीसी लोग जो है ना, ये खाने के लिए तरसते हैं भाई. ये जब आते हैं किसी के घर में कि महाराज आ गया, महाराज, और बहुत रेस्पेक्ट, और ऐसे खाते हैं ना, इनको देख के गुस्सा आता है. आ जाएगा तुम लोगों को. एक आम
No,
बंगाली के घर
I
में.
have no problem with Orthodox people. I actually don't have a
भाई,
problem with Orthodox people.
these guys are the hungriest people in the world.
Like doesn't
और
matter.
इतना खाके भी भूख है इनका. No man, there is a decency in everything. You haven't seen this Ramakrishna Mission Maharaj eating.
I have not seen.
Okay, this is getting more personal and all.
Okay,
Let's leave it.
okay, Rishi.
ठीक
Okay,
है.
Rishi will
And
be able
talking
to
about
give us some.
philosophy, ये लोग जो भी कर रहे हैं, ये तुम्हारे सामने है, ये मैं दिखा रहा हूँ ना. This is Ramakrishna Mission doing this just to come on.
Yeah, that's weird.
So this is the original work that they're doing. Other than that, आप इनके लाइब्रेरी में जाके बुक्स उठा लो, सब कॉपीड है. कोई नया आइडिया नहीं निकल रहा है. एंड मैनिफेस्टेडली सो, राइट, क्योंकि इनका कोई भी बुक ना एकेडमी में पढ़ा है. तो ये बेसिकली 100 सालों से ये कर क्या रहे हैं? যেটাকে বলে বেঙ্গলি में बोलते हैं অন্ন ধ্বংস করছে. অন্ন ধ্বংস ছাড়া they have not done anything, these buggers. आज बांग्लादेश में ये जो हाल है, these रामकृष्ण मिशन people, they are not uttering a single word. तो किस बात की स्पिरिचुअलिटी है? अगर तुम हिंदुओं के लिए बात नहीं कर सकते, तुम्हारा इतना सारा शाखा खोल के रखे हो वहां पे, तो कौन सी स्पिरिचुअलिटी कर रहे हो? एंड मोर देन दैट दे हेट लोअर कास्ट हिंदूज. आपको रामकृष्ण मिशन में महाराज ऐसा मिलेगा ही नहीं जो लोअर कास्ट हिंदू बैकग्राउंड से आया है और फिर महाराज बना है. मैं लिख के दे सकता हूँ.
Does it matter?
It matters because this is they are practicing casteism and untouchability.
No. That's bad.
Okay, hold on. Now Rishi will speak. Okay, Rishi, follow.
Yeah. So it's a very myopic view. There are many things happening in that institution. It's not a one single, what should you say? You cannot paint it with one single brush. Also about caste issue, इनको एक शब्द से बुलाया जाता था वैसे भी पहले क्या अभी भी बुलाया जाता है. एंड वो शब्द में नहीं बोलने वाला, बी से शुरू होता है. दैट्स अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वर्ड. उनको ऐसे ही बुलाया जाता था कि ये लोग वो लेट्रिन साफ करने वाले साधु है, ऐसे बुलाया जाता था इन लोगों को. ओके. एंड अबाउट लो कास्ट एंड ऑल, ओवर हियर आई थिंक इन नोदिया एंड कामारपुकुर एंड दोज एरियाज, लो कास्ट पीपल ही इनके यहाँ आते हैं, तब वहां काम करने जाते हैं और ये भी वहां काम करते हैं. बट यस, देयर आर थिंग्स विच आर वेरी bad happening over there, वो जीशु पूजा को लेके, maybe we can criticize over those issues. But on other aspects, I think we need to have much more research. ये ज़्यादा
No, no.
हो जाएगा.
Can I
And
make
it
a
will be
point?
bad.
I think this is what I was talking about yesterday as well. So I understand each group of Hindus may have a personal opinion of how Orthodox groups should behave, right? You have a right. You dissociate. For example, you choose to dissociate with any community that is discriminatory, right? But if you want the Hindu group to remain united, we have to allow for people to be ridiculous in their own ways. Just that they can't tell other people what to do, right? So I've experienced
They
a
are
lot of
not even
Orthodox people.
Orthodox.
No,
They
no,
are
I'm
not even
saying
Orthodox. That's the thing.
that's fine. But they may be a different version of Orthodox, like not the scriptural Orthodoxy, their own bloody the random version of Orthodoxy. I'm just saying. My point is, we can say we won't associate with them, but we can't tell them that they can't associate with Hinduism, because if they talk about Hinduism, they have a right to talk about Hinduism. Like if it's wrong, if they give wrong information, then you can criticize them, right? Debating wise. So I've experienced a lot of Orthodox people
They
who do practice. Take minute. Let me finish. I've experienced a lot of
हाँ
Orthodox
बोलो.
people who practice untouchability, but not because they actually think the untouchable person is a less than person. They're like, I've been raised like this, and unfortunately, till I die, I will. It's a practice I follow. I'll follow it and I'll die. I don't want anything from
That
anyone
is not a
else.
justification, no?
It is not just. It's not. I'm saying you cannot say they can't exist in Hindu society. That you can't do that. Then you become like the leftist. The leftist basically says, throw these people out of your community. You can't force them to be the way you want them to be.
I think if anyone is being casteist, any organization is casteist, let them die their own death.
Exactly.
Don't
But we
ban them or
don't-
anything. People should stop going to their institutions and they will die their own death.
Exactly. People,
No, it's not
people.
like that. Now, when you have a orthodox institution who is practicing
Mhm.
untouchability, the other missionary and the Islamic people, they will matlab, keep the record and show it as a proof, na? Ki this is
No,
the
see,
Hinduism that you are talking about.
no, that's not Hinduism. See, that's not Hinduism that we practice. We practice something different.
भाई
Because
हिंदुओं का
just
इतना
different.
कन्वर्ट काफी हद तक इसलिए भी तो हुआ है ना कि हिंदूज हैव प्रैक्टिस्ड अनटचेबिलिटी भाई these are
So the
realities
converting
no
not
matter
just
how
only
much
like that.
scriptural references you give ग्राउंड रियलिटी तो चेंज नहीं होता है ना ग्राउंड रियलिटी ये है कि क्योंकि कास्टिज्म है उसके वजह से काफी हद तक
Because
मतलब
we don't,
कन्वर्जन हुआ है इस देश में
what happened is we don't fight back. We just accepted the argument that we are also we practice untouchability. Like I will never accept because some Brahmin hurt some Dalit somewhere else in the country. I will accept that I have to take blame for that. I'm sorry. First, Hindus need
यू
to have
मे
that
बी
spine.
सॉरी
They say,
इट डज इट सी द पॉइंट इज यहाँ
no,
पे
no,
बोला
no,
जाता
you're
है
not saying. Bhupendra,
जब
let
कन्वर्ट
me,
किया जाता है दिस इज लिटरली व्हाट द
let
मिशनरीज
me,
आर
let me,
सेइंग
let me
कि
finish my
No, no,
तुम्हारे
point.
I
Let me,
दुर्गा
think
मंडप है दुर्गा मंडप
let me
में
finish my point.
लोअर कास्ट लोगों को
hold on,
एंट्री
hold
नहीं
on,
दिया जा रहा है
hold on. Everybody speaking on their own. But okay,
Let me finish my point.
okay. Finish the point,
It's
Anand.
not very
Then
long,
let's speak.
not much longer. I'm not apologizing for Hindus. I'm saying you cannot apologize for someone else's act for personal. You can't take responsibility for that. Each human being is a unique person. And if they don't follow the scripture properly, it is their fault. It's not the fault of Hinduism. First, you must get this thing very clear out there, this message out there. The problem is we are taking collective punishment. We are accepting collective punishment. Reject collective punishment first. The whole idea that we accept collective punishment is the problem. And so casteism increases even more because when you accept collective punishment, the other group has a stick to beat you with, and the both castes keep beating each other with it, and goes on and on and
okay
on.
okay
Sorry.
so here is the issue
Mhm.
when you have an institution the so called Hindu institutions
Mhm.
and you have Hindu scriptures like Manusmriti
Mhm.
ठीक है where it is literally written कि किस तरह से बर्ताव करना चाहिए and even if you read the Sanskrit it is the same meaning that comes out of it. I'm not going to be explicit about it but जब एक institution इसको मान्यता देता है और एक institution अगर उसको प्रैक्टिस करता है एक
Mhm.
कम्युनिटी अगर उसको प्रैक्टिस करता है कि जो जो एक इंस्टीट्यूशनल जिसका अथॉरिटी है तो फिर उसका उसका फिर उसे एज ए रिकॉर्ड उसे सबमिट किया जाता है ना उसे एज ए रिकॉर्ड दिखाया जाता है यू सी तुम्हारे गांव का ये जो कम्युनिटी या फिर तुम्हारा जो ये मंदिर है उसका या फिर ये जो इंस्टीट्यूशन है ये जो तुम्हारा रामकृष्ण मिशन है दिस इज प्रैक्टिसिंग दिस सॉर्ट ऑफ वियर्ड अनटचेबिलिटी
Mhm.
अगेंस्ट यू एंड दे आर एक्चुअली डिस्क्रिमिनेटिंग अगेंस्ट यू तो तुम उस फोल्ड में क्यों रहना चाहोगे जहां पे ये डिस्क्रिमिनेशन होता है, तुम हमारे इधर आ जाओ, यहाँ पे तो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन नहीं है, यहाँ सब लोग एक साथ नमाज पढ़ते हैं, या फिर यहाँ सब लोग एक साथ प्रेयर करते हैं। सो इट्स नॉट लाइक यू कैन नॉट पुट फॉरवर्ड द आर्ग्यूमेंट कि भाई ये तो अपना अपना बात है कि कोई अगर इंडिविजुअली कोई कास्टिस्ट प्रैक्टिस कर रहा है तो उसे बोल, लेट हिम डाई हिज ओन डेथ। ये कोई ये इस तरह से, सी
आई
द
थिंक
पॉइंट इज, इसको फिर यूज किया जाता है ना। तो इफ वी आर नॉट वोकल अगेंस्ट
बीजित दा
दिस सॉर्ट ऑफ कास्टिस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस, अगर हम लोग
बीजित
वोकल
दा
ना हुए, अगर हम लोग इस पे ताला नहीं लगाए, तो ऑब्वियसली
No,
दिस विल बी
ताला नहीं
यूज्ड
लगा. You
अगेंस्ट
can be
अस।
local. You can't ताला नहीं लगा सकते. You can be vocal.
क्यों नहीं
But
लगा
ताला
सकते
नहीं.
भाई,
solution,
क्यों नहीं
there is
लगा
a
सकते?
solution,
That is not.
Bijita. There is a solution, Bijita.
मैं तो
The
एटलीस्ट बोल
solution
सकता
is,
हूँ ना कि भाई तुम लोग ये सब प्रैक्टिस कर रही हो, गलत है और ये नहीं करने देंगे।
हाँ, that is fine. That is perfect. That's perfect.
हाँ
I
तो वही
support
तो
you there.
बोल रहा
yeah,
हूँ।
we should speak up against it. Bijit da,
Yeah,
मेरा एक पॉइंट है कि जो
I support that.
दूसरे संप्रदाय के लोग हैं ना, जो दूसरी संस्थाएं होंगी, रामकृष्ण एक है या और भी अन्य संस्थाएं हैं, तो अन्य संस्था को बोलना चाहिए, यदि आपको अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है इस संस्था में, आप हमारे यहाँ आ जाइए, यहाँ पर किसी प्रकार का भेदभाव नहीं होगा। हिंदू से
Exactly.
हिंदू में जाएंगे, हम
Yeah.
उनको दूसरी ओर नहीं जाने देंगे। बात वो है, वो हम कर
नहीं,
सकते हैं, पर
हिंदू से
हम
हिंदू
ये
में जाएगा,
बोलेंगे कि हाँ बोलिए।
हिंदू से हिंदू तक जाएगा, वो तो वो ऐसे ही तो चलता आ रहा है ना। लोग हिंदू से हिंदू में ही जा रहे हैं, तो इसीलिए आर्य समाज बना, ब्राह्मण समाज बना, और काफी सारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस बन गए, और काफी सारे प्रतिष्ठान बने, नैरेटिव बन गया। लेकिन जब ये दिखाया जाएगा कि चलो ये स्क्रिप्चरल रेफरेंस भी तुम्हें दे दिया, राइट, और उसको लगा के फिर तुम ये प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हो। यू सी द प्रॉब्लम विद मनुस्मृति इज लाइक, मनुस्मृति में जो भी लिखा गया है ना, ये आप पढ़ोगे तो आपको पता चलेगा यार हिंदू समाज में वही प्रैक्टिस होता है। इट्स ए
No, it's
रियलिटी,
not.
मतलब
I don't accept this.
मनुस्मृति
I've
का जो
read
अच्छी
this
चीज है,
script.
मनुस्मृति का
नहीं,
जो अच्छी चीज है हिंदू समाज में वो प्रैक्टिस किया जाता है, मनुस्मृति का
नहीं,
जो गलत चीज है हिंदू समाज में वो भी प्रैक्टिस किया जाता है।
नहीं,
ठीक है,
नहीं.
नो
The
मैटर यू
punishments are
लाइक
That's
listen.
इट और नॉट,
Yes,
completely
sir. I
false.
respect
अगर
it.
अगर
I
सो
do.
इफ यू मेक
Completely
द
false.
लिस्ट ऑफ हिंदू सोशल प्रैक्टिसेस एंड देन यू ट्राई टू मैप इट टू एनी स्क्रिप्चर दैट इज
तो
अवेलेबल टू अस राइट नाउ, वो मनुस्मृति ही होगा।
I don't agree.
ठीक है।
I don't know. I don't know about
मुझे
Bengal.
लगता
Completely
Not
है,
in
false.
मुझे
Bengal.
लगता है
धर्मशास्त्र का
इस
नॉलेज ही
पर
नहीं है बेसिक।
इस पर एक ना कार्यक्रम रख सकते हैं कि जहाँ पर मनुस्मृति की पढ़ाई हो।
Yeah.
हाँ मनुस्मृति में कर सकते हैं हम लोग एक एक ऑलरेडी
एकदम
प्रोग्राम कर चुके
एक
थे,
एक लेंगे और बोलेंगे ये हिंदू समाज में है या नहीं।
मनुस्मृति एंड द कॉस्मोलॉजी ऑफ माइंड। मैं थोड़ा वो पॉजिटिव साइड का, जो पहला 30-50 के करीब जो श्लोक है, बहुत अच्छे अच्छे श्लोक हैं, जो 50 श्लोक है ना पहला वाला, फिर यार वो डिस्टॉर्शन आना चालू होता है। तो हाँ, तो आनंद
Sri
मठ
Vaishnavas,
पता
Sri
नहीं,
Vaishnavas practice their own tradition. They don't practice anything related to Manusmriti at all. That's
see
example.
you are saying that, but I can prove you that
You
all the
can't prove it, man.
practices
I've
that are
seen how
there in
Manusmriti
Hindu
works.
society, जिसको हम समझते हैं कि यार ये हिंदू प्रैक्टिस है, इस तरह से हम करते हैं, आप मनुस्मृति पढ़ोगे आप देखोगे यार उसी तरह से लिखा गया है। आवर आइडिया अबाउट वुमेन, आवर आइडिया अबाउट मैन,
I mean,
आवर आइडिया अबाउट
there is a
किंग।
line about if you have sex with your wife at night, go get up in the morning and wash yourself in cold shower. Like वो सब करते हैं क्या? कभी देखा किसी को करते हुए? ये
मतलब
सब प्रैक्टिस करते हैं लोग, कुछ प्रैक्टिस नहीं करते भाई,
नहीं नहीं, बात
कोई
ये है
प्रैक्टिस नहीं करता
कि
है सब.
जिस तरह से बोला गया है कि शाम के टाइम ये सब मत करो, सुबह के टाइम वो वाला मत, मतलब जैसे लिखा गया है ना, आप सबकॉन्शियसली, मुझे पता नहीं आप कितना मतलब बड़े हुए हो कि इस तरह
अरे
मतलब कितने
फैमिली इज
हिंदू
वेरी, मैं
हिंदू
उनको देखता
ऑर्थोडॉक्स
था.
हाउस होल्ड में कितना बड़े हुए हो, बट
अरे मैं
मैं
हूँ
जिस घर से
फैमिली
आता हूँ वहां
ऑर्थोडॉक्स,
से थोड़ा,
देख सकता
मैं
हूँ
जिस
मैं,
मुझे
you know.
जो जो चीजें मुझ में डाला गया है ना, जो जो चीजें मेरे में डाला गया है, आई आई कुड रीड मनुस्मृति एंड आई कुड सी कि भाई ये एक्चुअली
No,
घर वालों ने मनुस्मृति से ही
that is
डाला
what
है,
I'm saying.
मे
No,
बी दे डिड नॉट
Orthodox
रीड द
society
बुक।
all over India is not the same. You're assuming everyone in India is Orthodox this way. Certain regions are Orthodox.
नो,
यही तो
आई एम
प्रॉब्लम है.
assuming that because Manusmriti is a book which was not written in Bengal. So if Manusmriti is the book that has gone that far from the center of India, then
Doesn't
it
work
might
like
have gone to other directions as well. I am just doing physics in my mind. Ki okay,
that.
if it has propagated homogeneously in all
So that is what has
directions,
happened. No, that's how all
I'm
nonsense
just
that
believing
come
that
out.
Bengalis situated, मतलब बंगाल is not placed in a very special direction जहाँ पे सेंट्रल इंडिया से मनुस्मृति उधर प्रोपोगेट
That
हुआ या
doesn't
फिर
matter. That's not
नॉर्थ
how
इंडिया से उधर
tradition
प्रोपोगेट हुआ.
travels.
आई एम बिलीविंग कि वो
Tradition
नहीं, वो
उधर
travels with
वेस्ट
प्रोपोगेट
intellect.
हुआ.
से ईस्ट की ओर हवा चलती है बीजिता.
No, tradition travels with intellectuals. It depends where the intellectuals move. It depends on that how the tradition travels. Like take for example, Assam. Assam initially didn't have many very Sanskritic, very what do you call it, Vedic ideas. Then they imported people from UP and those areas to
या
teach
या या a lot of
to
Brahmins went there.
utilize them.
अच्छा, मासूद जी ये कह रहे हैं कि कल हम लोग रविंद्रनाथ और उपनिषद को लेके बात कर रहे थे और इसे इलेबोरेट कर सकते हैं क्या. तो इसमें हमारा पॉइंट ये था बेसिकली कि रविंद्रनाथ को इस तरह से पोर्ट्रे जनरली एकेडमिया में पता नहीं क्यों नहीं करते, बट आप अगर रविंद्रनाथ के लिटरेचर पढ़ोगे आफ्टर लेट्स आई थिंक ही रोट मानसी इन 1887. तो मानसी के बाद से जितना भी लिटरेचर आया था, ठीक है, सोनार तोरी तो थोड़ा रोमांटिक था, उसके बाद से रविंद्रनाथ थोड़ा स्पिरिचुअल होने लगा. ठीक है, जैसे एक नैवेद्य नाम का एक बुक, पोएट्री कलेक्शन बुक उन्होंने लिखे थे. नैवेद्य वाज प्रोबेबली जहां से इनका ये जर्नी चालू हुआ था. तो आप 1890 के बाद से जितना भी रविंद्र की लिटरेचर पढ़ोगे, एटलीस्ट पोएट्री में, ये गाने में जो देखोगे, उसमें धीरे धीरे उपनिषद मतलब घुसता जाता है. ठीक है, और काफी
यहाँ
सारे
तक
रविंद्र
कि
संगीत.
गीतांजलि में भी वैसा ही है ना,
हाँ हाँ
उपनिषद
हाँ,
का वो प्रभाव दिखता है.
एग्जैक्टली. मुझे पता नहीं बंगाली लोग इसके बारे में बात क्यों नहीं करते, बट रविंद्रनाथ और उपनिषद बहुत मतलब हद तक लगता है कि हाँ, मतलब दिस गाय हैज बीन इंस्पायर्ड. सो फॉर एग्जांपल यू टेक दिस गाना फॉर एग्जांपल रविंद्र संगीत कि नयन তোমাকে পাই না দেখিতে রয়েছো নয়নে নয়নে. आई मीन दिस इज काइंड ऑफ उपनिषद एंड अद्वैत, राइट? कि इस तरह का श्लोक भी आपको मिल जाएगा कि जिसको लेके भी रविंद्रनाथ का जो वर्ड्स है, यू नो कि रविंद्रनाथ यूज्ड टू हेट द उर्दू और फारसी इम्पोजिशन इन बंगाली, राइट? तो इन्होंने नजरुल इस्लाम का क्रिटिसाइज भी इन्होंने किए थे, क्योंकि ही वाज अ मतलब उपनिषदिक पोएट, इफ आई कैन कॉल इट दैट वे. ठीक
आई
है,
थिंक
और
हिज बांग्ला
इसीलिए,
वाज आल्सो नोन एज उपनिषदिक बांग्ला.
हाँ, इसीलिए रविंद्रनाथ को बुर्जुआ पोएट बोला जाता है. क्यों? क्योंकि ये जो कम्युनिस्ट वाले हैं, ये रविंद्रनाथ को बुर्जुआ पोएट इसलिए बोलते हैं क्योंकि कम्युनिस्ट के नजरों में हिंदुइज्म इज अ बुर्जुआ आइडियोलॉजी, और उसको जो रिप्रेजेंट करता है व्हिच इज रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर, ही दैट्स व्हाई इज अ बुर्जुआ पोएट. तो ये रविंद्रनाथ, और आप अगर पढ़ोगे तो आपको थोड़ा पता चल जाएगा मासूद.
Well, Vedanta is very bourgeois. Vedanta is very bourgeois. It's very high. It's a very requires a lot of analysis and stuff. Right? Just normal prayer
No,
to
you
our
can call it
to
noble, but can you call it bourgeois? It does not talk about
yeah.
ki
You can say
consuming
all.
wealth and
You
all these
mean
things.
no, no wealth. Bourgeois. I don't see as wealth. I see as elite. I see as people who have studied
Ah,
and
noble,
spend their
right?
life
It
in.
is very noble, right?
So my point is that I think that's the thing with Hinduism. It's a multi-layered system. It is built in a way that nyaya for all, right? What do you call it? What is the mimamsa for the common person, purva mimamsa for the bourgeoisie or the elite, right? It's like a very it's built in such a way that everyone can have their own what do you call it, connection to divinity. One
हाँ,
through
उससे
study
पहले
and
मीमांसा से
nature.
पहले सांख्य आता है. सांख्य भी
But not everyone
थोड़ा,
practice Sankhya.
हाँ.
No. Who practice Sankhya? It's not very common. So I'm saying the three main things that happen right now: Nyaya, Mimamsa, and Purva Mimamsa, the ones that we see all the time.
पूर्व
Like
मीमांसा एंड उत्तर मीमांसा, right?
to say Uttar Mimamsa. When I say Mimamsa, I just mean Uttar Mimamsa.
I think I'm not sure if this is true, but majority of the Hindus are Vedantins.
No,
Today.
I think they're Puranic, but they don't because people don't study the Vedantas very often, no? Like the discussion about the soul भी नहीं है.
No,
Like the लोग बोलते हैं
Puran is also based on those 6 Shatadarshanas only.
but it's outside the
Puran
Vedas.
is just an
Purana is not part
expression,
of the Vedas.
a different expression of your philosophy.
No, but they're not part of the Vedas. No, they're outside of the Vedas. Vedanta
No,
is
but
still part of the Vedas because it includes Upanishads and the.
they are also representing values of Vedas. No,
No, I
My
agree.
point is, Puran is a different expression,
Correct. I agree.
but
But
the
I'm saying is,
philosophies it represents is within those Shat Darshanas only.
but my point is that when Hindus relate to they're not Vedantic in sense they don't study Upanishads. Upanishads are very complicated documents. Even I studied a little bit here and there just for interest, but it's very complex ideas, right? The observer and the observed. Okay, that understanding those complex topics, the common man doesn't have that ability. They just go and do prayer and stuff based on the Puranic
Look,
ideas.
the basic principle that most of the common people believe in, and it's very Vedantic Advaitan, is Kan Kan mein Ishwar hai. Okay, you tell it to anyone, most of the people get it. Kan Kan
Hmm.
mein Ishwar hai. In
But again,
practice,
that is
they
not.
do get it.
But that's not from the idea that they don't understand what do you call it, Jivatma and Paramatma, the distinction, right? Only after they go to maybe some discourses they may get it. But most Indian Hindus
They
don't get that.
they sort of look. I've seen general populace sort of understand कि शरीर तो नश्वर है, आत्मा अमर है.
Hmm.
They kind of get these things. If you go to general population also,
Hmm.
it's very deeply baked into our system.
Maybe.
It's not just that we have to read high philosophy and get to know about it. If you look at many people who are practicing Hindus, you will see they will talk about these things that तो आत्मा तो अमर है, शरीर तो नष्ट हो जाता है. They will
Hmm.
naturally talk about these things as if
No,
this is
but
very
I think
it's like paper.
Punarjanam,
but
the
I think
idea of Punarjanam.
Yeah,
They're so much obsessed about this thing.
no, but I think everyone understands that in all three that like even the Uttar Mimamsa also follows that. Purva Mimamsa also follows that. Even Nyaya at some level understands that. I'm saying in terms of their daily life, which one affects their life? Which perspective of that the darshanas affects their life more, right? In Vedanta, you sit and study, you understand, you focus on your understanding of the soul. Like that's your main duty, right? Right, that's how I see it. I don't know.
Vedanta, yeah, I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's all about unity consciousness. That the soul
That's
that
it.
is within you is that consciousness, which is the soul within you, is the same consciousness which is omnipresent, which exists in every single thing that exists.
Correct.
So
Correct. Correct.
it's it's unity consciousness. It's
like like for
like
example they say for moksha you need to give up the what six negative things: krodha, lobha, matsya, mats matsarya, the
Kama,
basic
Krodha, Mad, Lobha, Moha, Matsarya.
matsarya,
Sadari.
my point is that people don't apply that in their real lives. They say they want
yeah,
moksha
yeah.
but they don't apply it.
That is an ideal situation, Anand. That
Forget about
only
ideal
very few
try.
people get. There are only very few people who get moksha. Okay,
No, but we don't try it,
in
huh?
a
We don't even
particular
try.
janma.
We don't even try.
नहीं मोक्षा की
We're like
बात नहीं
given
है
up
बट ये
already. We've
जैसे
already
साड़ा
given
रिपू
up.
हो गया सिक्स एनिमीज ये इसके बेसिस पे फिर मैक्सिम निकलता है प्रवाद निकलता है अलग अलग कहावत निकलता है तो वो लोग फिर उसके बेसिस पे अपना जो भी मतलब फिलोसफी है उसको डिफाइन कर लेते हैं
But हम
इट्स नॉट
practice नहीं
दैट
करते ना. We didn't try.
कि वो एग्जैक्टली वो श्लोक वो साइट कर पा रहे हैं बट उस श्लोक के बेसिस पे काफी सारा लिटरेचर लिखा गया है काफी सारा कहावत बना है
But I'm
तो
saying
लोग
daily
वैसे
life में कितने लोग practice करते हैं? Try करते हैं.
नहीं
करते नहीं
But
वही
आप
तो
ये
point.
जान के हैरान हो जाओगे गांव वालों को ये सब पता है दे नो अबाउट दीस थिंग्स
Anand, this works on a spectrum. It does not
Hmm.
work on 0 or 100. It works
हाँ,
on
I
a
get it.
spectrum.
Okay.
In general,
Okay.
if you look at Hindus in India, they are less. They have much more equanimity compared to people in foreign countries. Have much better control over their senses.
I
You
don't
will
know. I
notice
don't
it.
see that very much anymore.
Uh,
Maybe my maybe
in
my
the sense
older
that we
generation were like
have
that. But
greater
not
tendency of vairagya. In
okay.
general, you will see that we don't get too upset with events that easily. We are able to tolerate more in life
but
when you
but again
compare it with
that
people in the
again
West.
I think that may not help us as much. What is happening right now with us? I don't know.
Sorry,
दोनों नहीं
not help
नहीं
us with what?
दोनों नहीं हो सकते. It's okay, never mind. Doesn't matter. Ignore what I said.
Okay.
किसी और framework कर रहा था. Interesting.
Okay.
No, I think it works on a spectrum.
There's one more video out on YouTube. It just came out, I think 19 hours ago. Merry Christmas! Exclamation, or is it? They're discussing
Okay,
it.
who
Alex
made this
O'Connor.
video? Who made this video?
Alex O'Connor. I'm a big fan of Alex
Okay,
O'Connor.
okay, that guy. Yeah,
So
yeah.
more Alex O'Connor में डाला है. They're discussing the origins of this story of birth of Christ.
Okay, last
Okay.
last suggestion thing. Why Anand, do you think if we take these videos which debunks every Christian thing, okay, and show it to all the Santa loving people of South India, what they will think?
No,
Question to
ones
all
who are
of
already
you.
converted for a long time is a little difficult. There may be few who are very analytical who are already on their way to becoming ex-Christian. There are a lot of Christians who have become ex-Christian, especially the ones educated ones. That's already started. But the poor people who have all got converted after, like, and they're already practicing it for a decade or more, and they are incentivized to be part of the religion, right? Because they have got positions of power and stuff. It's going to be difficult. So the problem is you've got, and that I agree with Kushal Mehra, and you need to get power, and that you have to focus on the what's the word, like the need to survive. That you need target for the Christian, and then they will change their behavior. All communities are like that. They change the behavior based on and then they'll be more open. The mind will open up to the possibility of analyzing their religion. But till then, it's not good. So Tamil Nadu needs to be taken over by the BJP first for that to even start. Unfortunately, definitely percentage is changing their views, but it's still there are a lot of like completely brainwashed people in Tamil Nadu. Unfortunately,
behind the brainwashing is again money. Okay. Anybody else has any opinion on this?
economic. It's economics.
Regarding Tamil Nadu, so I was working in Chennai, so I remember this, and traveling from Chennai to Pondicherry through East Coast Road. The number of churches I came across, at least 20 to 30 churches along the way, small churches. Man, I looked at it and I'm like, what is happening, dude? I think it is very stark in Tamil Nadu and Chennai. What is happening?
Foreign investment. That's what is happening. No?
No, it's not just
Foreign
that.
investment.
It's not just that.
FII.
There's a lot of like, you know, it's like when I was anti BJP in 2013, I was very anti BJP, right? Your brain gets brainwashed at some point. You know, when you hang out with the same people all the time, 24/7, they keep talking the same things. Like, that's why I try to keep challenging yourself and myself as much as possible, because that you cannot stay in that bubble too long. Because stay in the bubble, what happens is you're not able to think of new things and new challenges coming your way, right? You have to keep yourself like humble. So I didn't know anything with RSS. Like, I literally didn't know anything. All I heard was from what the Congress kept saying. So
okay.
What it does is it changes your view without evidence.
Okay, in that case, shall we do we need to fund our Shabd our Praman systems, or shall we fund and give everybody the concept of Socratic questioning to everybody, so that
Socratic questioning. That is the one. Questioning. Teach people how to question. Even when the pastor comes to your house and asks you, tells you this. If you teach people how to question, his argument falls apart tomorrow.
So Modi ji needs to fund. We need to fund that. Modi ji needs to fund.
Yeah.
Modi ji needs to print billion copies, pay people like us, and we will be doing programs for 8 hours, teaching how to think, how to use Socratic questioning.
That I don't know.
In my view, I have been thinking about this, that schools should start teaching philosophy.
Yeah. I'm surprised.
Bible. They will teach Bible.
Bible
They
is a
will take
philosophy.
Bible.
Bible is not
They will
philosophy.
teach Bible as philosophy.
But I like the Gujarat is teaching the Bhagavad Gita as philosophy. That's great. Finally.
But to expand on my point, the point is generally people in India are told what to think, but
Yeah.
never told how to think, why to
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
That's a big problem. How to think is something we seriously lack. How to think about things. What are the methods we can use to look at a certain event or certain situation?
भाई उनको
What are
खुद ही पता
the
नहीं है
lens we
उनको
can use?
अरे उनको खुद ही पता नहीं है तो वो क्या तुमको सिखाएंगे जो बोल रहे हैं उनको नहीं पता है
अरे नहीं भी पता है ना, आप थोड़ा सा फिलोसफी पढ़ेंगे तो आपको समझ में आता है कि डिफरेंट वेज ऑफ थिंकिंग होता है, लेंस अलग अलग यूज कर सकते
अरे लास्ट 2 जनरेशंस आर लॉस्ट जनरेशन ओके 1950s के बाद जैसे ही तुम्हारा 70s शुरू हुआ 70s के बाद जो जनरेशन बना है दे आर लॉस्ट जनरेशन उनको आप भूल जाओ
क्योंकि
ठीक है उनको आप
पढ़ाया
कुछ नहीं
नहीं
कर
गया,
सकते
इट कम्स बैक टू द सेम
एग्जैक्टली
थिंग,
एग्जैक्टली ये
सिलेबस। मुझे पता है लोग सिलेबस के बाहर कुछ पढ़ते नहीं है, तो जितना पढ़ाना है वहीं पढ़ा दो। ये गुरुजी की बाद में जरूरत पड़ेगा तो देख लेंगे,
ठीक
पहले
है
सिलेबस में घुसाओ चीजें।
ठीक है विजित दा मैं एक टाइम बुक करता हूँ मोदी जी के साथ फिर बात करते हैं हमारा
लोग नहीं पढ़ते हैं भाई, लोग कहाँ पढ़ते
तो
हैं?
ये देखो
लोग
you
सिलेबस
never
के
हैं।
asked
किताब नहीं
about
सब
पढ़ते
Tamil
कुछ
हैं
Nadu.
डाल देंगे सिलेबस में, ये भी
See,
डालो वो
ask
भी
सब
about
डालो,
कुछ की
सब
जरूरत नहीं
डालो।
ना, बात वही है यार, सब कुछ की जरूरत नहीं है। गीता
हाँ,
का
कचरा
जो
हटाओ।
सेकंड चैप्टर है वो डालो, ठीक है। तुम थोड़ा बहुत नीचे का एक दो, लिटरली एक दो ऐसे है वो डाल दो, काफी है। मतलब इधर उधर से तुम क्रिश्चियनिटी का एक दो चैप्टर कैथरीन निक्सी से डाल दो, नया नया बुक है, अभी उसका इतना रिवर्टल भी नहीं आया है, ठीक है।
Okay.
ऐसे करके यू हैव टू अपडेट द सिलेबस यार, और ऐसा नहीं है कि तुम उसके चेंज नहीं करोगे, क्योंकि तुम
So,
करोगे उसके बाद उनका रिवर्टल आएगा, तो उस हिसाब से भी चेंज करते रहो। और हिंदू स्क्रिप्चर पढ़ाओ ढंग से, कितने तुम प्रश्नोपनिषद डाल दो, प्रश्नोपनिषद अभी रहे, तुम कठोपनिषद डाल दो ना, जो यम और नचिकेता का जो संवाद है।
अरे
तुम संस्कृत में नहीं डालना चाहते हो तो उस पे कविता लिखा गया है भाई, कितने अच्छे अच्छे हर लैंग्वेज में लिखा गया है, सिंपल। और जम नचिकेता का जो
कठोपनिषद
संवाद
तो
है,
पढ़
दैट
लेंगे
इज द
तो बस
बेसिक ऑफ हिंदुइज्म।
see, so
कठोपनिषद वो इतना बड़ा भी नहीं है, छोटा सा ही वो उपनिषद है। मैं कुछ ज्यादा डिमांड नहीं कर रहा हूँ, बाकी हिस्ट्री में तो चेंज हो ही रहा है, लोग तो इधर उधर का चीजें डाल ही रहा है, तो हिस्ट्री तो हो ही जाएगा। लेकिन हाँ,
one more thing.
क्रिश्चियनिज्म और इस्लाम का वो जो ब्रूटल हिस्ट्री है वो तो डालना पड़ेगा।
Yeah, that is forget about डालना पड़ेगा हर विलेज को बात तो you have to tell every village about their history.
हाँ,
It's
तो
very
पहुंचने का
important.
तरीका सिलेबस ही है ना।
So
स्कूल
even
से
even
वी
like
हैव सच एन
like RSS
एक्सटेंसिव
and
स्कूल
shakas
नेटवर्क।
everywhere. In the RSS shaka teach it.
नहीं,
So the people
शाखा
go to
से
their house
पढ़े
and
कौन,
tell their
शाखा
family.
कोई पढ़ने नहीं जाता है ना भाई, कोई
क्या करते हैं यार?
शाखा लोग जाते हैं कि थोड़ा वो शाम के टाइम आफ्टरनून को थोड़ा खेलने का मौका मिलता है, शाखा पढ़ने
Oh,
कौन जाता है?
oh, okay. Sorry, my bad.
तुम स्कूल में जहाँ पढ़ने जाते हो वहां पढ़ाओ ना, स्कूल में पढ़ने
Hey,
जाते
but
हो वहां पढ़ाओ।
what about adults? Adults को भी change करना है भाई. You can't just only change kids. Adults को भी change करना है भाई.
अरे किड्स ही तो बड़े होके एडल्ट बनेंगे।
You know, I'm saying, you can't, because I can't say I sacrifice this generation of adults. हो गया. Only you worry about the kids. No, you have to change the adults' behavior also.
हाँ, तो
उनको भी
एडल्ट भी तो
they
जब स्कूल में
they
सिलेबस है,
it's
वो
like
एडल्ट वाले भी
they
तो पढ़ेंगे,
practice.
बच्चों को पढ़ाने के लिए
अरे
बाप माँ को
most
भी तो
adults
पढ़ना
are
पड़ेगा ये
influencing
सब।
their kids' education. वो influence करते रहते हैं non-stop. कितने एडल्ट्स देखा है ये अगर कोई टीच पढ़ाएगा ऑफिस स्कूल में भी वो आके कम एंड मेक नॉइज लड़ते हैं टीचर के साथ।
मेरा बात सिंपल है कि जो स्कूल होता है वो स्कूल जाना एक बच्चे के लिए कंपल्सन होता है, तो तुम अगर स्कूल में नहीं चेंज कर सकते तो बाकी जगह तुम सोचो भी मत, पहले जो जगह कंपलसरी है वहां चेंज करो। तो वहां तो लोग जा रहे हैं, पक्का हमें पता है वहां जा रहे हैं, और वो नेटवर्क बहुत एक्सटेंसिव है, गांव गांव के अंदर तक तुम पहुंच सकते हो अगर सिलेबस चेंज करो तो।
So,
अगर उतना चेंज नहीं होगा तो तुम बाप माँ को कैसे चेंज करोगे? फिर बाप माँ के चेंज कर लिए, फिर दूसरा कोई प्रोग्राम बनाओ। यहाँ पे हमें तो दिख रहा है कि तुम सिलेबस चेंज करके इतना बड़ा इम्पैक्ट ला सकते हो, हमें दिखाई दे रहा है। ये जो सेकुलरिज्म का जो कीड़ा जो पूरा इतना फैल गया है, कहाँ से फैला? स्कूल से फैला है ना भाई, और कहाँ से फैला है?
So,
ना गुरुजी ने फैलाया है। सेकुलरिज्म का कीड़ा कोई गुरुजी ने तो नहीं फैलाया ना, कि जो हिंदू गुरु थे वो बोल रहे थे हिंदू गुरु सेकुलर बने क्योंकि वो भी स्कूल गए थे और वहां पे ये सब सिखाया गया है। ठीक है।
Okay,
huh.
so
No,
let's
no,
wrap
एक
up for the day
So,
today.
so Bhupen was asking me about Tamil Nadu में क्या हो सकता है, right?
हाँ
अभी मैं
हाँ हाँ
वीडियो देखती है, ये ब्लडी सरवणन डीएमके का बंदा पोस्ट किया उसने ट्विटर पे. By the way, I've joined Twitter. मेरा नाम weird है, but I follow Navimar on Twitter. So anyway, so लिखा उसको पूछा गया, ask them did they know बाबा साहेब डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर spoke about Hinduism. ये तमिलनाडु का डीएमके लीडर है, ओके, स्पोक्सपर्सन है, बड़ा बड़ा कमीना है, but whatever. If Hindu Raj does not become a fact, it does become a fact, and it will no doubt be greatest calamity for this country. This is what Ambedkar said. No matter what the Hindus say, Hinduism is a menace to liberty, equality, fraternity. It's incompatible with democracy. Hindu Raj must be prevented at all cost. Now, मेरा statement है, Cholas also Hindu Raj है. ये मूर्ख बंदा Tamil Nadu keeps saying Cholas great, Cholas is great. Bolo, Hindu Raj, the Cholas were also like this, all this menace to liberty, equality, fraternity. नहीं बोल सकते, because no कोई पूछेगा नहीं उमूर पर ऐसे, because they are all brainwashed. वो analytical power नहीं है भाई. They just repeat like one robot. They will repeat things that have been taught to them.
अरे तो we can re-brainwash them ना.
वही तो बोल रहा
If
हूँ.
they can brainwash, why can't we re-wash it to proper things?
It
That
take
is
a lot
the-
of time.
that
वही तो
is-
बोल रहा हूँ. It takes a lot of time. बहुत time.
Arey, so that's what I'm saying. What I started with the discussion. The discussion started with is that as a community, Hindus have become reactive in nature, correct? And we have to let that reactionary things go, and somewhere down the line we will not do it, but the leadership which is there, they have to have a long-term plan how to address the issues which plague us. We cannot be a reactionary force. Yes, after 2014 or whatever may be the date, we have Bajrang Dal and other people who are reactionary, but somewhere down the line, in next 10 to 15 years, it has to stabilize and form a kind of a like a first line of defense in terms of intellectuals, in terms of organizations, in terms of institutions, which are going to do the long-term thing, which is being done by the missionaries, Abrahamics, for last 500 years minimum. So we need that kind of thing. That reactionary phase will be there, but it has to go, and a stable thing has to come so that we can fight it out. You cannot win a war just by reacting to things.
So exactly. So non-stop, like whole day, there have been Christians all over social media cursing Hindus, like horrible things they've been saying, right? अब आता है ये रांची का pastor, very smart. Okay, just look at the way he says, he replies. Okay, it really pinches us because Christians are peace-loving communities. If such things happen, such incidents take place, it really gives us kind of pain. We follow what Jesus taught us. He said that you forgive the people who speak against you, who persecute you. You forgive them and you pray for them. ये very smart है. This is always how the last thing comes out. Like sweetly last message आओ. So, हम villain नहीं है. वो villain है जिसने हमें attack किया है. This is how they do it in every country, by the way, not just in India.
Part of their training. That is part of their training. They are trained like
Oh, very smart. And अगर आप इनके sermon को पढ़ेंगे, listen, जाके बैठेंगे, listen करेंगे, there will be so much hate in that sermon. To all idolaters, hate होगा. It will be very nicely put in, but full of hate. कि religion नहीं change सकते भाई. They can't change their religion. But because it's not in the public domain, right? In the public domain, we are the ones who are visible, challenging them. But they do it privately. वो जाके किसी tribal के घर में जाएंगे. I want to pray for you. Then वो बोलेंगे, I want to lead you away from the false God who destroys your life and doesn't give you hope. ऐसे बोलेंगे, ऐसे language बोलेंगे. And if you get angry and you lash out, oh, I'm peace loving, don't hurt me. ऐसा आ जाएगा, reply आ जाएगा. It is
अरे
designed
वो
to cause a problem.
अरे वो
we
योया
have
जैसे नहीं बोलता है, वैसे वैसे बोलते हैं। वो
Yeah.
योया कैसे बोलता है, एकदम एकदम हल्के स्वर में,
So you
पर
have to learn how
बोलता
to
जहर
counter
है।
them. You have to learn. You have to learn. You cannot be reactionary. It doesn't work because they only strengthens them. And they
Ye-
destroyed Rome. They destroyed so many cultures this way, through this method.
yes. So that's what I'm saying. Ke, see, this actually phase will be there. Correct? It happens with it will happen. Correct? It is there. It is happened. But somewhere down the line, every one of us has to take the responsibility. Every one of us. Okay, we don't know where we are will be today, tomorrow, or today, and make sure in the way we are doing it, the way we are portraying things. Okay, and put our voice across. Right? I know few people, you know few people. Okay? Some of them people are listening to a lot of things that are happening. So let's hope that we are able to come out of this reactionary phase and build something sustainable over long term, so that we can, because we don't know, the problem is we don't know who our enemies are. That's the biggest problem. The
Yes.
way the enemy is behaves, we don't know how what their tactics are, what their
Yeah.
methods are, and how they are doing it. We are just reacting to whatever they are doing. So we have to come out of
Exactly.
this and form
Proactive. Yeah.
something concrete, so that we have to study them. We have not studied enough. Like, that was a kind of profound moment for me when I went to that conference, and he told me that for 1,000 years we have never analyze who our enemy is. We have just defined who we are. That's fine. That you should know. But when you're fighting a war, you need to know your enemy more than your friends. Okay. So thank
अ,
you, everybody. Bolo, Abhay, last word to you.
अ, अ, मेरा पॉइंट है कि हमें एक विषय पर बात करनी चाहिए आगे जाकर,
Mhm,
कि
mhm,
पॉलिसीज पॉलिसीज पर, और
mhm,
इंडियन स्टेट का जो पॉलिसीज है वो कैसा है, जैसे वन बाय वन,
mhm,
कि
mhm, mhm,
हमारे जैसे हिंदू सिविल कोड कैसा है और वो
mhm,
सोसाइटी
mhm,
पर क्या इम्पैक्ट डाल रहा
mhm,
है,
mhm,
एचए में क्या इम्पैक्ट डाल रहा है सोसाइटी पर। आप डिफरेंट स्टेक होल्डर्स को लाइए बात करने के लिए, पर ऐसे इन पर डिस्कशन करना, फिर फिर हमें सोचना होगा कि टेम्पल्स को जब फ्री नहीं करते हैं तो उसका लॉन्ग
mhm,
टर्म इम्पैक्ट क्या आता है, आरटी जैसे एक्ट का लॉन्ग टर्म इम्पैक्ट क्या आता है, जब एससी/एसटी एक्ट को और ड्रैकोनियन बना दिया जाता है तो उससे समाज पे क्या इम्पैक्ट आता है। आई थिंक वी नीड टू गो डीपर इनटू द पॉलिसीज ऑफ द इंडियन स्टेट और
mhm.
उसका इम्पैक्ट क्या है सोसाइटी, वो वो डिस्कशन मुझे उतना होते हुए दिख नहीं रहा है, बहुत कम होता
Okay.
है।
Okay. Then what I would suggest is that Anand,
Hmm.
आनंद वो शो होस्ट करेगा और अभय उसको एंकर करेगा। ओके अभय।
What? Again, I was just looking something else. Sorry, my bad. So distracted.
Abhay, Tarak is saying, okay, where is that? Tarak Dhodar is saying that, okay, with that stuff. Tarak Dhodar is saying that we need to do multiple shows on the policy fronts. Okay, like the impact of Hindu Code Bill. Okay, the impact of RT, and so many other things. Correct.
Yeah, I agree.
So on the policy front, what needs to be done? So you want
Correct.
to
I
host
think
that show?
it's a good idea.
Huh?
So me host the show?
Yes, you will
Uh,
host the show. You like talking, correct? So you can shut people down. Hey, I will speak. You shut down now.
ही
I,
इज आवर
I,
लोकल अर्नब गोस्वामी।
hey, no, that's not fair. That's not fair.
Hey, Dawar. All सब चुप हो जाओ, अब मैं बोलूंगा।
मतलब
All
कुछ
shut.
भी,
Hello.
मतलब
बोलो।
कुछ भी।
Okay, Slevin बोलो last.
I have a story about Christianity from my family. Okay,
Okay,
so
अरे वाह, बोलो।
one of my aunts, she got married to a Christian person. Okay,
Hmm,
back in the day,
hmm,
and
hmm,
he was South Indian. We are Maharashtrian.
hmm,
But interestingly, like there was no conversion, no nothing.
hmm,
Okay,
hmm, hmm,
they were very happily married. He passed away recently. Very nice guy also, like that guy.
hmm,
But the
hmm,
point
hmm,
is,
hmm,
towards
hmm,
the end, like
hmm,
my aunt, she used to do little puja and all that, but she was not very much into it as well. Towards the end, he only used to wake up, do puja. There was the Jesus ka also photo in that Devghar we call, like where we keep all the gods and all. He only used, and all proper puja, like keeping the flowers to Hindu gods, doing the bell. I don't know. Everyone does that bell thing, no? Circular we have to do, and all arti and all. He will only do for all the gods, everything. Their kids are all named like Hindu names. Their wives are Hindus. The grandchildren, everyone, nothing happened. Okay, so this is also power of love or whatever positive message you can take from it. That in all cases doesn't. Uh,
Silent Ghar Wapsi you are talking about.
yeah, silent Garbhapsi. She did it. She was the OG. She did it before anyone else.
No, no, it is not only about the puja, yaar. See, it depends on for example, the children. What are their surname? What are their names?
No,
I mean,
that's also same. I'm saying no. Their names are all Hindu names. Their
acha, acha,
their wives are all Hindus. No, there is no trace of Christianity in that family after the guy is gone. May he rest in peace.
acha,
He was
acha.
a very nice guy also. He was
Hmm.
a footballer. He used to play for Air India back in the day. So
Okay,
like
Acha, acha.
so he went to America, correct?
Now
So
that's a
that's
ghar
why.
wapsi. That's a ghar wapsi.
no. He
Chalo.
passed away, but like her husband. But like what I'm
So,
saying is like n-
how was his funeral carried out? Was it according to Hindu rituals or Christian rituals?
mm,
Do you have
I
any idea?
I have no idea. I don't know. Maybe my dad attended because like both of his sons they used to be outside India. So like sorry, one of them, like one had come back, but one of them had to like, so he was really sick. So the son came back from US. He got, he took a flight out after a month or something back to US, and the same day he died. So the poor chap had to come back again from USA, like very sort of tiring circumstances for the family. But I don't know how the funeral was carried out. But anyway, it doesn't matter, man. Like the entire family is Hindu now.
Right. Exactly.
Who cares? I
Yeah,
mean, and he was a
yeah, yeah.
decent guy. I will never say a bad word about him. Like,
Yeah,
No,
it
no,
means
no.
correct. He
Not
went to
about saying
America,
bad words.
correct. He went to America to be Christian, so he was a good person, correct. People are here, they are very
no,
bad,
no, there is
actually.
no America connection. He was a Indian. He was South Indian.
I don't know. I know. I'm just actually giving a sarcastic comment. No, no, fine.
I think
See, that is it. That is going to be once in a blue moon kind of thing. Correct. It's good that it is there, but the majority are not going to be like this. Because correct. Because correct. There's one more thing before we finish. Correct, there's a Sangam talks short I watched. Correct, where how church controls your life. So he mentions that if you are born like if you are a Catholic, you will be baptized, so you have to go to church. If you die, if you are a Catholic, again church will be do your funeral, correct. So especially in Catholicism, correct, in Catholics, the church is the center point of your life. Whether you are, if you are living, you will go to church on Sunday or do some other church activity. So it's like a whole thing, like you can't escape it. It's a, that's what I'm saying, correct. When you're talking about be the concept a cult, it is a cult because it keeps you engaged within that ecosystem. It doesn't let you go outside. So that's also a reality that we need to understand, correct, that once you go into that, because your lives revolves around church itself, even if you want, you cannot leave it. A lot of people might be ex-Christians, but because the ecosystem is there, they can't leave because they have a lot to stake, lot of things at stake. Got it? It's level. Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah,
Any?
yeah,
Yeah. So,
yes,
so the
but
so that's what, correct, because it's an ecosystem. So that happened. That's very good,
it's
but that's
it's
going to be once in a while.
that is because he was not part of any like organized sort of, like thing. He was just a Christian guy, but he was not
No,
very
but
much
in generally
into.
they would be correct. In generally they would be part of a congregation. In general, I'm talking about, as a majority of the
Hmm,
population will be like this. That
true,
person
true.
you in the family might be a kind of aberration in that sense. Anyway, that's a good thing to hear. Okay. So last word to Bijitda, and then we will close our show. And Anand will I'll talk about you will hosting a show. Okay, go ahead.
अरे क्या बोलूं लास्ट में, मतलब ठीक है, मतलब एक्समस इज नॉट रियल थिंग यार. स्टॉप सेलिब्रेटिंग
Yes.
इट.
Yeah,
ठीक
yeah,
है,
yeah, yeah.
स्टॉप सेलिब्रेटिंग.
So what will
दिस इज अ
happen to
होप.
me? So what will happen to me
See,
if people are not
it is
celebrating?
just a festival to promote Coca-Cola. Okay, so
I
this
don't have
is Christmas is the greatest bourgeois capitalist festival,
sponsored by
Sponsored
Coca-Cola.
conspired,
by PepsiCo, right?
conspired and sponsored by capitalist companies and economies to dupe the poor, downtrodden communities in the whole world in the name of
Sponsored by
religion.
Pepsi today in form of protest.
Yes, so we have to go to this Ramlila Maidan and near India Gate with placards, and we have to show a protest against this capitalist
Stop worshipping false gods
imposition, capitalist imposition of superstition on the third world society of India.
and making people drink Coca-Cola and get diabetes.
Coca-Cola, yeah, and Coca-Cola is basically they infuse cocaine there. ठीक है? So we have to stop this thing from ruining our youth. Christmas and Coca-Cola is ruining our youth.
Absolutely.
Stop this cultural capitalist imposition.
I
Coca-Cola,
support
hi,
capitalism.
hi.
I reject
Yes.
your socialism.
I'm all for
I reject,
capitalism and
I reject your
consumerism. Yeah.
socialism. I support capitalism.
No, but this is capitalist imposition of superstition, na?
Then I
You
want
Not
can.
capitalist
Coca-Cola,
imposition of I
people
want
also.
capitalist imposition of Hinduism.
So you should do that then, but not any other cult or
That's
superstition.
why
You
I
cannot.
support Adani and Ambani, no,
Uh,
because they
acha,
capitalism they use
Tampa
capitalism
Cola.
imposition of Hinduism. So I'm very happy. Like
acha, acha, wait, wait.
did you see? Did you
I,
see that the Ambani made Messi do prayer?
अरे
And
मासूद,
acha, wait,
Adani
wait.
also gave a lecture on Indian civilization and how we should
I'm loving.
promote
Are,
it.
Then one thing I
are,
appreciate about Gujus. One thing I appreciate.
are,
Let me just
wait,
say.
wait,
Earlier,
wait, wait,
wait.
wait.
What earlier said about Gujus, I want to correct my negative karma. So get some positive karma. One thing I appreciate about the Gujus, when they've got a lot of money, they impose Hindu capital culture on everyone, which is very satisfying, and it's working very well for us. Thank you so much.
Yes, yes. I will do one Geo recharge today. One Geo recharge today. Okay. Okay. Masood, তুমি একটা কাজ কর। Send an email to navavimarsh@gmail.com. আমি লিখে দিচ্ছি।
right. Right now,
হ্যাঁ।
if you're asking about the book suggestions, I can right now tell you ki there are many books. You can start with this on the genealogy of moral. I mean, I can tell you the books currently reading. I don't know, so I can tell you that ki there's this book by Nietzsche on the genealogy of morals. Then there is Harvard Marcuse. I mean, he's a communist, but anyway, it doesn't matter. His book is one. I think it's titled One Dimensional Man. Then there was this guy Foucault, his book on madness and civilization. Obviously, Catherine Nixie, The Darkening Age. These are good books. Yeah, these. So the kind of discussions that we are having, these books are related to our
We'll do one
discussions.
thing. Vijita, we'll do one thing. It's a good suggestion. I think from our next podcast, we will keep a 5 minute section to recommend books.
Sure, you can do that.
Whatever topic, we'll
Right,
give one book suggestion, and also you also can give suggestions. So we will do a 5 minute segment in between the sessions, and we'll
right,
suggest a book to people so that they can read. And
right.
Vijit, the last question. And
Mm-hmm.
Masood, you send a email to me. So whatever you need, okay, we will try to provide you as much info as possible. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, is Coca-Cola okay, Vijit? No Coca-Cola.
Yes, only Campa Cola, no Coca Cola.
Coca-Cola sugar is good, eh?
Yes, it is Hindu sugar.
Hindu sugar.
And
You know,
It is
diabetes
it is
I
is
the
And
prefer
we
the
will
full
sugar
of
of
Hindu
diabetes.
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 it is
I,
Hindu
I,
it
su-
is
I
diabetes.
it
support
is
I support the Hindu sugar of jaggery. Okay, you guys are like fake
Jaggery is good.
Hindu
Yeah, yeah,
sugar.
jaggery is good.
Hindu sugar of
But
jaggery.
this is natural sugar, unlike synthetic sugar by made by these US companies.
But
Yeah,
they
Kalidas
don't.
Vaidya. So this guy Kalidas Vaidya, right? So Kalidas Vaidya is a great history in case you don't know. So right now we are talking about Hindu Desh, right? That we are going to cut away from Bangladesh. So Kalidas Vaidya was the guy who started this movement. So he gathered the Bangladeshi Hindus and he started a movement for the independence of Rangpur. रंगपुर इज दैट थंब सिलीगुड़ी कॉरिडोर के नीचे वाला जो एरिया है जिसको काटने के बाद चल रहा है वो एक्चुअली कालिदास बुद्ध का इमेजिनेशन और उनका गॉड्स है जो जो ये सोच रहे थे कि इसको काट देंगे तो कालिदास बुद्ध स्टार्टेड दिस मूवमेंट एंड देन उन्होंने जो जो भी बनाए थे तो उसके साथ इंडियन इंटेलिजेंस भी जुड़ गए थे नाउ दैट थिंग वाज रिपोर्टेड टू दिस गाय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी एंड दिस अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी क्वाइट इन अ वेरी स्टूपिड वे जो ऑब्वियसली सारे लोग कर चुके हैं इंडिया के काफी सारे पीएम अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी ने ये बांग्लादेशी गवर्नमेंट को ये सब बता दिया था कालिदास वैद्य का जो प्लान चल रहा है कि हम लोग तो आजाद कर देंगे और यह लोग आजाद करने के लिए सोच रहे हैं दिस गाइज आर सिसेशनिस्ट दे आर क्रिएटिंग केओस इन बांग्लादेश तो अरेस्ट देम तो कालिदास वैद्य का जो लगभग आर्मी जो बन चुका था उसमें काफी सारे लोगों को मार दिया गया काफी सारे हिंदुओं को फिर आई थिंक कालिदास वैद्य जो थे वो कैलकाटा साइड आ गए थे और वहीं पे उनका देहांत हो गया सो दिस इज व्हाट वी हैव डन नाउ वी आर शाउटिंग रंगपुर रंगपुर जो लोग इसके बारे में सोच रहे थे उनको तो पकड़वा दिया दिल्ली के गवर्नमेंट ने ठीक है सो दिस इज कालिदास वैद्य तो उन्होंने एक बुक लिखा था जहाँ पे अच्छे तरीके से ये जो अपना जो बंगबंधु मुजीबुर रहमान है उनको अच्छे तरीके से एक्सपोज किया गया है तो हाँ यही कालिदास वैद्य एंड आई एम हैप्पी कि यू बेसिकली रेड दैट बुक बाय कालिदास वैद्य
Okay, and one more person is saying regarding Google Sheet. So actually, we are launching a website, correct? So Navavimarsh, I'm working on this, correct? Multiple things. So I'm working on a website. So we will have a navavimarsh.org as a website where we already have a site, but that needs to be updated. So that site will be there. So there we will also share book recommendations. I think in New
I
Year the
just
site will be live site.
can I make a last contribution?
Go ahead. पैसे दो
So
पैसे I am pastor. I need money. Okay.
so
वहाँ से फंडिंग बंद हो गया है.
there were
No, you need
recently
religion. Soul
हाँ, new
harvest.
Nagarpalika
religion.
elections in Maharashtra. Okay,
Hmm.
the BJP combined won like a landslide victory in the recent elections. All the small towns had election. Out of some 280 seats,
Hmm.
one 120 तो बीजेपी का ही आ गया and all of them combined 200 out of 280 something 288 and the next is the important part in in January 15th all the big corporations are going to municipal corporations are going for elections including BMC and like Pune and all those the combined budget of all these is 1,20,000 crore. For context, Goa's budget is 25,000. All these municipal corporations are 1,20,000 crore budget. So the amount of money on the line is big. So let's see what happens.
Hmm. Yeah, we are going to read tomorrow. I'm going to read that book again. Inshallah, the discussion will continue. It's a very interesting book. Good. काफी अच्छा है. Okay. पर I am going out of business with the saying that they don't want any pastor, so people need to help me survive and become again a Hindu again, or else I will remain a pastor and wear
you
only black
replace you
only.
replace you replace Santa Claus and then we will fund you.
But you know, there's a prophet in Ghana who's claiming today night the world is ending. It should
So
already ended. So 26th already, but apparently 25th
Bhojpuri
is the
Santa
world
Claus
is
you
ending.
have to be.
Send me an email. Send me an email. Correct? You have my email address. Send me an email. We will get in touch. Okay. Anand, also I need your help as well. Okay. So send me an email. Just and we will have a call because I am in the process of get the site up. Okay.
It what?
I'm building a website for the Navabimar, so I think he
Oh,
also
okay,
be
okay.
helping. Also, I need your help as well because I can't do it everything. There are a lot of things
Sure,
at
sure,
time.
sure.
Okay, so we'll try to build one. Okay, so thank you everybody. Okay, and
No problem.
tomorrow again I will be starting that session on reading session with Inshallah Bangladesh, and we have actually one podcast coming on Sunday 7:30 p.m. Very interesting one, and let's see what we have in store.
I'm actually traveling tomorrow, so I don't think so I'll be able to
No.
come on
I
any
will be
call.
doing normal reading, not podcast as such. I will be
But I won't be
reading.
able to most likely I won't have access to network because I'm traveling during the like to Mysore towards Mysore. It's like the network breaks, so I may not be able to
Black
access the
hole.
network.
We are going to black hole. Okay, go
No,
go
it
further.
just when the train tracks goes between mountains, like the connection just gets cut. So
I know. I have traveled
yeah.
that route.
Anyway, bye bye.
Okay. Thank you very much. Jai Shri Ram, Vande Mataram, Santa Baba ki
Wail,
jai.
wail, Wesley, wail.
यीशु
Pray for
मसीह की
Tamil Nadu.
जय.
Yesu, mera Yesu.
ओम सैटर्नेलिया नमः।
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.